Just need another moment to get my other screen up here.
Yeah, there's also a number of candidates in there showing
Oh, great.
I was recognized at least two of them.
Okay, good morning. I'll call the April 12th Executive Committee meeting to order and recognize that we're having this meeting today on traditional Treaty 6 territory, which is also one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation, and recognize that this has long been the home of the Nehiyaw, the Dene Sulin, the Nakota Sioux, the Anishinaabe, and the Niitsitapi peoples, as well as a gathering place for new settlers and descendants of settlers working together to build a better city, and particularly today, a sustainable city and a just city and a prosperous city. So I think we'll be able to honor some of much of that spirit, hopefully all of that spirit today in our discussions on a variety of different pressing issues. So I will roll call members of committee first to establish attendance. Councillor and Vice Chair McKean, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton?
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Walters?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. So those are the members of committee proper. Councillor Henderson is joining us here as an observing councillor.
Morning.
And Councillor Essinger I see on the screen as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
Any other members of council joining us this morning?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Councillor Knack.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Councillor Banga.
And good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Paquette. Well, that's a great turnout this morning. Welcome, everyone. I need a motion to adopt the agenda, and perhaps at this stage I will flag that we have, even with the overflow time tomorrow, more speakers than we will be able to accommodate today. So my recommendation from an agenda management point of view will be to postpone and reschedule item 6.4, the Sanitary Services Strategy Oversight Committee matter. We were not expecting 19 speakers on that, and so we will not be able to accommodate that item today. At least that is my recommendation, that we postpone that to a different time, because frankly, that one's less urgent at 12 years out from making any decisions than the climate imperative and some of the other economic matters we need to deal with today. So I would ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with the additions of 6.3, the Economic Action Plan, and 7.1, Transit Statistics and Replacement Pages on 6.6, and postponement of 6.4, and we can work with the clerks to determine a time.
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
And Mr. Mayor, if it's helpful, I did receive some feedback from my office that May 10th might be an appropriate date.
Okay. That's not too far out then. So the postponement for item 6.4, the sanitary sewer services strategy, would be to May 10th, and we'll work with the speakers to try to find a time specific for them as part of that meeting as well, since they were, I think, expecting a time specific at 1:30 this afternoon. So we'll try to extend that courtesy. Though whether it's 1:30 or 9:30 or a specific time, we'll leave that to Agenda Review Committee to determine, but we will work to put it on a specific time. So with 6.4 postponed to May 10th, any questions on the agenda? As amended with that postponement, not seeing any, please vote. That's an important one, but we need to give it its due as well. Please vote.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. The minutes from March 22nd, 26th, and March 25th non-reg. Someone want to move those?
Happy to move those, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Any questions, concerns, or errors or omissions on the minutes? Not seeing any, then please vote on the adoption of those minutes from the previous meetings.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried. And just verify clerks will notify the speakers who had asked to speak on the afternoon item. Okay.
Yes.
You can let them know that we'll need to reschedule them. Thank you. Okay, protocol items. We do have one, which is to welcome the grade 2s from Holyrood School in Ward 8. And their teacher is Moselle Semenuk. So welcome to the kids from Holyrood School, and also grade 2s from Greenfield School in Ward 10, and their teacher is Teresa Wong. So welcome, folks. Councillor Henderson is your Ward 8 councillor, Councillor Walters is your Ward 10 councillor, but every last one of us is always pleased to welcome City Hall School students to witness our proceedings here. So feel very welcome. Those are all the protocol items we have for today. So next up then will be selection of items for debate.
I'll go, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I was trying to click on.
Go ahead.
I will pick 6.1,
Yep.
6.3,
Yep.
6.6. Here's right.
6.6. Thank you.
I have questions on 6.8 and 6.9. And presumably Councillor Burkett would like 7.1, so I'll just select it for him.
Yep.
That's it. Ah,
We
all.
might, depending on how it goes, it might make sense to cross-reference 6.6 and 7.1, but we can think about that.
Right.
We don't have to do
Well-
that just yet, so.
I often wondered about cross-referencing 6.9 and 6.3. But you could think about that too.
Yeah, we could. We could if you want. Let's think about that for a little bit too.
Thanks.
But yeah, I'm not opposed to that. But we'll take the selections here and then we can do some cross-referencing in a minute once we get some thoughts from admin. Okay, any other selections? I'm just cross-referencing the requests to speak. I think we've got all of the requests to speak covered in that. So I'm not seeing any other folks on the selection list.
I will move all other items, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Okay, going once, going twice. Please vote on those items not selected for debate this morning.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Do you want to read back what committee's taken care of this morning?
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This morning, Executive Committee has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 6.5, update on the bus network redesign, Valley Line Southeast, increased service level operations. Item 6.7, Canada Infrastructure Bank Zero Emission Bus Program, Canada Infrastructure Bank debt financing of additional electric buses. Item 6.10, Valley Line West, approval of crossing agreement. Item 6.11, bylaw 19625, closure of 2 vehicular accesses to a titled parcel located at 22910 Stony Plain Road Northwest. Bylaw 19587, to designate the Bucas residence as a municipal historic resource. Item 9.1, confidential settlement. And as noted, item 6.4, sanitary services strategy oversight committee governance options. Additional collaboration will be on the May 10th executive committee agenda.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, did the clerk miss 6.2? I don't think anyone selected that either.
Apologies, yes, I did. Item 6.2's recommendation has also passed.
Cool. Well, that's a good day's work, though we still have plenty ahead for us. So thank you for that. That's what I have as well, Madam Clerk, and thanks for that that catch on 6.2, Councillor Walters. Next, then, will be the requests to speak. I've got those here. I don't know if I've got the up-to-date list, so maybe it's just easier if I do it. I'll move that William Gowdy from Lafarge, Canada, to answer questions only. Monica Figuera from the Edmonton Youth for Climate. Luke Nelson from Edmonton Youth for Climate. Sydney Bond from Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region. Derek Hiltz from CHBA Edmonton Region. Mike Melross from Edmonton Climate Innovation Fund, Alberta Eco Trust. 7, Hannah Gelderman from Climate Justice Edmonton. 8, Luis Cifuentes from Climate Justice Edmonton to answer questions only. 9, Laura Cunningham Shepley from Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. 10, Camille Jasper Fabii from the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. 11, Shafraz Kaba from the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. 12, Larry Zhang from U of A Renewable Energy Design. 13, Maura Braun. 14, Melanie Hoffman. 15, Klaus Rodenberg. 16, Julie Cusick. 17, Rocky Farrow. 18, Conrad Nobert from Tomorrow Foundation for a Sustainable Future. And 19, Mark Hewitt. And we would hear from those folks in a panel on item 6.1. On 6.3 on the Edmonton Economic Action Plan, first, Malcolm Bruce. Second, Jeff Bizans. 3, Heather Raymond. 4, Jean Lehman. 5, Andrew McIsaac. 6, Maggie Davidson from Explore Edmonton. 7, Richard Skirmer from Edmonton/Alberta International Air Show and Trade Exposition. And on 6.6, on the transit fee schedule, 1, Corey Longo. 2, Greg Meddy. And 3, Paige Gorsak. Have we had any other registrations since then?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So to vote or to hear from these speakers in panels, please vote.
And Councillor Cartmel, we're just missing your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried. So we've deconflicted the time specifics because we would have run out of time, I think, on energy transition and preempted by sanitary services, which would have taken a good chunk of the day. So the way this will work then is we we'll proceed in order. So we'll hear everything we need to hear on 6.1 and then have debate on that. Then we'll move into the Economic Action Plan. And I suspect that could take, those two alone could take a good chunk of the day, given the number of speakers, which is not a bad thing. They're both serious and actually make a lot of sense back to back. It works out that they're here together. So as for when we will get to the transit fee schedule for the 3 folks who are registered for that, I can't say for certain, but we'll keep in touch with you about it. But you'll be up next after we hear these other 2 longer items. So that may be later today, or it may be into our continuation time tomorrow. We'll keep you posted on that. It definitely won't be this morning, though, just for starters. Okay, so
Just point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
yes,
Can the clerks email out the speakers list if they haven't already? I haven't seen it.
sure. Yeah, we can ask the clerks to circulate the speakers list as approved.
Many thank yous.
You're most welcome. So I see no further requests for time specific at this point. We might pin some things to some times as we go here, but for now we'll proceed in order. Perhaps one other thing we might address at this point is, given the length of the agenda, we likely will need to continue into tomorrow. So we can pass a motion at the appropriate time, but just to flag that we've asked everyone to hold the time in their calendars for tomorrow morning. I understand at least one member of committee may not be able to join us for that, but if we get to the end of the day and we need the overflow time, the default overflow that I would recommend would be 9:30 a.m. continuation until noon, because council's gobbled up the afternoon. If we still need it, we can pick up after council finishes, if council finishes and leaves us any time. So anyway, govern yourselves accordingly. In the meantime, I'll just ask if there are any councillor inquiries this morning. Not hearing any, then let's dive into the revised community energy transition strategy, final strategy, action plan, and policy. But just maybe before we do, I should orient for all of our speakers who are registered. Many of you have spoken to us before, either in person or virtually. And the way this will work is first we'll hear a presentation from city administration, and then once we've heard that, then we will turn to presentations from members of the public. You'll each have 5 minutes to make your presentation through the Google Meet. We'll hear from you one after another. I would ask that you mute yourself when you're not speaking or answering a question, just so we can help manage the background noise. I would also ask that you not use the chat function in Google Meet, because it can create issues of fairness or decorum, and it can also interfere technically with the live stream. So it's very important that we take your feedback as speech. If you have a presentation or slides or pictures or anything you want to put up, please send those ahead of time to the clerks. If you're having any technical issues whatsoever connecting with us today, feel free to use the contact information in your speaker registration, or reach out via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. We've got additional resources on to facilitate your participation here today. So, again, we'll hear from all of the speakers one after another, and then stay on the line, as there may well be follow-up questions from members of council. So a welcome to all of you here today. You'll have your chance to speak in a moment once we hear administration's initial presentation. So Ms. McCabe, with my thanks for tremendous amount of effort to bring this back to us under tight timelines and with a lot of pressure, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and really a lot of this goes to many people in the organization who have been involved in this. Today with me is Chandra Tamaris, who's been the project manager on this work. And we have a number of people from administration here to answer questions. Mark Brostrom, Juan Monterosa can speak to our building codes work. Rhonda Tui can speak to the Bike and Active Transportation Network. Pascal Ladisseur, who can speak to the city buildings. Brian Latta and Christian Felsky, who can speak to district energy. Oliver Zako, who can speak to our funding strategies. Eddie Robar, who will speak to the fleet and facility maintenance. Carrie Houghton McDonald, who will speak to transit. and Christina Hodgson from Law. The revised Community Energy Transition Strategy is an important city-building initiative that will help shape Edmonton's future economy and the way our city's built. This area of work will require transformational change in order to meet our goal of climate resilience. Later in the meeting, administration will also present the Edmonton Economic Action Plan. There are a number of critical alignments between these two strategies, particularly around the future economy and the actions required by the city, community, and business partners to achieve a green and resilient economy. We are already seeing the consequences of climate change. Edmonton is one of the fastest warming regions in the world, and the science shows that our climate is expected to change even more significantly into the future. Scientists have stated that our risk of urban flooding may double and will experience more frequent and intense winter events, and our ecosystem will change. And our conversation isn't about whether climate change exists. The science has proven that. Climate change is real, and Edmontonians have said they wanted the city to take bold action. Our conversation is about what specific actions we need to take, how far we need to reach, and how fast we need to go. For every degree of warming, there are significant economic and social costs for Edmonton. Growing climate risks have clear implications for city resources, local economies, and the residents who live in them and rely on us for their services. So when City Council asked City Administration to reimagine how we could achieve the climate resilience goals, the pandemic had not begun yet. And the pandemic has affected our city services, social systems, and our economy. But Council's direction is even more timely than ever, given the need for economic recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic. Our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic will create more economic opportunities for Edmontonians while maintaining a low-carbon economy. And Edmonton has an opportunity to catalyze and diversify its economy through new investments in the energy and innovation sectors, and from well-established companies that are already adapting their businesses. Investing in this strategy creates economic opportunities. These actions create jobs and help secure our economic place in a changing world driven by a new era of low-carbon growth. This work is complementary and critical to Edmonton's Economic Action Plan, which, as I indicated, will be presented later in the agenda. This work will position us to respond to changing global markets while creating prosperity, economic diversity, and supporting Edmontonians in a just and equitable way. However, the path forward will require bold action on an accelerated timeframe. I'll now hand things off to Chandra Tamaris to provide more details on the strategy itself.
Our efforts towards becoming an energy, sustainable, and climate resilient city are not starting today. Early work began in the 1990s, but the work took a significant step forward in 2015, and over the last 5 years, serious transition efforts have begun and are underway. There have been actions to extend the LRT network, to deploy 40 electric buses into service, to install protected bike lanes in the downtown core, to pilot public on-street curbside electric vehicle charging stations, and to provide electric vehicle charging rebates. There have been actions to provide residential solar rebates, to design and fund the downtown district energy system, to commission the world's first commercial-scale facility that turns household garbage into biofuels and renewable chemicals. And we now have solar systems installed on 5 city facilities, with 12 more planned in 2021. There has also been action to begin the carbon-neutral Blatchford development, offer rebates for energy efficiency, and rebates to support home energy labeling and large commercial building energy benchmarking. And city facilities have been constructed to a minimum LEED Silver standard. These actions are just examples of the many energy transition efforts underway across the community. The revised Community Energy Transition Strategy presents a 30-year vision with a strategy and action plan for the next 10 years. It's about accelerated and transformational change. This change will reimagine our energy systems and will transform our community and economy. There are 105 actions with various impact levels and funding requirements. The targets are our boldest to date. This plan is the first of its kind for Edmonton in that it's the first time Edmonton has targets aligned with the Paris Agreement. The plan recognizes the urgency of the challenge as well as the economic opportunity that it creates and presents actions at a pace and scale that's more accelerated than the last strategy. It's important to note that the targets selected are aligned to the IPCC modeling for achieving 1.5 degrees of warming. These targets are only part of the equation for achieving a local carbon budget. And we need to stress that local carbon budgets are an emerging field of work, and the thinking, precision, and methodologies will continue to be refined based on new knowledge and improved scientific understanding. The use of a carbon budget is part of the smart and agile implementation approach that will be required to implement the transition in a very dynamic way. There are 4 pathways that are areas of transformative action. They are interconnected, and all of them are required to meet Edmonton's energy transition goals. A renewable and resilient energy transition will attract the next generation of energy innovators to the region while transitioning Edmonton to 100% decarbonized energy. Emission-neutral buildings will be highly energy efficient, powered by renewable energy, and create a thriving energy efficiency industry. Low-carbon city and transportation will build on the transformative city-building efforts outlined in the city plan and those that are currently underway, such as the Blatchford Carbon Neutral development. And as we strive toward a future with zero-emission vehicles, our electric vehicle charging network will need to be expanded over the next decade. Carbon capture and nature-based solutions will help catalyze innovative technology, as well as efforts to make a greener and healthier city. This could also be our competitive advantage to attract significant investment. Underlying all these pathways is the foundation of climate solution leadership, which recognizes the city will need to lead if it wants the business community and residents to participate in the transition. So what does this mean for Edmontonians? In the short term, taking action on climate change can help with the pandemic recovery by creating local jobs quickly. In the long term, these actions will begin transforming our city, how we generate and use energy, how we move around the city, how we construct and renovate buildings, and how we attract investment and innovation in the energy sector. Edmonton's vision is aspirational, but it is achievable with significant levels of public and private investment in transformational initiatives that will reshape our city and our place in the world. Over the next 10 years, this transition will require $24 billion, or an average of $2.4 billion per year. This number represents about 2.5% of our regional GDP. The majority of this funding will be private capital investment, coming from major industry all the way down to individual homeowners. From this total cost, it's estimated that a targeted city investment of $100 million annually, with matching capital funding from the provincial and federal governments, will be required to catalyze this private investment and to build local infrastructure. This is roughly about 3% of our city's budget. As well, the federal government will need to continue investing over $300 million annually in Edmonton through carbon tax rebates and programs. Of the $100 million annually, $75 million would be used for capital infrastructure investment, and $25 million would be used for catalyst investment. This plan will complement the national plan by taking climate action locally in an accelerated way that supports economic prosperity in the region. Edmonton's energy transition strategy and economic action plan are strongly aligned. As we continue to address the health, social, and economic impacts of the pandemic, we're also working towards a sustainable and greener economic recovery that will create new jobs and opportunities for workers and businesses alike. The revised community energy transition strategy will be implemented using a gated implementation approach and aligns with the city plan implementation approach, but moves further and faster on some city plan policies and directions. As seen in Attachment 7, we have brought a new climate resilience policy forward to replace 2 existing policies, C585, which is Edmonton's Community Energy Transition Strategy Policy, and C532, which is our Sustainable Building Policy. This new policy integrates climate adaptation and energy transition into a single policy, while increasing construction standard for new city buildings to an emission-neutral building standard. In the coming months, the bylaw for the Clean Energy Improvement Program will come forward for council approval. Administration will also begin work to integrate the action plan into business planning, including an integrated carbon accounting framework, as well as bringing forward the city's share of funding requirements through budget service packages to support implementation, again, which we have estimated to be $100 million annually. To track progress towards the overall targets, the goals in each path, indicators and measures will be established, will be monitored, and annual public reporting will take place to ensure Edmontonians are kept informed on Edmonton's progress. As well, signals will be monitored to determine when to implement an action, when to change or modify an approach, or when to stop an action. Successful implementation and mobilizing community action will require continued partnership with residents and industry. This work is collaborative and dynamic in nature, requiring ongoing engagement during implementation. The energy transition is a way to create local jobs today while developing the innovation, expertise, and products the local and global market need to reduce emissions and avoid the most catastrophic impact science has warned us about. Together, we continue to help build an Edmonton that's healthier and safer, cleaner and more competitive, fairer and more inclusive for future generations. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much for all the efforts to get to this point and the comments and information this morning. Lays the groundwork well for this discussion. So next I'm going to roll call our registered speakers and just make sure that we can hear each of you and hopefully see you, but at least hear you. William Gowdy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Monica Figuera,
Yes, I'm here.
welcome. Luke Nelson,
Yes, I'm here.
great. Thank you. Sydney Bond,
Good morning. Yep.
thank you. Derek Hiltz,
Yes, I'm here.
thank you. Mike Melross,
I am here.
hi Mike. Hannah Gelderman,
Yep, I'm here.
welcome. Luis Cifuentes,
I'm here.
welcome. Laura Cunningham Shepley,
Yes, good morning. I'm here. Thank you.
good morning. And if you can each mute yourselves after I've called on you, just so there's no background noise and no feedback, that'd be great. Thank you. Camille Jasper Fabi,
Good morning. I'm here.
welcome. Shafraz Kaba,
Yes, good morning.
morning Shafraz. I really liked your note at the beginning of the strategy. Thank you to you and Camille for those excellent thoughts. Larry Jean. Larry, are you there? Have we got Larry on the line? Okay, we can't hear you, Larry, but we'll see if we can help you offline here. Moira Braun,
Yes, good morning.
good morning. Melanie Hoffman,
Yes, good morning.
welcome. Klaus Rodenberg,
Good morning. I'm here.
morning.
And Mr. Mayor, apologies for interjecting, but there was a bit of confusion, and David Dodge should actually be Speaker 14 on item 6.1. There was just a little bit of a mix-up with the items.
So Speaker 14 is David Dodge, not Melanie Hoffman?
Correct. And then Melanie would be Speaker 15 and continuing
Oh,
to 20
okay.
from there.
Okay, so, and renumber. So Melanie, thank you. You'll be number 15. You'll be after David Dodge, once we add him, insert him as Speaker 14. So I need a quick motion just to add Mr. Dodge.
Happy to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
David Dodge.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Any, is there anybody else to add at this point that we're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objections to adding Mr. Dodge in the queue? Not hearing any. Okay, David, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, and
Good.
we'll have you in as number 14. Julie Kuzik? Julie, are you there? Number 16? Okay, we're not hearing you. We'll see if we can get you Queued up. Rocky Farrow, number 17.
Present, thanks.
Welcome. 18, Conrad Nobert.
I don't believe that Conrad has checked in, but our office will reach out to him.
Okay, well, we get a little bit of time before we get to him. And last but not least, oh, I've got to renumber all of these now. Hold on. So speaker number 20 is Mark Hewitt.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. All right, well, that's plenty to get started here. So as I said, again, you've each got 5 minutes. The one thing I should add is it'd be ideal if you have your own countdown clock so you can manage your time. Given the number of speakers we have, I'll have to fairly strictly enforce the 5-minute limit, but if you can self-regulate, that's very helpful to not just me as your chair and host, but in fairness to each other as well. So I encourage you to use a clock or a countdown feature on your phone, whatever you need to do to manage your time when it comes. So first up is William Gowda from Lafarge Canada, but you're to answer questions only, I see. Are you there, William?
I am here, yes.
Are there any questions for Mr. Gowdy? Yeah. Oh, right, we would do that when we come to questions of the whole panel. Okay, sorry, yeah. All right, well, welcome, Mr. Gowdy. There may be some questions for you. I understand you've sent some material along ahead of time as well, so there might be some follow-up questions. So, but we'll take it you're yielding your time then.
And
Next.
Mr. Mayor, apologies again. We've had a number of questions from speakers about their order, and so I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware that the speakers list will be posted on edmonton.ca/meetings, and you can see the order that you'll speak in there.
And it's formed in the order in which people registered, yes? That's the default?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. First come, first serve.
Okay. Then next will be Monica Figuera, followed by Luke Nelson. So I'll announce who's next, so you can have kind of a 5-minute warning that you'll be up next. So Monica's first, then Luke. Monica, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Iveson and Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on this very important issue. My name is Monica Figueroa. I'm here on behalf of Edmonton Youth for Climate to speak about the energy transition strategy. As you all well know, the strategy is a pathway to reduce Edmonton's greenhouse gas emissions to levels that would limit global warming and temperature rise. As youth, this issue is important to us because we will live the direct consequences of climate change throughout our lives. Edmonton Youth for Climate is a group of climate activists that aim to educate, engage, and empower people in Edmonton to take action on climate change. We have organized several climate strikes in our city during the past 2 years, the largest of which was attended by more than 10,000 people, including Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg. These demonstrations show that people in Edmonton care about global warming and want you, our leaders, to take bold climate action. Passing the Edmonton Energy Transition Strategy will allow us to proceed in building a better, more equitable, sustainable city for everyone. And I want to stress the importance of passing this plan for the sake of current and future generations, as well as for the well-being on the planet on which we all depend. So why is climate action important? At this moment in time, climate action is important because global climate change threatens our very existence on this planet. Food insecurity, loss of biodiversity, rising sea levels, and changing weather patterns are already underway, and our generation will live with the effects of the crisis on a daily basis. We care about climate change because the best available science has been very clear about the magnitude of the problem and the possible pathways our species is heading to depending on the action that we take today. I grew up in Colombia, a country with rich biodiversity and stunning natural landscapes. I don't want to see the people of my country perish under natural disasters that they did not cause. But I know that storms, floodings, and droughts will become increasingly frequent due to climate change. Global warming will disproportionately affect people around the world. and the aspect of equity and social justice has to be taken into account in our decisions here in the global north. Living in Alberta over the past 3 years, I have seen the effects of climate change with the smoke from extreme wildfires in 2019 and the spread of the mountain pine beetle on Jasper National Park. The time for planning is running out, but we can prevent the worst impacts of climate change by acting soon and collectively. With this in mind, Edmonton has the opportunity to lead the way on bold climate action that would take us closer to meeting our emission targets. A just transition would give all Edmontonians the opportunity to thrive economically, regardless of oil and gas boom and bust cycles, protecting the spaces and communities that we live in. As we emerge from COVID, we can transform our city so that it reflects the best of us, our sense of community, resilience, and our commitment to fairness. For too long, there have been pronouncements, climate meetings, and emergency declarations, but the time to move forward with climate action is now. If Edmonton is serious about keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius and avoiding the worst impacts of a warming world, the infrastructure needs to be built right now, not in 5 years, not when the next council comes along. Edmonton has the opportunity to be at the forefront of this movement and pave the way for other cities to follow in our footsteps. So let's step up and take it. I will take any questions anyone in the audience may have now. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Monica. There may be some questions from members of council when we have heard from everybody else, but thank you for those comments. Stand by, we'll come back to you, I'm sure. Luke Nelson is next and will be followed by Sydney Bond. Luke, the floor is yours. Oh, gotta unmute.
Whoopsies, sorry. Thought I pressed the
We've
button.
all been there.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor Iveson and Council. My name is Luke Nelson, and I am a second-year university student. I'm also here on behalf of Edmonton Youth for Climate, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you today about an issue that is extremely important to me. As a child, I grew up with the knowledge that we were in an environmental emergency. My generation has been surrounded with information about the warming planet for our entire lives. For most of my life, I have felt a looming sense of fear for the future and a frustration about the lack of action being done to fix the problem. These are not unique feelings, and I know that many people my age have grief about the climate crisis, and it is often paralyzing. Thinking back on my early years in elementary school, we talked about things we could do as individuals to help the environment. Small actions such as recycling or turning off the lights when you leave a room. These conversations about individual changes always felt a little bit futile to me, even as a child, as I could see that they simply weren't enough. It's one thing to recycle, but how can we stop the ice from melting in the north and the polar bears from starving if we all get driven to school every morning in cars? It always seemed to me that what we needed was systematic change, but yet nothing was changing. A feeling of hopelessness stayed with me for a long time, but my frustration only intensified. During the 20 years of my life, I feel that very little has been done to deal with this looming catastrophe, and we are not all that much closer to saving the planet. On the contrary, we have burned through a lot of our carbon budget and have lost a lot of time to act. When I was younger, I was able to travel to Australia with my parents and see the Great Barrier Reef. This was a dream of mine as I had grown up wanting to be a marine biologist. To my dismay, we saw great swaths of the reef had turned into a ghostly white color from a process called coral bleaching. It was something that I had read about in books, but was horrified to see in person. This process is caused by warming ocean temperatures and could spell the end of coral reefs across the globe. For me, it is a terrifying concept that the world's natural wonders, such as the Great Barrier Reef, could be destroyed before future generations can get the chance to see them. I want to have a family when I'm older, and it's terrifying to think that my kids or their kids may never have the opportunity to visit these ecosystems. Once these places are gone, there's no going back. This kind of fear is pervasive amongst my generation, especially since the effects of climate change are already so evident. Governments must consider the voice of the young people when making climate-related decisions, even though many of us can't vote, because we will be the ones most strongly affected by your actions. While future generations can't speak on the issue, they must be considered as well. Every single molecule of emitted carbon dioxide inches us closer towards climate catastrophe. Our actions here in Edmonton can affect the entire world. There are a multitude of complex economic and social reasons that implore us to address the climate crisis. But to put it simply, we have a moral responsibility to clean up the mess that we have created. We cannot wait for others to lead, and we also cannot continue to make promises without backing them up with systematic changes. As a city, we now have the opportunity to step up and take action. With that being said, I do not believe that the plan presented today is perfect, and it will be a difficult task to ensure its implementation over the next 3 decades. The goals set forth by our carbon budget are noble, but will not be achieved with only the 105 actions put forth. There will need to be a continued and increasing commitment over the years to come in order to achieve a carbon neutral future. One of my concerns is ensuring that future governments remain accountable and that this plan truly leads to action. We don't have time for empty promises. As activists, we will do our part to hold governments to their word. Over the short term, the City of Edmonton needs to ensure that we don't get locked into emission-intensive projects that will set us back from achieving our goals. Climate needs to be a fundamental consideration when making any decision about our city's future. This plan represents a crucial step in the right direction and will hopefully lead us down the path towards climate justice. And so I ask upon you today to make the right decision and to vote in favor of the updated energy transition strategy and action plan. Your decision will be appreciated by future generations. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next up is Sydney Bond, followed by Derek Hiltz. Sydney?
Hi, good morning, Mayor and members of the Executive Committee and lots of friendly faces. My name is Sydney Bond and I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region. I am the president of the association and I'm also the general manager of Effect Home Builders. We build energy efficient net zero homes in the Edmonton region. CHBA-ER is a not-for-profit organization that for over 65 years has taken a principled, long-term approach to building sustainable places to call home. I wish to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of CHBA-ER members who are passionate and engaged in this work. CHBA-ER has worked in collaboration with the city and other industry partners to refine Pathway 3 emissions-neutral buildings. We are proud that our expertise has helped shape this pathway and support the strategy's direction to align energy codes with the provincial and federal government and to accelerate and expand building retrofit programs with the emissions-neutral building pathway. As such, CHBA-ER supports the revised community energy transition strategy as the City of Edmonton's climate change action plan. We remain committed to working alongside administration and other stakeholders to achieve our energy goals as the strategy progresses. However, CHBA-ER's involvement in the work to date has been limited to just one of the many pathways that make up the strategy. The strategy outlines a number of ambitious goals, and the action plan creates a tight timeline to achieve them. This includes understanding and participating in how the $42 billion required to fund the strategy and action plan will be administered. Because this is a significant level of public and private investment, CHBA-ER requests to be engaged in exploring both short and long-term funding solutions. As experts in the residential construction industry, it is crucial that the CHBA-ER have a seat at the table moving forward and the opportunity to work collaboratively alongside other stakeholders, including regional partners and energy providers. We need a clear understanding of what future engagement is going to look like and how CHBA-ER will be involved in implementing the action plan. Our members have the capacity and, more importantly, the expertise to work in conjunction with administration to find accessible and affordable solutions to reach the goals outlined in this action plan. As the strategy now recognizes, the value proposition of energy retrofits is of the utmost importance, as every dollar in energy retrofits of the existing housing stock yields 4 to 7 times more energy savings than that spent on upgrading a new home. CHBA-ER strongly supports incentives that provide cost recovery for homeowners who retrofit their homes to increase the efficiency, and we're pleased to see such incentives and programs are being explored to accelerate and expand retrofits. This includes the Home Energy Retrofit Accelerator Program and Clean Energy Improvement Program. As this work progresses, CHBA-ER urges that the city continue to explore financial tools and partnerships which will lessen the financial burden of retrofitting buildings and incentivize participation in a just and equitable way. So this includes utilizing the expertise of CHBA-ER members when coordinating program delivery to make retrofit options appealing and affordable to Edmontonians, especially those that live in energy poverty. Accelerated and expanding retrofits will not only achieve GHG reductions, but will directly contribute to Edmonton's economic recovery. The residential renovation industry in Edmonton accounts for nearly 14,000 jobs, $980 million in wages, and $1.6 billion in investment. So with this in mind, it's imperative that CHBA-ER have the opportunity to work alongside administration as we chart a new path forward, not only as experts in energy efficiency, but ultimately as your city building partners. Thank you. I'm pleased to answer questions when they come around.
Thanks, Sydney. Next up is Derek Hiltz, followed by Mike Melrose. Derek?
Good morning, Mayor and Committee. My name is Derek Hiltz, and I'm the Director of Residential Construction at Qualico. I'm here today representing the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region. The residential construction industry in Edmonton is a network of local businesses that represents more than 26,000 jobs, $1.9 billion in annual wages, and $3 billion in annual investment. CHBA-ER members built 75% of the new units in Edmonton in 2019. CHBA-ER has worked in collaboration with the City of Edmonton and other industry partners on the energy transition strategy, specifically to refine the emissions neutral buildings pathway, otherwise referred to as ENB. We valued the opportunity to share our feedback and expertise as leaders in the residential construction industry and are pleased to see our feedback reflected in the final strategy that is presented to you today. We support the revised community energy transition strategy as the City of Edmonton's climate change action plan. Our support specifically includes the direction to align energy codes with the provincial and federal government and to accelerate and expand building retrofit programs with emissions neutral building pathway. CHBA-ER is committed to working alongside the City of Edmonton and other partners to effectively implement the energy transition strategy. This is a large plan with very aspirational goals, with a lot of work that's anticipated to occur in the short time frame. As work progresses, it's crucial that CHBA-ER have a seat at the table with a clear understanding of how our expertise will be leveraged as engagement continues. It will be imperative to ensure that the strategy remains flexible and considers a range of possible tactics to meet the energy goals focused on achieving a consumer-driven market transformation as the desired end state. The National Building Code provides minimum standards for energy efficiency. However, consumer preferences should not be underestimated. Setting goals for energy transition must be accompanied by consideration of market transition that is required to support them. A shift in the market demand, along with education toward more efficient homes, will help the City of Edmonton reach its larger climate goals. CHBA members have the ability to educate homeowners on the benefits of building more energy efficient homes and undertaking energy retrofits. Most, if not all, newly built homes today are 47% more energy efficient than a home built in 1985. This represents an 11% reduction since 1990. We want to continue this success and need to ensure that greenhouse gas reductions are balanced with the priority of housing affordability. The city can support us by partnering in ways of incentivizing these market options to generate consumer demand for retrofits and by moving the right lever of change at the right time. The city can further support us by partnering in ways of incentivizing these market options to generate consumer demand for retrofits. Well, it looks like that's a repeat in my notes. We must be careful with the economic and social impacts of financing tools that are intended to be used to achieve this strategy. The impacts to affordability must be carefully considered when implementing financial tools to catalyze greenhouse gas reductions. Tools such as green levies are not supported by the residential construction industry because they can compromise housing affordability. We must acknowledge that this work is not happening in isolation and include the energy providers. To be emissions neutral, the form of energy generation should be considered in the zero emissions calculation. Otherwise, it's simply changing out one fossil fuel for another. We need to consider alternative energy sources and account for embedded carbons in order to achieve true emissions reduction. In other words, everything must change. In summary, to be successful in implementing the strategy, CHPAR expertise must be brought to the table. We are eager and willing to work collaboratively with the city as the action plan proceeds to achieve greenhouse gas reductions while maintaining housing affordability. Thank you, and I'll be here to answer questions later.
Thanks, Derek. Next is Mike Melross, followed by Hannah Gelderman. Mike?
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thanks for allowing me a few minutes of your time to speak to this report. I'm Mike Melross, the Program Director for the Edmonton Climate Innovation Fund at Alberta EcoTrust. Alberta EcoTrust is a member of the Low Carbon Cities Canada Network, a coalition across 7 cities, operating in close partnership with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities with a mandate to reduce urban emissions. I'm here to voice my organization's strong support for the city to move forward with the approval of the revised Community Energy Transition Strategy, Action Plan, and Policy outlined in Attachment 1 and 8 of the report. I want to laud the transformational directions outlined in this plan and the groundbreaking work done to date by Edmonton over the last decade. I also commend the positioning of this climate plan as an economic development initiative. It is clear that energy, environment, and economic prosperity are inextricable, and any city that embraces this will be able to create opportunities from the low carbon transformation ahead. The plan suggests that an investment of $42 billion over the next 30 years is required to achieve carbon neutrality. The key word here is investment. Investment implies returns, and these returns are both financial and societal. We cannot lose sight of the benefit side of the equation when considering these costs, including the job creation potential of this plan. In addition, the city's not alone in this investment. Other levels of government, philanthropic dollars, and private capital are poised and ready. The city, through plans like these, signals that it is serious about the achievement of the outcome so that capital is unlocked and directed to Edmonton. One such signal is the commitment to the carbon budget target made in the recently approved city plan. It is a lighthouse that will calibrate the implementation of this strategy to the needed urgency to act now and not later. Because there is a time value to carbon. Much like the present value of $1, a molecule of carbon avoided today is more valuable than one avoided in 2049. For Edmonton to be successful in the implementation of this plan, I offer the following considerations. A local carbon budget is an accountability tool, and reporting against the carbon budget should start as soon as possible, even before the implementation of the carbon accounting framework. And as administration suggested, there is some potential for the methodology to be improved, but there needs to be some effort in the near term to reconcile the 50% reduction by 2030 target with the carbon budget to ensure they are aligned. Carbon budget can hold the attention of the public and actually help the city continue with its bold implementation. The plan provides excellent direction on building capacity to achieve emissions neutral buildings and using incentives to support the development industry. However, the use of the city's most powerful tool, regulation, is somewhat muted. Using sensible, targeted, performance-based regulations combined with these other supports can create certainty and improve investor confidence while creating an ecosystem of innovation. The world is changing so fast, and it would seem prudent for the city to not abandon conversations around regulation and continue to work with industry and other stakeholders on how and when this intervention will be used. When there is a lack of direct control, as there is with building codes, I would call upon the city to be innovative and work at the edges of their jurisdictional powers while concurrently advocating to other orders of government to respectfully push the market. Of the many things the COVID emergency has taught us is that government rulemaking has a place in creating solutions, and often in its absence, the desired outcomes are not achieved. Finally, the strategy highlights the importance of building in social equity into its policy reforms and future programming. When implementing the plan, I would encourage an equity-first approach. This means equity-seeking groups are included in the decision-making, and vulnerable communities are given equal or even preferential access to any support programs being considered. As a partner to the City of Edmonton, Alberta EcoTrust and the Climate Innovation Fund stands to assist in the journey ahead. We are a bridge between the city and civil society and other partners. We can catalyze low-carbon financing and assist in attracting investment, develop smart programming and policy reforms, and convene diverse stakeholders to assist in the implementation. To close, we strongly encourage City Council to approve the policy and plan as outlined in the report and direct administration to initiate the implementation as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Next up is Hannah Gelderman, followed by Luis Cifuentes. Hannah?
Right on, thank you. So hi, Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting me speak today on this community energy transition strategy. My name is Hannah Gelderman, and I'm an organizer with Climate Justice Edmonton. So first of all, I want to say I absolutely support this community energy transition strategy, and it's important that things like the climate emergency declaration is followed by an actual plan, and one that aligns with 1.5 degrees of warming is good to see. So thank you for that. And I really support and appreciate that this strategy recognizes the need for bold and ambitious action. And so I really hope that things like the COVID-19 pandemic don't slow down any aspects of the implementation of this plan. What I'm advocating for today is to prioritize this strategy and to do so in ways that actually align with calls for justice from organizations and communities in this city. And the language in this plan suggests that this is indeed the case. Like, one of the strategic principles is justice and equity. So that sounds great, but it also, we've seen recent and proposed actions by the city contradict what I would say is acting from a place of justice and equity. For example, the proposed transit fare increases that you're talking about later today. Part of this plan is a huge increase in transit usage, but currently proposing to increase fares is really contradictory to that. And again, the justice and equity piece is so huge, but there's a current refusal to engage meaningfully with the demands from groups like Black Lives Matter Edmonton. And also things like affordable housing. But last fall, we saw the city responsible for the violent displacement of people living at Camp Peckaway, and then offering empty promises like ending homelessness within 10 weeks. So I'm raising these examples to emphasize that you can't divorce this climate mitigation strategy from calls for justice, affordability, and accessibility that are being brought forward by grassroots groups and community members currently. There's a few more things I just want to note when looking at this plan from a climate justice lens, which we're striving to do with Climate Justice Edmonton. The strategy uses language like transformative change and departure from business as usual, which is great. We say those sorts of things frequently. And so I really, really hope that there's genuine action to follow that language, and that's just not co-opting language that progressives like to hear. And then also with that in mind, if we really are departing from business as usual, there's a few kind of flags that came to me when I was looking through the report. There's a lot in the plan around industry partners and specifically naming Suncor. So I want to be clear that partnering with those who have been at the forefront of extractive industries and perpetuating climate injustice don't have a place in a just and equitable plan other than handing over profits and polluter pays sort of principles. So we're not here for greenwashing fossil fuel companies. And secondly, the emphasis on net zero. Net zero is not zero emissions. And so the fact that nearly 20% of the emission reductions are still coming from offsets and carbon capture just left me with a few questions when I was looking at it. And thirdly, I know that there was consultation with Indigenous peoples and communities for this strategy, But I want to remind you too that land back is a central part of our just and habitable future. And so I really hope that the return of land and decisions over land use also see some major transformations in the way of Indigenous sovereignty as this plan is implemented. So I'm here to tell you that I support this plan and I would like to see it approved today, but I'm also here to say that there's many of us who are going to work to hold you all to account on this transition and remind you that we're not going to settle for an implementation of the climate or energy transition plan that only pays lip service to justice and equity. So thanks for letting me speak today, and I'm happy to take questions at the end as well.
Thank you. Next is Luis Cifuentes, followed by Laura Cunningham-Shepley. Luis?
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of council, and other speakers. My name is Luis Carlos Cifuentes. I organize with Climate Justice Edmonton, along with other organizations for migrant rights. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'll try to be succinct. Overall, I think the report shows a genuine, well-thought-out plan of how to make Edmonton a sustainable city, given the upcoming challenges of climate change and compounding crisis. I reckon that the community energy transition strategy sounds appealing to new businesses and does well at incentivizing corporate investment. Moreover, I appreciate the effort to look at this non-negotiable transition from the perspective of adaptation and resilience. I bet it's very comforting language for CEOs and entrepreneurs. However, I want to highlight that language such as making us more attractive raises a few red flags, namely the consideration of worker rights, well-being of vulnerable populations, education rights, and privatization/gentrification. These are not issues that will arise with the implementation of this plan. These are things that we have failed to address before and are failing to address right now. Another contradiction that based my fears about this plan would be the pricing out of young people and potentially oil and gas workers of the service of education and training. How are we, young professionals, going to tackle this crisis with the overwhelming burden of tuition debt? That just doesn't make sense. And hopefully the city would help students and young professionals like us address these issues. And the final point that I want to make is to make reference to the risk assessment table in the document that you shared, and a point that has been brought up among organizing circles, and that is how can we engage with rural allies to affect provincial legislation to speed up or protect the transition process. As I see from the report risk assessment, that this is of major importance to address. Thanks again for the opportunity for letting me speak, and I'll be happy to take some questions after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Next up is Laura Cunningham-Shepley.
Good morning, Mayor Iveson and executive committee members. Thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to speak with you this morning on behalf of the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, which is an organization with a 100-year history of partnership with the City of Edmonton. As the city plan moves forward with a plan for the 15-minute districts, we are here to support leagues to thrive over the next 100 years as community hubs of engagement and opportunity for Edmontonians across the city. Over the last 5 years, the EFCL and our community leagues have had the benefit from our partnership with the City of Edmonton around energy transition. This partnership and support over the past years has allowed us to complete 23 solar installations at community leagues across 10 wards, showcasing the power and effectiveness of solar power to Edmonton's residents through the community league movement. Inglewood Community League installed a solar system in 2019. Last year, the system produced more than their total electricity usage. They paid nothing for their electricity last year and earned a net gain of $663. With one of the largest systems installed on the league hall yet, Laurier Heights Community League was one of the leagues to install solar last year. They had a 41 kilowatt system and it produced more than...
Oh, sorry. Laura?
Oh.
We lost the sound for a second there.
Oh,
yeah, we can hear
I see my slides made it up.
Go ahead, carry on, sorry.
Okay, I'll just ask if they could go to the third slide, please. Can you hear me still?
Yep, carry on.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, hold on. We've got to get the right presentation back up.
Yeah,
There
that's
we go.
okay. There we go. There's Inglewood Laurier Heights. Thank you. That's perfect. So their system produced more than their entire electrical load during the fall, covering the full cost of their electricity over that period. They are expected to perform very well this summer with their solar system. So the EFCL has completed 21 energy audits on League facilities, leading to 21 energy retrofits of facilities with an aging portfolio of League-owned and operated buildings. However, community leagues across the city own a combined total of 149 buildings, including skate shacks and halls, spread across the city, many of which are decades old and some which are facing deterioration. The result is not only an increase in building emissions, but a drain on community league resources due to increased utility costs. If you could go to the next slide, please. Again, there are 149 league-owned buildings which must still be retrofit to net zero by 2050, and the EFCL recognizes that building infrastructure accounts for over 30% of our carbon footprint. And we are ready to work with the city to show the leadership necessary to encourage every Edmontonian to play an active role in transforming our energy system. This work will be done by local companies whenever possible. As we have seen over this past year in particular, leagues are committed to working to support their local community businesses. According to the Energy Transition Strategic Action Plan, 38% of the city's emissions result from its buildings, all of which must still be retrofit to net zero by 2050 to align with the recommendations. If you can go to the next slide, please. Over the past years, we have worked collaboratively with the City of Edmonton to host energy transition workshops. This year, we held workshops on topics of climate adaptation for community league members. As well, we held a webinar on funding solar projects in partnership with the Municipal Climate Change Action Centre. We've had 40 attendees who attended these workshops last month, and they proved to be a vital way of connecting Edmontonians to this perspective of energy transition work. We see both sides of this work as critical and urgent, both the energy audits as well as the ongoing education and workshops. We know that by leveraging the optimal position of leagues as neighbourhood leaders, leagues as partners in city building, will provide support to the energy transition goals of the City of Edmonton. We have a lot of work ahead of us, as you've heard today. However, without the city's vital support, much of this work would not have been accomplished that I've outlined today, and the benefit would have been missed by our leagues and Edmontonians across the city. With continued and hopefully enhanced support from the City of Edmonton, we look forward to continue our work together in alignment with this updated community energy transition strategy. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Laura, so much for being here, and the longstanding partnership here on this has been great leadership out in the community. So you're key partners for sure. Thank you. Next is Camille Jasper-Fabi, followed by Shafraz Kaba. Camille?
Thank you for the opportunity to address Executive Committee. Your Worship, Mayor Iveson, can you please confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. Councillors, this is it. This strategy and action plan are our ticket to a secure and prosperous future here in Edmonton. Too often we spend our energy trying to solve the problems of the past. We build the way we've always done it, we work the way we've always done, even when it's no longer serving us and even when our habits have outlived their usefulness. This strategy and action plan are Edmonton's opportunity to act now. Citizens are ready, Edmonton's partners are ready. We saw with the Edmonton Declaration that if Edmonton is prepared to stand up, we'll look around us and we'll see so many others rising with us. The costs of delay are too high. We need action now if we're going to limit warming to less than 1.5 degrees. Not every pathway to net zero by 2050 gets us under 1.5 degrees. Climate experts tell us that emission reductions must be early and deep across the economy. We need to act now. The creation of the Carbon Budget Office is absolutely a critical tool for achieving the targets set out in the Energy Transition Strategy. This is the budget process of the future, and the creation of this office will put Edmonton at the head of the pack in terms of modern municipal governance and decision-making. This isn't going to be easy or straightforward. As Edmonton works through those challenges and finds smart solutions, it will create a model for other municipalities to follow. In the past, our most important barrier was climate denial. We seem to have largely moved past that as we start observing the effects of climate change in real time. Now, our most important barrier is climate delay. Edmontonians want fiscal responsibility. They want economic prosperity and security. The most cost-effective approach to climate change mitigation and adaptation is a proactive, bold approach. We can't continue to make irresponsible infrastructure investments that will require expensive changes or retrofits. This strategy and action plan is our opportunity to get in front of this problem and turn it into an opportunity to monetize our energy transition expertise. The focus on a just and equitable transition is foundational to getting this right, and it means different things to different people. We've heard today from some of the previous speakers on what it means to them. To me, justice and equity is about power. Who holds the power, who has influence, who makes the decisions? Recognizing and speaking out loud about existing power imbalances and the role that we each play in reinforcing them is a critical first step. This isn't just a box to be checked. The narrative around economic diversification has changed dramatically in the last decade. 10 years ago, return on investment that was achievable from investment in fossil fuels here in Alberta was just so high that it was difficult to justify the opportunity cost of diverting labor and capital inputs away from fossil fuels and toward clean energy. That has changed very quickly, and now we're in a situation where we have an incredible amount of talent and expertise, extraordinary human capital available for the energy transition. Our economic environment transformed before our eyes, probably more quickly and more radically than any of us could have predicted. And leadership is required to pivot our economy and our workforce to leverage this historic opportunity. We just can't emphasize this enough. We need action now. This energy transition strategy must be approved. We know what needs to be done, and we know where to start. Administration has identified quick wins and big wins. Please recommend adoption of this strategy and action plan to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille, and through you and Mr. Kaba, thanks to your committee for its steadfast work and advice throughout all of this for several years now. Shafraz will be followed by Larry Zhang, if we can get him on the line. Shafraz, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson and councillors. I would love to echo Camille's presentation and just note that this is probably the most important memo our committee has written to City Council, working with administration to create the community energy transition strategy. One of the challenges we have heard from speakers like Monica earlier is the need to act. And I would really like to stress this particular graph on page 12 of the transition strategy. If you can kind of see the screen, it's sort of our carbon budget graph. And basically our carbon budget, as we heard, is being determined in more appropriate calculations and ideas, but we keep on moving along the time, but we haven't really done much in actually reducing our emissions. And I am challenged to see how we will get there without faster action. So really, I'm wanting to really urge council and administration to adopt as many actions as they possibly can in the quickest possible way, as the time is now to make this happen. And as we did with the Edmonton Declaration, we are setting sort of leadership in the municipal arena, and I hope we can demonstrate that through our follow-through actions, like we are in many of the examples Chandra named in the plan. So We're delighted to see this happen and come together. It's been a 5-year process of moving through this, and we want to ensure that we underline that every decision City Council makes has to be a carbon decision. We are looking forward to how the carbon budget can be integrated into the economic action plan, and how every decision we do to grow our city, to diversify its economy, to build better, and to even encapsulate some of the challenges we've seen with the pandemic. This is our opportunity to reimagine how Edmonton can make that happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Shafraz, and thanks for your leadership and tenacity on this for many, many, many years. Next, were we able to get Larry Zhang? I can see you. Can we hear you?
Hi, Mayor.
Proceed. Welcome. You've been here before. You know the drill. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead. And then after you will hear from Moira Braun. But Larry, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Iverson and councillors. My name is Larry Zong, and I'm in my final year of electrical engineering at the University of Alberta. I was one of the speakers who presented to City Council to encourage support towards declaring climate emergency in 2019. I'd like to offer my perspective and support today on Edmonton's Community Energy Transition Strategy and Action Plan. We must do our part in preventing the tipping point of where there is no return. As we see the blazing smoke of wildfires on the news and hear the crackling of trees in Fort Mac, we get reminded of just how serious man-made climate change is becoming. Cities around the world are more than ever urgent to coming up with renewable energy solutions, and we must also do our part. Edmonton's Community Energy Transition Strategy is critical in implementing existing renewable technology, as well as creating new ones. This will help Edmonton develop a diversified economy where we can profit from wind, solar, geothermal, and other energy-efficient innovations. New jobs can be created by electrifying public transport. There are so many economic opportunities. To shed a bit of insight, I would like to share my experiences as president of Renewable Energy Design at the U of A. Ever since I started this club 4 years ago, I had a vision of demonstrating the practicality of renewable energy to inspire and educate my peers. We started as a group of 10 passionate students, and I watched my club grow to take different projects. One of the most interesting was the wind turbine design competition, where I got to see 4 different urban wind turbine renders possible with the creativity of students. Another one of my projects was the East Campus Solar Greenhouse, which is a multidisciplinary project involving various partners, including U of A professors working on cutting-edge research. With our new budget, new positions were created to enhance our prototype. This breeds new and innovative technologies such as aquaponics and vertical farming, while food is grown locally and sustainably. Looking back, running club was truly a wild experience with many ups and downs. Sometimes situations can get challenging. As a leader, I knew I must take action during these times and keep my club up and going. During our general meeting, I reminded my team that we'll make it through. I reminded them of our vision and how great it will be to see our project implemented. We worked very hard to get back on track, and it's truly inspiring to see us starting from ground zero to where we are now. By analogy, the action plans outlined in the Energy Transition Strategy will provide tremendous room for growth and innovation for our economy. For instance, the action plans titled Solar Incentive Rebate Program and Battery Storage for Green Power are very valuable components of implementing solar energy. Edmonton has many talented engineers, architects, researchers, and other experts who can come up with innovative strategies given the opportunity. During tough times, I learned from running a club that everyone must do their part in a team effort. There's no simple solution to climate change, and it requires teamwork and a solid plan. Edmonton's Community Energy Transition Strategy and Action Plan will provide incentives for creative minds to help make a difference. We can't let this opportunity slip away. I strongly encourage your support and adoption of Edmonton's energy transition strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zong. Next is Moira Braun, who will be followed by David Dodge. Moira?
Yes, good morning. I've provided a presentation. Is that queued up for me?
Yep. We'll just get it pulled up here before we start your time.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, my name is Moria Braun, and I'm here today as a private citizen of Edmonton. I wish to express my strong support for this update to Edmonton's energy transition strategy and to identify one shortcoming that should be corrected. In the interests of full disclosure, I will tell you that I worked with the city managing Edmonton's greenhouse gas inventories for 3 years. In January of this year, I left to take an exciting new opportunity, still working in the field of climate change mitigation. The second slide is already up. I'll begin by recalling that Edmonton has become an unexpected leader in municipal climate change action. Edmonton is the capital of the world's second largest oil reserves. We have no provincial sales tax because we can replace it with oil and gas revenues. In 2019, Edmonton had the 7th highest GHG emissions out of 815 cities, and many of our citizens work in the oil and gas industry. However, when surveyed in the middle of a pandemic, 75% of those same citizens told us that we still need to take action on climate change now. And that's what makes us an unusual municipal leader and what has made the world watch us. You as City Council and administration have stepped up to that challenge. You are active and leading in every significant national and many international bodies on climate change. Last Friday, Mayor Iveson, you stood beside Michael Bloomberg and the C40 to champion a green and just recovery in Canada. So today we review our updated strategy. It was prepared in response to Council's request for a clear path for Edmonton to align with the Paris Accord, make the changes necessary to stay within our carbon budget, and do our part to keep the world from warming more than 1.5 degrees. Next slide, please. In response, this strategy outlines significant changes. It will require investment, but those investments will return substantial financial profits and avoided costs, and they are forecast to provide more than 20,000 local jobs per year between now and 2050. This strategy provides a powerful framework to move forward. I strongly encourage you to approve it. The projects within it must then begin implementation immediately, and we must ensure their success, particularly over the next 10 years. Next slide, please. As Dr. Rachel Huxley of C40 stated last Friday, and some other speakers have already mentioned, climate delay, not denial, is now the risk. Next slide. I recommend that your approval be contingent on one change. The 2030 target to reduce emissions by 50% should be changed to a 75% reduction in per capita emissions. Next slide. Although the IPCC states that global emissions must fall by 50%, it isn't feasible or even possible for all communities to reduce their emissions equally. The current best practice, as defined by C40, the Global Covenant of Mayors and others, is that communities with per capita emissions greater than 5.1 tons and a per capita GDP greater than $15,000 US reduce their emissions by 70 to 75% by 2030. Edmonton fits this category. Communities such as ours have greater opportunities and resources than many other cities in the world. We must bear our fair share of the work. Next slide. The importance of this is clear when you consider Edmonton's carbon budget of 137 megatons. If we reduce our emissions by 50%, we will exhaust our carbon budget by 2029, and by 2050, we will have emitted 244 megatons. The strategy accurately states that methodologies for calculating carbon budgets are still improving. However, as they improve, carbon budgets are likely to get smaller, not bigger. Climate change is becoming more urgent by the day. Next slide. In order to keep ourselves within our carbon budget, we need to keep our targets aligned with international guidelines. A 75% per capita reduction by 2030 will achieve this. And thanks to the phase out of coal on the grid, there is a viable pathway to get there. I close on a personal note. My 20-year-old daughter called home recently. She was excited that an essay of hers will be published in a book about youth climate activism. The title of the book is Tomorrow is Too Late. I'm proud of her, but like many of us, I wish I could do more to resolve the problem, and I worry about her tomorrow. Next slide, please. Voting in favor of this strategy is one action we can take today to begin resolving this problem. With perseverance and this strong framework in place, there is a path to a sustainable future for Edmonton. Let's take that action today because tomorrow is too late. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Well said. Next up is David Dodge, followed by Melanie Hoffman. David?
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I could just say, like everybody said before me, literally everybody, which is awesome. Good morning, my name is David Dodge. I'm part of a 4-generation Edmonton family that built its first home at the turn of the last century on an acreage in the country that is now part of the inner city community known as Baldwin. I had the privilege of serving as the founding co-chair of the Energy Transition Advisory Committee, and last year I briefly worked with the administration on the 1.5 degree update to the energy transition strategy. That is until the shorter term existential crisis of COVID-19 intervened. But what COVID-19 has taught me is that despite the chaos and despite the naysayers, humanity has risen to this incredible challenge that has already taken the lives of 23,000 Canadians, 562,000 Americans, and 2.94 million citizens of the world. We've come to understand and appreciate that climate change is an existential crisis, unlike anything else we've ever faced by humanity. And its resolution requires something humanity has rarely been able to do, and that is the ability to collectively foresee and forestall the most dire impacts of climate change by working together. I've witnessed the painfully slow, methodical, and sincere efforts of people inside and outside of the administration to develop a serious plan to transform our economy to one that is sustainable, one that provides jobs for our kids, and one that builds a city that people will actually want to live in the future. All of the elements are in place. We have a city plan that seems up to the task. We already have an energy transition plan that is the envy of other jurisdictions. And now it can accomplish the lofty goals we set out to reduce emissions, to live within our carbon budget, and to do our part in containing climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius. When I looked at the original energy transition plan, I must confess my overwhelming realization was, wow, this is going to be hard. We have to literally change everything, and we have to do everything in this plan if we stand a chance of achieving our goals. There can be no cherry picking of actions. And more distressing is that this plan is a community plan that depends a great deal on the actions of other levels of governments and the citizens and businesses of Edmonton as well. But there are signs of hope. One of the most significant actions in this plan is to take one of the dirtiest grids in Canada and transform our electricity supply to zero carbon. Given the lack of leadership at other levels of government, this might seem impossible, but it's not. And for example, coal-fired generation will end by 2023 in Alberta, 7 years ahead of schedule. This represents a massive reduction in emissions. It's now possible to envision as much as 2 gigawatts as solar coming onto the grid before 2030. It's now possible to envision that much wind power coming on stream as well. In other words, we may reach our 2030 goals despite the complete lack of effort at other levels of government. Clean energy helps our buildings goals and our industry goals too, which represents about 2/3 of our city's emissions, those two boxes. In my work, I've spoken to business leaders in Europe, US, and across Canada. And while Edmonton led the development of net zero homes, we now risk falling behind. I've spoken to builders young and old who realize learning how to build net zero affordably is not just a climate change imperative, It's now essential to the survival of their businesses. Global investment is massively and rapidly moving towards clean energy, electric transportation, hydrogen production, smart grids, and a host of other transformative industries that will be the successful industries of the future. Our energy transition plan is no longer a plan to fight climate change. It's the recipe for building a strong, resilient future economy, and it offers a vision of a city that's ready for the future. One that can attract new economic opportunities, one that can provide jobs for our children, and one, as I said before, that builds a city that people will actually want to live in. This transition plan respects our heritage. We still require enormous amounts of traditional fossil fuels to get through the transition, but more importantly, it's a recipe for building a city with a future. A lot of work has been done on modeling and forecasting and creating this plan, which seems up to the task of the future of building the future we need. All that's left is for you to think about that box and get very creative about helping create a future with benefits. It all starts with your resolve. We must task the administration with implementing the vision. Success will take an all hands on deck, rowing in the same direction approach. We know many of the solutions. For example, we know the massive potential for financing models such as PACE to facilitate billions of dollars in investment in retrofits that will pay for itself using private capital. But in the past, we have tasked our lawyers and our staff with finding all of the risks and reasons why we shouldn't do these things. The job now is to retask the entire team. The lawyer's job is now to find a way to accomplish the goal of activating billions in capital and not find new ways of encumbering and ensnarling initiatives in red tape. With COVID-19, we came together. We found a vaccine, and I'm done. Thank you.
Got to keep you within the speaker's budget. But thanks, David, for being here and for your leadership and efforts on this over the years on the committee and in the community. Melanie Hoffman, followed by Klaus Rodenberg. Melanie?
Thank you so much for having this meeting today and for all the amazing work that administration and council are doing on moving forward Edmonton into a hopeful future. I apologize, I am speaking off the cuff, but I'm glad to be able to contribute today. As you may well know, I'm a PhD chemist, and when I began to learn about how well we collectively understand the climate crisis and how much indication we have that it is playing out toward the worst case scenarios currently, I was very shocked and moved into active citizenship and advocacy. And I was even more shocked when I learned we collectively already have everything we need to solve the climate crisis without moving back into caves, but haven't been focused on implementation. And so I'm very proud that the city of Edmonton writes a different story there. The existing solutions are an opportunity to inspire to build a more locally connected, healthier, happier, and prosperous society to address many of the other challenges we face today and that you at Council are engaging. So I'm heartened to see an ambitious update proposed to the Community Energy Transition Strategy that will positively transform and draw investment to our city. I'm a proud co-founder of the Drawdown Alberta movement and a climate solutions consultant overseeing the development of the Design Our Climate simulation and now our Future Edmonton website, prepared by the King's Centre for Visualization and Science at the King's University. So please head to futureyeg.kcvs.ca to look at the summary that we have pulled together of the transformation and the transformational work being done in this city. There we have tools for learning about the opportunities presented by the energy transition, which is really cultural evolution. All of Edmonton should be watching today because this is so key for our future. I love about the strategy that Edmonton positions itself as a leader. Carbon accounting will ensure the vital lens of climate is considered in all decisions. As I've spoken to before, with everything we do, we must ask ourselves, will this have positive or negative effects on climate and ecosystems? We are living in the sixth mass extinction and must address both hand in hand. We need what is missing, which is more detailed accountability with interim targets that really make sure we're meeting or exceeding the goals. And I love listening to what Moria was speaking to. in that context. We need regulation of buildings. I'm getting a deep energy retrofit on my house this year that's costing me an arm and a leg despite an awesome grant that we got. Why are we still allowing the construction of buildings in this city that are going to be needed to be retrofitted in the next decade? And we need to mobilize our citizen volunteers. I know we're all exhausted. We all have too much to do. We don't want another online meeting, but these are the channels that we have right now. So can we bring people together? That is where I continue to try to offer support and where we hope to support with our Future Edmonton. In your work, look at how you're addressing land use. It builds resilience as we face the third wave of COVID. Ask administration to help citizens who are growing food. I keep hearing stories of people who are having to fight with administration for public spaces to create inviting neighborhood gathering spots and to grow food. And look at those pathways that will be long. What are the first steps for every solution? We know we need to have them all. Internationally, we recognize about 80 solutions are needed to get to the point of net zero emissions. Can we have volunteer committees in our city that work on each of these under the guidance of city employees and with support of nonprofits like the Tomorrow Foundation and organizers such as the Beaver Hills House Warriors and Climate Justice Edmonton to ensure that we address intersectional opportunities of solutions and implement them in the best possible way? We are in a climate emergency. You declared this. We need to mobilize in a way that reflects this. Show us that you can do what you did for COVID, for the climate. And so in that context, we have, I was actually just gone for the last hour working with a student who has his final presentation on his project on intergenerational learning and motivational interviewing. There's research that shows that your best messenger to affect the people who are middle-aged citizens are their children. Through intergenerational learning, we mobilize the connection in families, we build community, we connect youth to active citizenship, and this is the foundation of the EcoCity Edmonton project, Youth Empowering Greater Community Climate Solutions, that has led to our Future Edmonton development. We're in classes this week piloting motivational interviewing, so let's get into community conversations from neighbor to neighbor, through abundant communities, through EFCL, through the school boards. Please collaborate with our school boards. And tonight there's a Circular Economy Club of Calgary conversation on the future of Alberta in a panel.
Your alarm is going off, as is mine.
It was. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Melanie. Next up is Klaas Rodenberg, followed by Julie Cusick. Klaas?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to preface this that the most important thing that I have to say today is that I totally support this new initiative and would like the council to vote in favor of it. My secondary thing is to support Shifraz and Camille from the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. I still have to read that because it's such an awkward thing to say. But I'm one of the original members of that. So over the last 6 years, I've had a chance to kind of observe how things have gone and how we've moved to this point today. And our unofficial slogan for the committee was always not enough, not fast enough. And I think the council and the people that have worked so hard have significantly accelerated the implementation of what we were looking at 6 years ago and how we move forward. So I'd really like to thank all the hard work by numerous people on administration, by the support of council to keep us involved and to listen to our advice. The second thing I kind of wanted to talk about, and just keep in mind, this is not part of the committee's thing necessarily, but my own viewpoint and my own lens. I think we often see greening and sustainability through a cost lens. And I would really like to say that based on what I've seen right now and where we're going, this is nothing but a great opportunity for Edmonton in terms of moving forward and how to do it. If you look at some of the current thinking by Bill Gates, Mark Carney, what we're hearing from the people down south of the border currently, there is no single solution, but there needs to be a huge investment in innovation. And when it comes to innovation, I strongly believe, just based on having lived here for more than 50 years and having been involved with numerous different associations and volunteer organizations, that Edmonton is really, it's small enough to create and implement new technologies, and large enough to use that data and the learnings to scale it globally. And I think that's really the opportunity for Edmonton here, is that we can't solve the world's problems by ourselves, but we can certainly be a leader. And although as much as I wish, I cannot write tomorrow's newspaper. So we're going to have to explore this on our own. But I really believe that the Edmontonians have the creativity and the talent to position Edmonton as a global leader in terms of whatever we put our mind to set that up. And some of that you could tell by the presentations, and I didn't catch all of, I don't want to have a list of the people, but some of the people that presented today even, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, have already shown the creativity and the talent that's available within the Edmonton community. So I have great faith that this can be done. So I'll just conclude my remarks by kind of misquoting Walt Disney, because I couldn't find the actual quote. And that's the biggest thing that ensures a project's success is to get started. And I would like to encourage everybody here, let's get started. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Klaas. Next is Julie Cusick, followed by Raquel Farreau. Julie, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. If you may recall, I spoke the last time the Community Energy Transition Strategy was up for discussion at committee. At that meeting, I shared with you the perspective of my daughter, the one who was of the belief that she would not live to be an adult because the world would be too sick to sustain her. I've been thinking more about that and how it relates to this energy transition strategy in front of us. And I wanted to just underline that the energy transition project is also about hope. It's about the hope that my daughter and so many others need. And there's 3 specific pathways I'd like to comment on in regards to hope. One is the emission neutral buildings. I, like Melanie, am doing a net zero retrofit on our home using a new panelized technology. And whenever I talk to someone about this project, they are so curious and have a million questions for me. But one of the questions is always about cost. I see there's an action to do 350,000 residential retrofits by 2050. That's awesome. I think that there is a huge demand for that. But again, it comes down to cost. So I really do want to encourage the City of Edmonton to work with those other government partners to make sure we can bring down that cost so that it really can get large scale out there. Our home will give my daughter hope. And by other families being able to do their homes, that will give their kids hope. And particularly as we layer on that energy poverty issue at the same time. The second pathway I'd like to discuss is the low carbon city and transportation. Many of you know that I am passionate about active transportation and safer, more livable streets. I noticed that there was a recent budget reduction for the school safety initiatives. I really think we have to look at that through that climate change perspective. The more kids and families that are choosing to get to school in an active way, the fewer cars we have on the road. I'd also like to talk about partnering. I think that there is more of an opportunity to partner with school boards, school councils, parents, and students, really empowering our students, our people of the next generation, to do more together in regards to this particular issue. The last one is the carbon capture and nature-based solutions. So I see that there's an action to reallocate public space for naturalization and restoration. I recently attended a webinar with school parents and permaculture folks who want to do more reforestation and naturalizing areas in and around schoolyards and to plant community gardens with schools in partnership with the communities. This is another area that gives kids hope too. And there was one story that came out that someone shared about the huge mental health benefit it can sometimes have for students who are having a rough day, to just be able to go and walk around that forested area near the school, catch their breath, and then carry on with the rest of their day. So again, I'm confirming or affirming that we are all community members who share all the same public spaces, whether we're a city taxpayer and a business person, whether we're a city taxpayer and whatever our role is, and we're a parent attending or getting our kid to attend a local school. These are all public spaces that we share, and it would be great if we could do more collaboration around those public spaces in a more creative way to be able to get to this piece around the tree planting and naturalization. I grew up on an acreage. I know how to plant a tree. There's a lot of kids in the city that don't get a chance to do that. And not only that, Roots for Trees is great. They go on this little field trip, they do that, but wouldn't it be great if they could plant a tree and have it someplace accessible that they can get to on their own to actually watch it grow, to see that change in the seasons with their tree. Last point is around neighborhood renewal. I just think that we could really use that opportunity to plant more trees as we go along renewing the roads. Neighborhood renewal is about building a better community, and that includes more trees. So to conclude, by partnering with school communities to truly transition Edmonton, we can provide hands-on hope for kids like my daughter and other kids who just want the earth to be a healthy place by the time they reach their adult years. So thank you for taking or for allowing me to use your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next is Raquel Farreau, followed by Conrad Nobert. Raquel?
Thanks. I always feel a moment of insecurity. You can hear me, eh?
Yes, we can.
All right, then I got some good news and some bad news. I cut my talk in half. The bad news is I still insist on speaking because I really want to be part of this monumental moment. I feel this plan is as brilliant a marketing opportunity for Edmonton as our River Valley, and like others, I see it as a economic development initiative. I found one typo on page 18. Otherwise, I see this report as incredibly inspiring and flawless. And like others, I agree that being one of the more rapidly warming regions facing many adaptation costs, including having to adapt to double the flood risk, it's clear we can invest now or spend later. So having Paris-aligned targets feels morally sound as well as completely fiscally responsible. So big-hearted and tight-fisted. And I think that's a great combination. So I too, like others, see 3% of the city's annual budget as representing a bit of a bulk buy bargain investment in better health, better built environment, greener, more equitable city with over 600,000 jobs created. So we've heard from the business community, builders particularly, that they're keen to collaborate. And I think, when you look to historic experience, such as the Clean Air Act in the States, economists know that when governments push the market, it benefits everyone. And the benefits classically outweigh the costs. And there's even a name for this. As an economics major, I learned the word for this phenomenon being the Porter hypothesis, that this plays out classically. So as page 12 of the strategy spells out in its carbon budget, let's hurry up, pass the plan, and then surpass the plan, considering the Moira Braun 75% solution next. Thank you.
Thanks, Rocky. Next is Conrad Nobert, and followed finally by Mark Hewitt. Conrad, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Conrad Nobert. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Tomorrow Foundation for a Sustainable Future. We're a 50-year-old Edmonton-based environmental charity. So last week, scientists measured 421.21 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It's higher than it's been in at least 3.6 million years. This, frankly, is terrifying, and as a society, we desperately need drastic action. Carbon dioxide released in the atmosphere warms the climate for 100 years. Every ton that we can avoid emitting is precious. I've read through the plan carefully, and it's excellent, so I urge you to approve it. Besides that, I have 2 points to make. One, the first one is, I'm the co-designer and owner of Edmonton's first single detached net zero home, built fully 12 years ago already today. Unfortunately, I have to point out that new houses built today are very inefficient. And a boast that houses built in Edmonton are 11% more efficient today than 1990, that I think I heard today, if I heard correctly, is actually a bit embarrassing. New houses being built today in Edmonton take massive amounts of natural gas to heat during the winter and large amounts of electricity in summer to air condition. Compare that to my house, built with 12-year-old technology that wasn't much more expensive than a conventional build at the time even. And that technology is cheaper now. And it uses close to zero energy annually on a net basis. The issue of affordability for homeowners that has been raised by industry is an interesting one, because houses that use very little energy are actually more affordable in the long run. Unfortunately, every new house locks in emissions for 50 years. We can't afford to keep building energy pigs. We need to start building 2050 ready houses, net zero houses, as soon as possible. So I urge the city, as well as incentives, to use regulation to the greatest extent possible, rather than voluntary measures, which have been proven not to work in many industries, to drag our house building industry into the low carbon era. So that's a strong point, I know, but I thought that I had to push back a little bit. So my second point is that I'm here to challenge you, Executive Committee and Council. Given the urgency of the issue, and given that we declared a climate emergency 19 months ago, what urgent action, besides adopting this excellent plan, will you as a council take in the next 6 months? You may feel that you've been painted into a corner by our immediate pandemic-induced financial situation. I can understand that. However, I have a suggestion for immediate low-cost action that you can take in the next couple of months. Last year, the so-called COVID lanes, shared street space available to people walking and biking, were very popular. It's well documented that safe spaces for walking and biking convert some trips away from driving, which of course reduces CO2 emissions. The city is preparing to roll out COVID lanes again this year. My suggestion for you is, along with approving this plan, of course, today, is to take climate action a little bit further. Avoid some of those precious tons of carbon dioxide from heating the atmosphere for the next 100 years and make those COVID lanes permanent. The cost to do so would be very low. It's a project that is queued up. It's happening anyway. With a small snow clearing budget, the climate and livability benefits of the lanes can be extended throughout our winter season. I think they were missed for many reasons last winter, actually. We had a lot of nice days and the COVID lanes were gone. So I urge you to take this simple impactful action this spring, make the COVID lanes permanent. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Conrad. And last but not least, Mark Hewitt. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. I'm here along with some colleagues from the Edmonton Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee. Like a few of the colleagues on here, I'm one of the original members, and this is actually my first time coming to a council meeting to speak. So I felt this one was a very important one to come, and that's why really just wanted to come and show support for what my colleagues have already said, but also for the revised community energy transition policy in general. I guess the privilege of being the last speaker is that everyone has already said all of the points I want to make, and probably a lot more eloquently than I'm going to. So I'll do my best to just be brief and stick to the key points. Having worked on this issue, on the committee for 6 years and as a career for over a decade now, there's really just 2 points I wanted to make. And one, that we have to stop seeing action on climate as strictly a cost. we see as a cost because we're deviating from the norm and because we're taking sort of a conscious effort to plan actions, and those actions are compared to an alternative where we don't really quantify the costs. So the cost of doing nothing absolutely has a cost, and probably an incalculably bad one. So it's true, climate action does have an upfront cost. Now, as I said, working on this for a long time, many of the solutions do have a positive net payback, whether that's energy efficiency or renewable energy, or many of the other tactics. So I think we just have to, as we look at this policy, make sure that we obviously proceed, but proceed with that lens that this isn't a cost, it's actually a net saving relative to doing nothing, or even relative to doing less early on. The second point I wanted to make is really, again, like what everyone has been saying, that early action is the absolute key to our success. We have 2050 targets. I was really happy to see the graph that Shafraz actually already brought up on the screen, which is great. Has some 2030 targets in there too. And as an engineer, the way I look at this is it's a finite carbon budget. We have a certain amount left we can emit, and where we have a burn rate. And right now our burn rate is very high due to a history of inaction. And so what we really need is strong early action that will buy us more time. Not doing so means it's going to cost more, and it just means we have to make far more aggressive measures, closer to 2050. So again, really happy to see that there was a 2030 target. I guess the challenge is I've been working on this long enough to see cities, provinces, and countries set targets and then, arrive at them not having made much of a bend in the curve, which just means the subsequent targets get pushed back. I really don't want to see that for Edmonton. I think we have a chance here to be leaders, and I think I would love to hit 2030 and actually celebrate a success. So to me, a big part of that is for council to support this, but also to support the implementation, having strong, clear early actions. And that means measuring that the things we're doing, rather than just listing a bunch of actions we've made, actually measuring their contribution towards that target and tracking according to it is really what we need to do to make sure we stay on track. So with that, I guess, again, I'll encourage the adoption of this updated version. I really encourage us to take strong action, and I look forward to seeing us be a successful city in 2030. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Mark, and welcome for your first time. You did well, no worries. But thanks for your efforts on the committee to this point, helping with this work. And thank you to all of our speakers. We appreciate your comments and your suggestions. I'm sure there'll be some follow-up questions here from my colleagues. So I'll open a speakers list here. Councillor Walters, you'd selected the items, so we'll go to you to kick things off.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to every one of the speakers for taking the time to share their perspectives with us today, and for many of you who have worked directly or indirectly on the development of this plan over the last number of years. I'm really grateful to all of you, and certainly to all of you who engaged with administration to bring us to this point. I'm thankful to you as well. So I wanted to begin with, I'll start with Ms. Bond, Sydney, if you're still there.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, thanks. So you talked about the need for, I think you said, the city to explore, some financial tools, was the line that you used in your piece. Maybe can you say a little bit more about what kinds of tools you're specifically referring to? Who sort of underwrites those financial contributions, where they come from, if you wouldn't mind?
Sure, yeah. So I think the line you're referring to is just utilizing CHBA ER expertise when coordinating that program delivery and what the tools and partnerships could lessen the financial burden. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. So earlier in my presentation, I cited the HERA program and one other as a really good example of that. Now that we all agree that retrofits are a really important component of tackling the greenhouse gas emissions, we want to take the conversation further in terms of spreading the financial burden in a equitable way, so that early adopters of people that are going to be exploring retrofits or even building new homes, that they're not absorbing that cost burden themselves. So how is the city going to support that type of work? And when we're looking at, going into other neighborhoods, that infill isn't really popular yet, but how do we, incentivize people with the right incentives? We don't know exactly what that looks like yet, but we want to explore that with the city, and we can definitely help discuss, because we're experts in knowing how to give the market what kind of they're looking for and balance that affordability piece as well.
So as we're thinking about retrofits and, beyond, financial tools, which may be a big piece of the puzzle, and maybe, Ms. Bond or Mr. Hiltz, you can answer this as well. Like how do we crack that nut where, is there a way to get to significant retrofits at scale in the period of time? Like what are the other components or pieces of the puzzle that we haven't figured out yet that you have some sense of, as opposed to just doing one here and there? Is there an opportunity to do sort of a larger at scale push on particularly single family home retrofits in older neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think Derek will probably be a good person to answer that, but I will say, we welcome and are embracing the changes, but it's going to be important to know what the rules are. So in terms of scaling up and knowing how we can apply this across a larger number of houses, we just need to be clear together with the city and us, like what are the rules, what's the game plan, then we can come up with a way to tackle it. But Derek probably has some more specific points on the scale of it.
If you could go, Derek, and if you could save me about 45 seconds for my last question of someone else, that'd be great.
Sure. I think I maybe asked this again, and my bigger piece on this is fixing the source. So again, when you think of energy poverty with our homeowners, and even on this, for the sake of retrofits, if you fix the energy and make the energy sustainable going into the home, the argument against having energy efficiency in the home changes. So for me, financially, we're still responsible for making sure that we don't put our homeowners in a place of energy poverty. But again, when you look at financially levering and fixing how we generate the energy and making it sustainable when it enters the home, you have a different equation.
Okay. Well, that's a big question that I'll have for administration. Mr. Dodge, can you just talk about what you see as the biggest risks associated with this plan? In terms of, we could pass it today. The implementation is going to take place over a number of years and decades. What do you worry about as you look at this plan, looking out ahead?
Well, as I said, I'm pretty encouraged by some of the changes that are happening in the marketplace. And, I think a lot of the solutions we're talking about now are economic. And the more I think about this, Mr. Walters, the more I realize that it is about activating capital. What Sydney's talking about and what some of the other folks are talking about, if you look at the plan, we need to do massive amounts of retrofits. And in each case, it makes financial sense. But it's pretty hard to talk people into forking out $50,000 or $75,000 on a long-term investment. And so I did mention in my presentation PACE. And, I know we're just getting to the point where we're going to start piloting the CUP program, which is just another name for PACE. But I think what we need is that program or other programs on steroids, because the only solution in my mind to get all of those things done is to activate private capital. And so if we have a program that allows me to start saving money on day one or in month one after I make a major retrofit or I install solar, I'm going to participate. And I think until we do that, we're only going to have keen people involved doing this. And so if we had proper PACE funding, and I think we need to pilot PACE and then fix it and then make it on steroids. Okay, because I would do this tomorrow.
I'll stop you there, David.
If I had access to it.
Just because I'm way over time. Thank you for that.
All right.
But it's great to follow up there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody today. I thought it was a fantastic group of presentations today, and you'll excuse my lack of technical prowess on this issue. And I look at it as more from a social, psychological point of view and political. And I wanted to start with Luke. I don't know if Luke's still around, but I wanted to ask Luke because we have an upcoming civic election, and I would suggest there might be risk there as well in seeing this plan supported after the election. So, Luke, if you're still there, there he is.
Yes, I am. I am.
Do you see your group and others participating in the civic election and asking questions of the new candidates and where they stand on energy transition?
Yes, and I appreciate your question, Councillor McKean. We will be planning on taking a role in activism over the coming months and trying to ensure accountability from future governments. We have a social media account with a large following, so we do have the ability to influence a large number of young people in decision making and kind of spread environmentalism that way. So we do plan on, taking an active role and trying to ensure that we're all voting for candidates that represent what we want to see for the future. It's, of course, we're a bit limited in our ability to do actual protests as in the past we've done, just with the COVID-19 epidemic. But we'll take an active social media role.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And Melanie Hoffman, I'm hoping that you're still around as well, because you talked sort of about harnessing the citizenry in coming months and years on this issue. Melanie, there you are. You're in my top corner there. Sort of same question, like how do you get, like I'm a little bit skeptical maybe about the fact that nobody denies climate change anymore, and maybe completely on board. But you seem to be much more optimistic about that and about getting people engaged. So please expand on that a little bit. Why are you optimistic?
Thank you so much, Councillor McKean. So I laughed silently as you said, no one denies climate change, because absolutely right. Like once we get out into the community, you're going to find those people. And so part of the approach and communications there is to do what the administration actually has done very nicely in engaging citizens around the energy transition strategy, which is prefacing that the conversation here is about solutions. If we want to have a conversation about whether climate change is happening or not, we can take that outside. I have lots of background to be able to take people to, but who we're talking to are the people that in all of the polling that we do, we know are concerned, we know, trust the science, and understand that they will defer to the leading experts and then get into solutions, because as I mentioned, the amazing thing is that these solutions, as is shown in the energy transition strategy, address all kinds of other issues as we implement them. And so my interest is, and has been for a long time, in leveraging the kind of thing that the Calgary Climate Hub does very successfully in Calgary, and that the City of Calgary does very successfully with the Calgary School Boards, which is liaising with schools and communities to have conversations in the community, to invite people to have a conversation about the future of their neighborhood, and to frame that around an understanding of the climate and ecological crises, what we need to do and where that's going to go.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you there because it seems to me that, well, rather than having fight, flight, or freeze on this issue, that if you offer people an opportunity to get engaged, am I right in saying that that is the key to having sort of optimism? If you can take action in some way, which this plan talks about, that sort of blast past some of the denial.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it said existential threat, one of the ways you deal with it is to not think about it. So getting people involved means giving them something to do and some hope. Yes.
Giving them actions, absolutely, right? And so meeting people where they are at, meeting them with curiosity for what they're interested in and what kind of actions they want to see and take, and then going for it.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for your presentations today. Another really good discussion, and we had a full day of this conversation not too long ago, so a lot of my questions were answered then. I have a few more now. I'm supportive of this work, so please don't panic. Melanie, if you're still there, I just wanted to know if you had any other question or any other comments about that Calgary hub. We were talking about that on the weekend, and I don't know if you wanted to offer anything more about that, or if you had said your piece to Councillor McKean.
Well, I guess, I mean, anything that you, council, can offer in terms of recommendations or requests or, you know, like empowering administration to be able to set up or support this kind of work in the community through the nonprofits that are active in Edmonton. I shared with Councillor Cartmell that I've been trying to do this work for a while, and the biggest barrier is I am the sole income earner in my household, and I need to make some money with all the work that I'm doing. I'm happy to leverage my privilege to move our communities forward, but there's a limit to that. And so what kind of help can you offer citizens that are longing to be engaged, that are like chomping at the bit to get out there and have online forums, grief and loss forums, conversations around solutions in order to make this happen in Edmonton? People want to do it.
Thanks very much, Melanie. I appreciate you being here today and the conversation we had.
Thank you.
Now, questions for, Mr. Hiltz. The numbers in this report are provocative, and I've got some questions for administration when we get to questions there. Have you, quite simply, have you calculated what the incremental cost on a new home would be, average cost, if we implement the recommendations in this report? That might be an oversimplification, wondering if you have.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Yes, as an industry, we've looked at what that'll be in the short term, because again, the reports identified some of that as quick wins and what I think they call an accelerated path. So to get there, and we'll say the next 5 years inside the code adoption, that's going to be a minimum $3,000 to $4,000 upgrade on the house per door. So that can change in multifamily units a little bit, but generally we're looking at about a $3,000 to $4,000 hit. We've done most of that hard work already with Envelope. However, this is where I think Sydney was saying earlier as well, where it's our job to educate the consumers and the future homeowners and future home buyers on where the best place to spend that money is. Of course, we can take a deeper dive on that, but again, the figure that I'm giving you is just to skim the surface, just to get started.
So $4,000 a door on how expensive a home?
That's on average anything below $400,000. Cost of house alone, not including land.
Okay, I'm going to think about that a bit more. I may have a couple other questions for you. I'll be frank, it doesn't sound like a significant amount of money on a $400,000 house.
It's not. And again, the last code adoption, we've made some good moves as far as Envelope, as far as windows, as far as appliances. Again, this is where the retrofit piece is more interesting, right? The new housing stock is already a good way down the path. But when you think in terms of retrofit and renovating, that's where the bigger spend is going to be.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thanks, everyone.
I'm going to jump in right there on that, Mr. Hiltz, because that number used to be a lot bigger before the last round of changes, I think. But I think this has been, that extra spend is jobs at the window factory, jobs for the insulators, et cetera, et cetera. So if the incremental is down to kind of 1% of the cost of home ownership, is this a regulatory gap or a financing gap? Because it seems to me, and I think you've heard me make the case to the feds before and to your industry that, if the stress test is still an issue, can we get them to make it 33% if it's net zero instead of 32% of carrying? I mean, that would give you, 10 or 12 or $14,000 more worth of carrying on your mortgage if it And then that, you guys get paid, and then the window guys get paid, and the insulators get paid, and the homeowner has lower energy bills to offset against that. I mean, it is, to Mr. Dodge's point about the financing gap, you know, is there something we can work together on in terms of not just educating the homeowner, but rewarding the homeowner who buys the product that aligns with these goals?
Absolutely. I've mentioned this before, I believe back in November, and again a little bit today, we really need your help provincially and federally talking about root cause energy source, because I think we can do more when it comes to fixing the energy that actually goes into the building than worried about what the efficiency is with the amount of energy it consumes.
Well, I think Mr. Hiltz, I think you're partially right. But I think what we've seen through all this analysis is that we have to attack it from both sides. Like, we got to get hydrogen into the gas supply so that we can reduce the carbon intensity of the gas that we need for the existing housing stock in the meantime, because that's bridging the supply. Greening the grid is also getting us there. So we got to attack it from that side. But if we just do all of that without building tighter buildings, we may not be able to produce enough of that green energy in the meantime. So would you agree that we need to attack that from both sides at least?
We absolutely agree with each other.
Okay.
I'm on exactly the same page as far as there's still accountability on new construction to make sure that the envelope and everything that we're doing as far as energy efficiency and everything related to the building code is in place. To answer your comment on financing and as far as what these costs are, and again, looking at incentives and educating, I think, well, again, industry, we were very surprised in the light of COVID. We were told that we were going to run into a cliff at some point, but it seems like new housing is done okay, if not better than expected in COVID. But the cost of interest or the interest in new housing as far as the cost of housing is more on starter homes and then really, really high-end homes. The middle of the market isn't really moving around too much right now. We're looking at people that are getting into the housing, which is good. So people that are getting into housing or future home buyers need to have some levers that they can use financing-wise to offset these costs as far as if, for instance, I'll use an example, if they wanted to go with some type of a heat pump, right? The cost of that can eat up that entire figure that I quoted to Councillor Cartmell. That can be a $4,000 cost just in that heat pump, that one thing.
That's a great point, and I think we are working with the province on the CEIP for financing and with the feds on incentives for that, as well as I do think there's a bank financing gap. But I just want to pivot a little bit. I think the other point that industry representatives have made is that this won't be fair to Edmontonians and the marketplace if we only ask Edmontonians to rise to a higher standard. And so you may be aware I brought a motion to the regional board to look at a harmonized approach to this, which could include certainly as a regional carbon budget, greening up our natural gas, our electricity, all those other things. And I think having 13 mayors making the same case to those senior orders of government along with industry would go a little further. Do you have any initial thoughts in reaction to that motion that's come forward for consideration at the regional board?
No, I'm in favor of the motion. I'm also aware of it. I think it's a good step. Again, I believe we're agreeing with each other as far as you taking action provincially, locally, regionally. That's really what we need right now, more than anything else.
And Conrad, in my dying seconds here, I think I'll put your point back to you in a different way and see what your reaction is, that each year we build not net zero. With the current stock of homes we're building, we're locking in carbon expenditure within our carbon budget that adds to the structural carbon deficit we need to overcome. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And the biggest bang for your buck is in a new house, right? So it's a shame to see that get locked in. Where houses are going up now that may need to be retrofitted in 10 years if we're to reach net zero as a society. So it's really important. Like it's a big lock-in opportunity, and the money goes the furthest in a new house per dollar.
Even with all the King's hydrogen and all the King's renewables, Yes. Okay. Well, I think I just appreciate all the perspective today. Thank you. I will go next to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, and I really wanted to follow up on that point with Mr. Hills and Ms. Bond. And we've had this conversation before, that my real worry is that every house that we're putting up today, that at least in terms of envelope, is not net zero ready, is a retrofit of the future, is a retrofit 10 years from now, and that we're just really passing that cost forward in a way that's unnecessary. I understand your point that where energy comes from, there may be things that are adaptable in the future, but the thing that's really hard to adapt is that building envelope. I mean, we heard Ms. Kuzik talk about, a fairly major effort to change a building envelope. So when we think about regulation, it seems to me, and Ms. Bond, you're already doing this with your company, is my understanding. When we think about regulation, it seems to me the really critical thing that we need to be able to address right now is that building envelope. Because we can always switch off the energy source later. That's much easier to do. But it's very expensive to switch off and change a building envelope. So your thoughts on that? To either one of you?
So I'll jump in first. Derek, I know you're unmuted, but I'm just gonna, I'm gonna put my Effect Home Builders hat on rather than CHBA hat on just for a moment. And yes, we've been doing this for a long time, but it is difficult to have a conversation with some folks who are looking to build a house and explain to them the importance of spending that additional funds on building envelope or just better building practices. And more than half of those folks are not going to choose to build with us. So
yeah, just to jump in, because I know my time's going to be short, but it seems to me that's one of the reasons why regulation levels the playing field in that discussion. These are things, to Mr. Naubert's point, we can do today, we've been able to do for about 10 years in terms of building envelope. An understanding as well, that there's an expensive piece around how you get your energy that you will still need even with a tight building envelope that maybe needs to be left for the future. But if we can level the bar for everybody so that you're not having to do that sales pitch on your building envelope, on the thing that will be very expensive to change later, I don't see how that doesn't help you in your industry.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And with the CHBA hat back on, what we're talking about is just making sure that we understand how we're going to go about this, and we have that capacity building or that education piece, so that people understand why we're doing this and how, so that we can go about it the right way. And, like Derek said, pull the right levers at the right times. Otherwise, we could have unintended consequences, and that's usually cost in other areas, right? So, and Derek might have some more points to that, but you're absolutely right about that.
So again, I think when I look at a new home, and it can be an Effect home, it can be a home that Qualico builds today, I think the envelope piece is in pretty good shape. We've got tools and things we can use to measure how effective the envelope is. And that's, again, I've talked about this before, it's all about the airtightness. I'm no longer a real big fan of the net zero term when it comes to anything related to energy.
Yeah, and I recognize it's, that's why it would be an equivalent. And there's passive house standards. I think it's all those things that are passive that probably we need to be working on now and nailing down, because they're the things that are very hard to retrofit later. And maybe that's a better way of thinking about it.
But again, when we look at, I agree with you. So on an emissions neutral path and not necessarily as a net zero path, I think that's the right way of thinking. Emissions neutral. Emissions neutral in the home construction, emission neutral in the energy source. And again, it's more of one big spend for a homeowner than a variety of a whole bunch of options. So again, I refer back to the heat pump, for example. For a new homeowner, that's a pretty big thing for us to explain.
I'm going to run out of time in a second. But, I guess my thought is that a heat pump can be put in later. Redoing your windows, redoing those other things can't be done later. So I have one other quick set of questions, though. Sorry. I just want to explore a little bit. Maybe, Mr. Shahfaz, you're the best person, because I'm really concerned about the short-term goals that I'm not seeing in here. And I know that was referenced in the letter that you guys sent in. I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit more to that, because The trouble is with long-term targets and long-term goals, we won't know for 30 years whether or not we've achieved them or not, and that worries me.
For sure. So as some of our areas of concern we had written in the memo, we see that a lot of these actions and implementation really don't start to get budget commitments until 2023 and beyond. What we want to do is encourage council to really push ahead on some of the still low-hanging fruit out there, as well as some of the opportunities that are, to be rolled out this year, and to try and accelerate some of the actions. So as we heard, building energy retrofits, we have the Home Energy Retrofit Accelerator and the Building Energy Retrofit Accelerator programs. We need to really ramp those up to be able to tackle the massive amount of opportunities and retrofits out there. Because 2030 is not a long way away. And if we're waiting for the next council, which we know will change radically, it's going to take even more time before they get sort of their I guess, actionable plans all approved.
Great, thanks. I'm seriously out of time. Thank you.
So we're almost at noon here. In fact, we're at noon, but I've got one more speaker just in order so that we can release the panel here. I'm going to suggest we extend for 5 more minutes just to finish with questions of the panel. Can I get a motion to that effect?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objections to that? Not hearing any. Okay. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers for coming out today and making your valuable comments in this discussion. My question again, first one is going to be for Mr. Hiltz or Ms. Bond. And I had a chance to visit a couple of new net zero built houses and over the last few months, and what I was told that it takes about $50,000 to $60,000 extra dollars to build one of those houses, medium houses, say 2,000 square foot house. Could you be able to tell me what are the main barriers for folks to get into that kind of housing?
Sydney, do you want me to go first on that and you follow up? All right. So again, I think if you've toured a net zero house, and again, Sydney is the expert on that because that's the product type that she builds. A big part of that $50,000 is the energy that it generates through solar or some other means so that it's self-sustaining. And right now, we don't have a very viable way to transport that energy back into the grid so someone else can benefit when there's a surplus energy created. And then when you look at that, they've got that energy stored in something like a battery pack, or, you can get really creative and put it in hot water tanks if you like, but again. So when we look at these costs and again, removing these barriers, I think of it as one piece at a time. So if we can offer someone something that's, again, affordable, gets them the bang for the buck. We've already done the work on the windows. We've already done the work on the attic insulation. We can go a step further with wall insulation, but it's good. Appliances are coming around. Again, offering someone an option to make a small incremental change gets us there. Whereas when you think full blown and generating your own energy and picking up all the benefit from that, you can't transmit that energy outside your property line right now. So again, for someone to spend $50,000 to do that, they're not really going to reap the benefit of it when they have excess. I'll pass it off to Sydney.
Yeah, so basically what you said, Derek, I mean, I just think it's still newer technology in a sense, or the combination. can be complicated. It just depends what kind of technologies you're using, if it's PV, if it's, heat pumps or something different. It's, we're still exploring, we're still learning. Battery packs, for example, we have batteries in our office, they're expensive. It's the combination, and it's also, there's a component of administrative cost also that has to do with this. We're all learning together, but how the energy providers work with, municipalities and permits and inspections, there's a component of cost there as well. I'll just remind everybody about the Brookfield Discovery House project. They took a entry-level single-family house and did sort of like a exploration on what it would cost to bring it to net zero, and I think that house was an additional $40,000, and that's like I said, an entry-level house. So that would be something good to look at as well.
Thank you. And I'm going to pick on U of A engineer next. Many forms of different energy sources, renewable energy sources, each has their own advantages in depending upon the environmental factors. So, Mr. Zong, could you be able to tell me which form of energy, solar, geothermal, wind, or hydrogen, what is the best source of low emission energy that we can produce in Edmonton at an efficient cost?
Yeah, and thanks very much for your question, Councillor Benga. So from my perspective as engineering student at the university, I've personally experienced with wind and solar, so I'd be the most knowledgeable in those two. But geothermal also offers a very huge potential, especially in the area of Hinton, where there's an untapped geothermal well. With respect to wind and solar, we've explored the idea of urban wind turbine. Yeah, that idea, like we've had different aeronometers placed around the university, and we're trying to see which location is the best, but it's not as feasible as something as solar, which we believe that it's the most efficient type, especially when you can place it on rooftops, and it's very versatile, and it gives you the most returns for the energy.
Thanks very much. I wouldn't want to keep people from having their lunch.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to all of our panelists for your presentations, your answers to questions, and for most of you, your perseverance on this over many, many years. It's very, very helpful. So feel free to tune in at 1:30, where we will carry on with questions of administration on the reports before us and following up on some of your comments and suggestions. So we'll see you in a little under 90 minutes for the continuation of this item. Until then, we're in recess. Thanks. We'll roll call in a moment here. Oh, okay. Cool, thanks. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome back. I see some of our speakers from this morning have rejoined us. If it's easier for you, you can also monitor on the live stream at Council on the Web. And you're free to observe here, but we'll ask yourselves to please keep muted at this point since we're done hearing from deputations from the public. But you're welcome to observe here or through the streaming, whatever's most convenient for you. To the other speakers who are on for the other items, the Economic Action Plan and the transit fee schedule, we will get to those in due course, hopefully today. And if there's anyone joining us for the Sanitary Services Strategy Oversight Committee Governance Options Additional Collaboration Report, we've laid that over to May 10th because of the number of speakers on a number of different items on our agenda here. So you can reach out to the clerks for details. We're going to try to make that time specific on that day, and I'll undertake now not to postpone it again, short of major crisis. But we did have a packed agenda here and needed to move with these climate items here today. So with apologies for rescheduling and with thanks for your patience and perseverance, we'll now roll call just to make sure we've got committee here to resume on item 6.1, the energy transition report. So Vice Chair McKean, are you there?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Councillor Carmel?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Walters? He was on a call, and I'm sure he'll join us as soon as he can. He was just tied up a little bit over the lunch hour, so we'll welcome him back when we can. And I see Councillor Banga. I see Councillor Henderson here in person. I see Councillor Essinger on the line, and there may be others. Anybody else?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette, welcome back. Okay, if anyone else joins us, let us know. So let's start questions of administration. I'd go to Councillor Walters, and I'll add him in when he gets here, but we can start with Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. So thanks very much again for the information that's presented today. And let me first say that I'm very supportive of this work. I'm a little leery of what feels like a bit of an omnibus approval of over 100 recommendations, but I think I can live with it depending how the conversation goes from here. But I do have a few questions. And one of them is in this world of affordability and the concerns that have been raised in the past about affordability of housing. And I guess my concerns are generally that if we impose, if I can say it that way, a regulation or aspirational policy that raises the cost of housing, do we run the risk of pricing people out of housing, just, generally speaking?
Councillor Cartmel, Edmonton's affordability is one of the things that attracts people to live here, the type of housing that you're able to obtain within our city. So administration understands that, and that's why at this point we're not suggesting regulations in the space associated with energy efficiency for homes. But what we are suggesting is that we work with industry in the short term here to figure out what regulations would make sense in the longer term for Edmonton. What the space that we're in right now that administration is suggesting is incentives. And in the long run, to continue to provide incentives will impact the city's bottom line in terms of the city's affordability. So we do realize that in the long run, there'll need to be a transition from incentives into regulation. and that there will be a national building code that will have impacts on the market here in the longer run.
Have we done any analysis of where that threshold is? Where affordability tips into a place where it begins to have adverse effects on our housing market, where people can't find entry into the market, or it's no longer that affordable advantage, or that we start to see a lift in values generally created across our housing inventory. Have we done that analysis?
We've done some preliminary analysis to look at how Edmonton compares to our competitor cities, Edmonton, or to Toronto, Calgary, Vancouver, et cetera. And there is still quite a bit of space in there in terms of our own affordability in comparison to those other cities. But it is something that we need to be mindful of as we go forward.
Okay, a couple of other questions. These are a bit more granular. There was a comment this morning, and I'd heard this when I was talking to some people last week, that if you are able and so inclined to put a solar array on your home, that you're limited to putting an array that would generate enough electricity to meet your consumption, but not beyond your consumption. So in other words, you can't put more capacity on your roof than you can use in your house. Is that true?
Short answer is yes, in terms of total energy, so not just electricity, but the total energy use for your house. There are provincial regulations in place in terms of the energy regulator, who limits the amount of solar that could be installed on a rooftop.
So right now today, I have a gas furnace and I got a big roof. And if I wouldn't mind putting panels on that roof, but if I understand you correctly, I can only meet the energy consumption that I take today. I can't leave a contingency or add a contingency that would say cover a heat pump that I might install in the future, or if I was to go to electric heat, if that was economical. I can't anticipate those future consumptions today. I would have to add to my array at some future date. Is that right?
That's possible. There is some gray room, I would say, with some installers. If you're, for example, signaling you're going to need an electric vehicle charger and you're hoping to have that on solar, they might be able to size the system larger. But generally, they look at your total energy or heating and electricity needs, and that's the scale to which the system is installed.
And that's provincial regulation. Yes, I see you nodding. So perhaps that's something we could work on, because it would seem to me that if we can gather up all the rooftops and generate more than might be consumed on those rooftops, that's a good thing. And we shouldn't be limiting that capacity. Yes, no?
Agreed, Councillor. That is something that we could advocate to the provincial government for, to not limit that capacity.
I'm out of time. Sorry, go ahead.
There is, I know, a nuance in terms of the overall system for the energy regulator, and they are sensitive to the larger system and what the cost is for Albertans overall. So it's just something that I know that they are mindful of, but we will continue to work with them in terms of looking at what the capacity is for microgeneration within our city and what the capacity is for Alberta as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I'll jump in there. There are some grid balancing, load balancing issues with sort of quasi-industrial scale generation at the end user stage. So I think there's some real regulatory complexities that AUC and the power distributors and the generators and smart metering are all working on that are essential ingredients to maximizing that. Is that fair?
That's a fair assessment.
That might be a dinner table conversation for you. The master question I had, though, backing out a little bit, is that our previous energy transition strategy and discussion, even back to the way we green, really relied on market transformation theory. And I think that's in here. I don't see this as incompatible with that. But it's not as explicit as it was before, and I just was looking for some commentary on whether there's a different philosophy or whether that's still embedded within but supplemented by other thinking?
The philosophy is still there. We framed the possible tools the same way City Plan did, so levers of change. And so there's policy and regulation, which would be the end of the market transformation. There's incentives, subsidies, pricing, levers we can pull leading up to regulation. There's the capacity building, which we added into the strategy, which we're calling around activation. We didn't specifically say you have to go from step A, B, C, D in the strategy in case there's an opportunity to accelerate one of those levers.
And some of those levers are out of our control, particularly what the feds do with the building code in the next little while.
That's absolutely correct.
Notwithstanding, I think, even 5 or 10 years ago, market transformation was timely because we weren't hearing signals from senior orders of government about step code and changes. And so we had to look at the levers of change that we had in our power, which were primarily incentive and signaling maybe eventually some regulatory pieces. But if we were out on our own on regulation, that's going to create competitiveness issues for us in the region. I'm still hearing about that as a risk of this approach. But I guess the other factor is that we don't have time at this point to do a gradual market transformation exercise to get to our goals within the carbon budget.
That's correct. To meet the carbon budget that was set out by City Council, a number of things needs to happen on an accelerated pace in a shorter timeline.
So I think that will be one of the lines of question, and arising a bit from some of the feedback from members of the public here, is that it's really good that we're moving into carbon budget derived prioritization in the next full cycle. And the last time we talked about this, we said, what can we do in the interim? And we've had suggestions from, road space reallocation from COVID becoming permanent, which is a way to advance some of the transportation alternative objectives, but also some sort of pressure on measurement and targets. Are there some things we can do in the next 6 months that we could pull out of this? Because without having to do a carbon budget, we know they're going to help us advance this.
There are, and in the draft plan, or in the plan itself, towards the end of it, it has a number of things that are highlighted as quick wins, as potential areas that if council was to direct administration that you wanted us to focus, or if there was more investment that council wanted to make in the space, that we would draw your attention to those implementation actions in the plan itself.
So we've received an extra $58 million, I think, it has a new name now, the Community Building Fund from the federal government to top up to the old gas tax. So we have some additional capital resources available to us this year. Now I know we're also being cut by a different order of government by more than that, but we do have some flexibility with those dollars. Are there some things that we can advance or at least green light and begin to design this year that could be in our construction cycle in this capital cycle rather than waiting 4 years?
I know there is some flexibility with that grant, and Ms. Pearson and I have had some initial conversations. We don't have an exact, recommendation for you today, but we are looking at that, and perhaps Ms. Pearson could add.
Thank you. Yes, we are looking at what that can be done through the spring supplementary capital budgeting process, and we're also, frankly, looking for the confirmation of the number and the timing of the grant so that we would bring that forward this spring.
Great.
In May.
Great. Okay. Well, I'll look forward to that, and I'll have some more questions. But we'll go next to Councillor Walters, who'd selected the item, who's on the board now, and then Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for being late, everybody. And forgive me, I missed the mayor's question, so if I re-ask, you can just tell me to talk to him later. How will this affect the city budget this fall, SOBA, to start with, if this passes?
Well, even if it doesn't pass, there is a climate resilience goal in the in Council's Connect Edmonton plan. So we're doing a priority-based budgeting light process, and we've also starting to resource a carbon budget office, which will focus first on the city choices and the city reports. And I'm sure Ms. Pearson can add some more detail to exactly how that'll impact in the fall budget process.
Yes, as Ms. McCabe mentioned, and we had committed to last year, is that we would start to introduce the carbon budgeting through the fall, like in a way we can in the fall while growing out the carbon budget for the next cycle. So we have been working for the past few months in ensuring that we have the processes in place in our current budget office. We're not creating a separate office. We're actually just tying the carbon budget into our current budgeting processes. So you will start to see some of the carbon decision, like the decisions around that coming forward as part of the exercises for SOBA and SCBA.
Okay. Good to know. Even though I obviously won't be there for that, but be very interested to watch. The retrofits at scale question. So 2.7, action 2.7, I guess. Maybe Ms. McCabe or someone, if you could expand on. But what kind of, maybe talk a little bit about the kinds of partnerships that you need to build immediately, and the things that need to happen for that to start to, gain some momentum. So this energy retrofits at a scale, sort of like the related to the conversation we were having with some of the speakers earlier on.
So just in terms of kind of current state context, there's around 19 to 20,000 permits a year issued for renovations in Edmonton, and about 7% of those are for energy-related renovations. And what we need under the energy transition future state is that number to be about 10% or 10 times higher, sorry. So we need around, 10, 12, 13,000 homes a year being renovated for energy efficiency. And you could scale that so it starts smaller and ends at an exponential kind of curve. And so to do that absolutely requires partnership, and it requires ongoing advice from our industry partners, and that's one of the actions. A very important action in the action plan is to have an ongoing advisory group around emission neutral buildings.
Right. And so the notion that Mr. Dodge mentioned, the sort of pace on steroids idea, which sort of ensnares a whole bunch of other, retrofit and renewable technology opportunities. Is that where, would it be through those partnerships and within that sort of section, within that action in this plan, that we could start to imagine and design some of these other financing models like PACE that would encourage, close that gap between the total number of retrofits and the number of them who are doing the energy retrofits?
Yes, it would be. There'd be a number of gates to get to that decision-making process for council to be making that decision. Right now, we're doing the pilot associated with the program, an evaluation of the program, and then we bring back what if that program was successful in the pilot phase, what it could look like for clean energy renewables into the future, and what the impacts on the budget would be associated with that.
Okay. So then just shifting gears a little bit to the idea of, more sort of larger scale citywide district energy opportunities. Now that sort of carbon pricing is settling into the sort of our way of life here in Canada, and the pricing changes as a result, is there an opportunity to work with, in the development of new neighborhoods, say, to work with, EPCOR as an example, to put in district energy systems as sort of the front end infrastructure, as part of the front end infrastructure and new developments? Did you see that opportunity emerging from this report?
Absolutely see that opportunity, and any land developer that wants to come to the table and be proactive or show some leadership in this space, we'd be welcome to work with them.
And is there, I think creating this sort of opportunity for someone to want to pilot that might be a good first step here in Edmonton for a new subdivision to kind of work with EPCOR to take that on. I suppose if we sort of have the ability to facilitate that beyond just waiting for them to come and do it, it might be interesting. But I'm conscious that I'm running over time, so to avoid being stereotyped any further, I'll stop. Thanks.
Agree, Councillor Walters, and we would be happy to facilitate any type of process with the land development community and with EPCOR for sure to pilot a potential idea in Edmonton.
Thanks. Councillor Hamilton.
Wrong button. Thank you. I had some questions going through the report, and I heard some of those questions echoed in the comments from the speakers earlier today. The first, I think, thing that I saw that I think you've emphasized in the presentation here numerous times was that this strategy requires significant public and private investment. And I was wondering if you'd started to model out the ratio of public to private investment dollars. So for every public dollar, we know that we'll get 5 private investment dollars, but we have to put in that dollar to see that return. Have you started to look at that?
Councillor Hamilton, we have began looking at that. There's sort of a number out there around 15% is what's needed to de-risk some of these, de-risk from a financial perspective to get that investment flowing. But depending on the program, it could vary.
And that makes sense. That takes a bit of the edge off. But I imagine, would it be fair to assume that if you brought forward any of these public or any of the programs identified in pathways, that you would have done that work? Because we're not going to really be talking about the pathways piece until 2022, 2026 budget deliberations, correct?
That's correct, Councillor Hamilton. We've got to understand that a bit more as we work on those, what the return on investment is for the city as we go forward with those pathways and those actions as we embed them into our budget processes.
And so speaking of that, something I noticed in the pathways piece was that a lot of the high dollar programs are married to high impact outcomes, but also have a desired provincial or federal partnership. And that to me, and I heard this from some of our speakers, that it represents a risk if those orders of government don't step up. So I was wondering, as you're preparing for the 2022 budget deliberations, which is crazy that we're already talking about that, but how are you sort of de-risking or trying to inure the city from the risk associated with asking for those kinds of dollars?
We've had conversations about this at the executive leadership team table about making sure that we're clear with our advocacy priorities to other levels of government. But for me, I think it's not just about being clear, it's about having other people in Edmonton, business leaders and community leaders, also telling our story to the provincial and federal government about the importance of investment in this space and the importance for the long-term financial and economic future for Edmonton, for us to be a leader in this space, for able to attract and retain talent to Edmonton.
Great. And I think we've talked about that in other contexts as well, that we need to get the entire community telling the story. And this is fairly specific, but I think there's sort of a broader question in here. So one of the items in the pathways, for instance, is EV charging stations. And I think in the past we've partnered with utilities and private companies in terms of building out that infrastructure with minimal cost to the municipal government. But I also know that one of the ways we can partner on those kinds of changes are regulatory changes as well. So while some of my colleagues were asking about regulatory changes at other orders of government, I'm wondering if you're looking at regulatory changes, land use changes that we might, bylaw changes that we might have to make within the city to address meeting some of those goals.
Yeah, great question, Councillor Hamilton, and we're for sure doing that analysis right now through the zoning bylaw renewal project. We want to make sure that we strike the right balance between being open for business, but also preparing for the future in terms of how we implement the city plan and how we implement this plan. And we're currently having conversations with industry about what the right tool is and what the right approach is for the zoning bylaw renewal. So that is one space where we're looking at potential regulations.
Great. I have a little bit of time left, so I'm going to get to my last question. Another item that you identified is telework strategies, which I think, since this pandemic hit, we've all been talking about telework strategies. But there are potential downstream impacts, for instance, with downtown revitalization. So how are you balancing those, for lack of a better term, obvious moves that have to be made with those unintended consequences that will no doubt be brought up in the conversation?
Downtown vibrancy is absolutely critically important to us as a city, and we need to make sure we've got that lens on. I think the word balance is one that I think is one that we need to think differently about, that it isn't about balance. It's just a whole bunch of other things. Saw Todd Hirsch speak last week, and he used the word harmonize. That we need to make sure that we're all playing something that is really critically beautiful together. And so the idea of downtown vibrancy and the trade-offs associated with remote work programs, perhaps we're just going to start working in office spaces differently. And there's some research that shows that we need more collaboration space to be able to deal with the challenges ahead of us. And so it isn't so much about trading one off the other. It's about looking for the points where we can work together to create the type of city that we want to build in the city plan that both has a vibrant downtown as well as attracts and retains employees who have employers who offer things like remote work programs, which are important for attracting and retaining talent.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, well, I want to start by thanking you for this because I think it's a great how-to document. I do still have some reservations, though, about around some of the targets that are here. And I really want to push on that because it really worries me that the only real target in here that we have is 29 years out. And I think that's problematic. Having been here now for 14 years, these are all the same targets we had 14 years ago. And every year we don't get there and we go, oops. So I think there's some rigor here that we need, which is about setting some much shorter term targets so that we know how we're going to get there. And it worries me that that's not in this document. Ironically, it was in the last plan. We had some shorter term targets. And they're not here, and I realize they're on a graph, but a graph doesn't really commit us to saying this is what we need to do by now, or by this particular point if we're going to achieve what we achieve in 2050. So your thoughts on that? Because I think there's a gap. I think quite frankly, we need a 2030 target at minimum, and maybe something even shorter than that.
Councillor, we did sneak a 2025 and a 2030 target in.
I'm not seeing it. Where is it? I've hunted all over the place to find it, and I can't find it.
Give me 1 second. I will.
So while Chandra looks for that,
Yeah.
really the important part of the target setting is that we're looking at all of the city plan and we're looking at all of the targets in that, and we're going to bring them forward to council to look at where do you want to go really quickly within those targets and perhaps where you want to go a bit slower. And that's getting embedded into our budgeting processes to be able to inform those budget decisions going forward.
Maybe to talk a little bit about part of what my concern is here is we're talking about the carbon budgeting, but we're talking about the carbon budgeting in terms of reporting how much carbon we're using. We're not seeing carbon as a finite amount, just like the amount of dollars we have to spend every year, as a finite amount that we only have so much to use. And I think we need to start understanding every decision we make in terms of that as a finite amount of how much we have to achieve in any given year in order to be able to get, because if we merely keep on using our carbon the way we're using until year 2049 and then get to net zero, we are way beyond our 1.5 degree commitment. But unless we actually give ourselves a limit of how much carbon we can spend in any given year on this trajectory and actually target that out, I think we're not going to, the rigor that we really need to deal with this is not going to be there. So thoughts on that?
So I'll start with, on page 16 is where we were, have the targets located. So we have a 2025 target and a 2030 target. And the 2030 target is a 50% reduction in actual emissions. And I'm going to use a bit of a long-winded answer here.
Oh, there they are. Okay. Yeah.
If you think of the carbon budget as, like you said, that cap, I'd like to use an analogy of a bathtub. That's the size of the bathtub we have to fill up. And so there's two parts to that bathtub. There's the tap coming in, the emissions, and then there's also the drain, which is pathway 4, the carbon capture negative emissions. And so what we have for 2025 targets and 2030 targets is how fast we have to slow the tap down by. And then the remaining, to get us to the carbon budget, is what we have to drain out of the tub. So we've, through the modeling, identified that there's somewhere between 15, maybe 20% gap that we don't know how to reduce. And that's the amount that we have to drain from the bathtub.
But if it was the will of committee to have additional interim targets on this plan, we could work with that through a motion and make sure that we're embedding it into our budgeting and reporting processes.
I think the more we can do that, the better, quite frankly. And this is maybe because I'm sitting here, no, I'm not going to be here in the future making these decisions. But I think we do have the ability right now to say, we understand the path we have to get on in order to do this. And we know what those numbers look like. We've tracked that. So I think actually naming those numbers in here in terms of how much we have to spend, not in dollars, but in carbon, and building that in here, I think is going to be critical to knowing when we have to up our game or when we're doing well. So anyway, so yes, I mean, if it was possible to do that, it would certainly be something that I would encourage. I think the more specific we can be, the more we can hold the more rigorous we will be with ourselves and not continue to do an oops, we missed our targets kind of act, which has been my entire experience, and I blame myself, right? That's what we've been done on council for the 14 years I've been here, so.
Councillor Henderson,
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure if
Yep.
the question, if it brings you some comfort, we do have an annual reporting process through this plan where you would see some of that information. If you would like something that would be more robust, that's something that we could explore further. But there might be resourcing impacts across the organization if that was the case, if that was something you'd like more of.
I'm out of time, thanks. I'll have to come around for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bangas next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this comprehensive report. My questions, they start with, I think the first one is probably going to be tied to Councillor Cartmell's question. I just want to understand if an outfit produces more energy than it consumes, let's say a house, where does the rest of the energy go and what happens to it?
For a home that's generating more energy than it's using at the moment, it can sell it back to the market.
No, but that's not allowed to do that though.
Yes, a current solar installation can sell, as it's producing energy more than it's using, it will be able to sell that to the market. The total calculation looks at how much electricity and heating you need day and nighttime. So if, for example, during the daytime you're producing more energy than you're using, you can sell that to the market.
Okay, I'm talking about the same thing as I think that was mentioned earlier on the bathtub analogy. So there is energy being stored, and at some point in time, everybody runs out of capacity to store it. What happens to that energy? Does it get sent back to the skies, the earth, or where does it go?
In terms of greenhouse gas emissions, as they're entering the atmosphere, there's also processes in the Earth system where that is absorbed, where some can be absorbed, such as the oceans and through trees. But the majority of that is now what is causing the heating that we're experiencing in terms of global warming.
Okay, I guess my question was not exactly this, but anyway, I will move on to the next question. Sure, we have talked about our targets. And again, I am very much supportive of this work. But what are going to be our interim measures? We know what the targets are. How are we going to say that what we're doing is working?
That'll be monitored through a robust action or yearly report that we'll bring back to committee, Councillor Banga. But it'll also be through the budgeting process where you'll start to see through the 2023 to 2027 budget a more robust carbon accounting framework, which will help understand what is filling the bathtub as we go through as we move to meet the targets set out in this plan.
Okay, so with this, so many competing priorities, and with our community energy transition strategy, which is, by your own terms, is pretty aggressive, and are we going to be able to do all that with the? I mean, you know, we don't know if our other partners could be, how participating are they going to be, but would we be able to do much by ourselves?
Councillor Banga, we cannot achieve this plan alone. We don't have the dollars and or the tools in order to do it. So we'll need to work with private sector. We're going to need to work with the other orders of government. We're going to need to work with Edmontonians at the end of the day to be successful in this space.
Okay. And then we talked about incentives and eventually incentives going down to regulations. What would be the trigger point in your mind that where we need to kind of switch from incentives to basically the regulations?
Councillor, we will be monitoring what we're calling signals in the market to understand how the transition is proceeding and how that will achieve the goals, or if we're not able to achieve the goals using the current levers that we're using. And we would bring to council recommendations on when it would make sense for regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you. So the issue of affordability of housing was brought up by some industry folks, and I don't blame them for that. But it's kind of a motherhood thing. Why would we want to make housing unaffordable? But I've never seen an analysis as to what is affordable, what is not affordable. How affordable is Edmonton relative to other parts of Alberta and other parts of Canada? And do we track that regularly, and should that be part of this discussion? If we're talking about increasing the price of new builds by a few percentage points, what would that do to affordability? I don't know. Do we have those answers, or could we get those answers for future reporting back on this?
I've got some preliminary answers today, Councillor McKean, and if it was the will of committee for us to explore this further, we could take a look at it. Affordability is a definition of what it takes to move around the city and what it takes to live in the city. So the federal government has a definition there. You want your basic transportation and housing to be less than 30% of your total income. And we have been tracking that. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. Perhaps if somebody on the line could, if somebody does have those numbers, to just take themselves off mute and give them to Councillor McKean. But I do know when you start to look across the country that Edmonton is a very affordable city for the size of the city and the offerings of what we have. So I think, you know, we need to pay attention to housing affordability as we implement this strategy along with all of our other strategies, because housing affordability is important to being able to attract and retain talent here. It is something that people look at, that they can own a single family home and have a very urban lifestyle still in Edmonton. And so we'll continue to work with the industry to look at what the impact is of affordability on the housing stock here as we implement new incentive programs and regulations. We have heard different numbers for how much a net zero home could be in terms of the total cost. We have heard it could be as much as 6 to 10% of that base, the base price to build right now. So I think it's still an emerging field that we are continuing to work with the industry on to make sure that we understand the impacts of any decisions that we recommend to council.
Yeah, because the analysis would also, I mean, what we're hearing is that the helping to catalyze a new economy as well, from maybe that 6 to 10%, create hundreds or thousands of jobs from that 6 to 10%. And meanwhile, help reach our climate goals because of that 6 to 10%. And I just mean for future councils, having a really good perspective on that, because the initial argument about housing affordability is, it strikes at the heart of all of us. We want young people and everyone to be able to afford their housing. The shared use streets came up, or however we're defining them. I don't call them bike lanes. But during the pandemic last year, we opened up a bunch of more space for people to walk and bike and rollerblade or e-scooter, whatever. We have immediate plans for this summer too, do we not?
We do, Councillor McKean. And I know Gord Seaberg's been working on this, and his team's been working on the implementation of shared use space for this summer.
So we'll probably get a memo on that.
I can't recall the implementation timeline, and I'm not sure if anybody's on the line who could be able to give you an update on that implementation timeline.
There's Gord.
Stephanie, it's Gord Seaberg here. We are moving forward with that implementation, and basically as soon as possible based on when we can get all of the street cleaning done, and we're just following in behind the street sweeping, and once those routes are done, then we can begin implementation of the shared streets.
I'm going to jump in with one last question. Legally, when we're dealing with a DC2 at a public hearing, do we have any ability to judge a project on whether or not it is LEED, silver, gold, platinum, or net zero? Or is that not within our authorities to judge a project on those impacts? I don't know if that's a law question or not.
I would pass that to, I'm not sure if there's a lawyer on the line who could answer that question.
I am on the line right now. Sorry, it's Christina Hodgson from the law department. I don't know the zoning answer to that, so I'm just going to check in with one of my colleagues quickly.
Thank you, and I'm out of time, so maybe I'll come around. We'll see. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson on the second round.
If it helps, my memory is we used to build those into DC2s all the time. We had sustainability. There's a whole bunch of our DC2s that have them built in. So we've had the power to do it in the past. I don't think anybody took it away from us. We just stopped using it, correct?
I would have to check in with somebody from the team. I do think that there's, I don't want to weigh in here. This is something that if there was a will of council for us to explore this further in terms of how you look at development applications with an environmental lens on them, that is something that we could explore if that was the will of committee here.
We used to do it, and I don't know why we got out of the habit of it, to be honest with you. It used to be pretty one standard in all of our DCs. So anyway, it's not here nor there. My other question, though, is sort of linked to that, because I'm this question of regulation, and I think the question of what to regulate is where we're getting stuck. But I'm really worried. I mean, you heard my question earlier that how many housing starts are we going to have this year? It's got to be in the thousands. Every one of those, if we haven't built the envelope correctly, is going to have to be a very expensive retrofit 10 years from now. So I think it's one thing to regulate totally around net zero or an equivalent. But I'm really concerned that we're not going there on regulating around the building envelope or all of those things that are passive responses to getting our energy use down. And I'm wondering if that's something that could be accelerated, because I understand why the whole regulation question opens up a whole bunch of things, but I think there are things that we could regulate that would actually raise the bar for people, that allow the people that are doing good work, it would make it easier for them to do it. It would get the bottom feeders out of the market, or would force them to play ball. And I'm puzzled why we're reticent to look at that piece of the regulatory puzzle.
We've heard time and time again from industry that it's that there'll be consequences associated with Edmonton's affordability, but also with the skill set of the builders to be able to build that type of home, that we're not quite there yet. And for us to work together with industry on looking at what, where the spaces are that there could be incentives, where there could be a rising tide of all people in industry, and then for regulations to come into place. Also, it goes.
Yeah, I would argue we've been having that conversation for close to a decade now, and you know, at some points we need to step up, because I don't think we're going to. I don't see how we get to these numbers if we don't, and I think it probably helps industry if we can actually set a decent bar, not around the. You know, I understand that. I think how you get your energy, how you create your energy, more efficient furnaces, all those kind of things are going to change, but they're easy to retrofit. The actual building is not easy to retrofit, and that's the bit that I'm worried about, that we are just building ourselves another set of neighborhoods that are going to be our nightmare 10 years from now. So, you know, is there a way to separate those two pieces in the conversation with industry and actually look at that very limited piece of the puzzle, which is about the things that are hard to change in the future, and make sure we get it right now? And maybe using some kind of step code so that you can, so that you know, the industry can catch up in terms of skill sets. But I think, you know, there's a lot of the skill sets out there already.
Potentially, but what I would say is that we run into jurisdictional challenges with how fast that we adopt the National Building Code and any other building code prior to the provincial government. So,
you know, and you know, herein lies part of the frustration, because I know the federal government is just as eager to see this happen as we are. So, you know, I would hope that we could look at any tools we have. Maybe it's through zoning, maybe it's through some of those other things that can just the passive stuff, just the building envelope piece that's very hard to change later. And I would love us to get there as fast as we possibly can. And I think it would probably help industry. They've adapted to the changes that were made 2 or 3 years ago. You know, this doesn't take them that much further, but it makes a huge difference. So thoughts about that?
I think it's something that we need to continue to work with industry on and monitor as we implement the plan and bring in regulations when the timing is correct in terms of alignment to the provincial government.
And I'm really worried if we wait for the provincial government, we are never going to meet these targets. And we're going to have a whole bunch of buildings out there that will be the problem for people 10 years from now, how we're going to have them retrofitted. I think we need to be creative, and I would encourage us to do that. I think not doing so is, I think we're kidding ourselves. So I don't know what tools are available to us, but I would encourage us to look at any tool we possibly have. Anyway, I'm out of time, thanks.
I assure you we're looking at all the tools.
So under the charter, we do have, but only Edmonton and Calgary have that opportunity to contemplate deviations from the code, correct?
To contemplate, there is challenges there that we've received notice from the provincial government that that power under the charter is intended to be adopted in line with any adoptions from the provincial government first.
Which would be helpful in a regional context, because if the rules become different in Edmonton than Leduc or Parkland County, et cetera, then first of all, that's practically difficult to implement. Second of all, it becomes a red tape issue, as opposed to a rising tide gets us all towards shared goals kind of outcome. Fair to say?
That's correct.
So that's one of the reasons, again, I mentioned this earlier, I brought the question to the region, because I think the regional reg and the growth plan may be an opportunity to look at this is a legitimate regulatory question, best done harmonized at the regional level. Just like COVID's borderless, so is greenhouse gases. So it follows that if we were going to stipulate for this housing market, mindful of the impacts to affordability, that sort of passive house type standard, so you're agnostic as to where you get the energy source from, but at least the building envelopes from a year or 2 or 5, or it can't be 10 because we're going to miss the window here. But sometime in the urgent future, we need to get a harmonized higher standard than we have today, whether that comes from the feds or the province or the region, but it can't come from the city alone. That's what you're bumping into, if I understand correctly.
That is what we're bumping into.
So I did the math, and Mr. Hilt's comments were very helpful on 2 fronts. One, I mean, I think he made the point that we're going to need heat and we're going to need power for the existing houses and the new houses, and we got to green that. That's one of the pathways. A separate pathway, though, is improving the efficiency of the existing building stock and future building stock. That's the buildings piece. So I did the math, and if it's, let's take it at $4,000, 1% of the cost of the house at 2% interest amortized over a mortgage, it's $16.94 a month, assuming we can get the people financing over 25 years.
I'll believe your math, Mr.
Well,
Mayor,
it's the CMHC's mortgage calculator, so it's the feds, which may or may not be a trustworthy source depending on who you ask, but it's the math that I use. So point is, this is really the point of this whole strategy, is that if we can get people that financing, we can create those extra jobs and get that extra value and lock in the permanent carbon, the foregone carbon, in essence, which reduces our carbon deficit and helps us achieve a balanced carbon budget faster. So the sooner we get to that point, where that's the standard everyone's building to, the more room we have on all the other pathways to green up the grid, look at nature-based solutions and offsets, and green up the transportation system. So, and the longer we wait on buildings, the more room we lose on transportation. This is the challenge of a constraint exercise, right?
This is correct.
So, so I hear where Councillor Henderson is coming from, and I hear where Mr. Hiltz is coming from, and I hear where the provincial government's actually coming from on this. What is your best advice, assuming the outcome we want to get to is buildings that are net zero ready as soon as possible? What's the quickest path to that outcome, which might be a political question as much as a regulatory and technical question?
My best advice is that we continue to work with industry and return to through our annual updates on where regulations make sense and when they make sense, and that we work to advocate to the provincial and federal governments in this space.
And so I agree with you, and I think there might be one extra step to add, which is to work with the industry at the regional scale and with the region to try to optimize that against the 3 other pathways.
Agreed.
Okay, so that's the political strategy and the regulatory technical strategy coming together. I think we have a little more work to do there, but I think we're coming to the same conclusion. So, okay. I have no further questions at this time. Councillor Paquette is on the first round though still, so I'll go to him next.
Oh, thank you. And all of you have covered questions really, really well. Sort of high level, I'm just really curious. What we've seen in the past is that when the city of Edmonton or any large or mid-sized city sort of moves forward on something, it tends to have a domino effect. And I'm just wondering if one of the concerns is that if some of the moves that are made on a regulatory basis, the concern is that housing prices will rise, or choices we make might cause housing prices to rise. And then, of course, the knock-on effect would be that people choose somewhere else to build a house, or that there are less houses being built or sold in our city. But even through the pandemic, we've seen real estate markets continuing to be hot. We've got a federal government looking at ways to curb this in larger cities. So I'm just not seeing the concern, I guess, that any moves we make would have any sort of deleterious effects on industry or access for folks to get houses. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Councillor Paquette, I think within the Edmonton context, it is not just how we compete with Calgary, Vancouver, and Toronto, but it also is about how we compete within the region, Sherwood Park, St. Albert, Stony Plain, Spruce Grove. And so if Edmonton was to make a move in this space, automatically it would make our houses within Edmonton more expensive, and potentially there'd be investment moving into the communities that share a border with us. So at this time, because of a number of reasons, the need to look at this on a region scale, as well as what tools do we actually have to be able to adopt a different building code than the provincial or federal government. At this point, administration's best recommendation is that we do work in the incentive space. And through the development of the zoning bylaw, we look at what tools that we could bring forward to the next council as we work with industry through the zoning bylaw, if there is something in this space that we could be recommending to help advance these goals.
Okay, that makes sense, but I guess, what are we talking about? Is this a long-term impact that people would move to other areas to build their house? And if so, it's still regional employment, which means that people in Edmonton would still have jobs, presumably building these houses, as there's, a workforce that does this, and corporations and industry that would be building these houses, whether it's in Edmonton or not. And maybe the short-term effect is that we have less built in Edmonton. But wouldn't it just average out over time? Because if we make these kinds of moves, would it not, considering the fact that we've seen this happen time and again, when we make moves, it tends to have that domino effect. So I'm just wondering, what are we looking at for this as some sort of negative impact for the city long term? Because maybe, over a period of 5 years, there's that change, but really is that something that would go on for a generation?
Yeah, Councillor Paquette, that's a good observation. And just to be clear, it's not because of the affordability that the recommendation is coming forward the way that it's coming forward. It's because of the actual way that the charters have been adopted, that the city can't at this point adopt the federal building code prior to the province first adopting it. So we'll continue to work with industry, we'll work at the region level and see if there's some opportunities there, and continue to report back to committee through our annual reports.
Okay. And what kind of increased costs are we looking at? If someone asked, I missed it, like 1%, 3%, 5%? Do we know?
Sorry, Councillor Paquette, was the question, what's the percent cost premium?
Yeah, is to build a home that's more energy efficient or a net zero home? Because frankly, there's a group in my ward that builds net zero homes for literally on par with a regular home. So having trouble wrapping my head around the concern, frankly.
Councillor Paquette, the increased cost per home is anywhere from 2% from what we've heard from industry, is an average of 6 to 10% increase on an individual home.
Okay, and do we know if the province is factoring in the cost savings to the public over the long term, and the spurring of more industry? Are these conversations that are happening that would serve to offset these concerns of increases? Because frankly, I think 10% is probably on the extreme side.
Councillor Paquette, I can't speak to what the provincial government looks at in terms of when they're making those assessments, but I do know right now job creation is very important to the provincial government, and we've been working with them on an understanding of how this strategy itself will be able to create short-term as well as long-term jobs in Edmonton, and that's why we've made the recommendations that we have before you today.
All right, thank you. It looks like I'm out of time. Food on the table, but it'd be nice to have food to grow on tables in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McCabe, I'm going to pick on you, and I don't mean to. I think you're fantastic. But this is, at least in part, it's in part a strategy, a pragmatic strategy, but also one of leadership. And what I've heard too many times over the discussion around climate change is, why are we bothering? Because we don't know what China will do. So, if we're waiting for everybody in the region or even the counties beyond that to join us, we could be waiting a long time. So should we not be looking at everything we can do, including regulations, to be a leader on this issue? Recognizing that we're not going to, we're not doubling the price of housing in Edmonton, but we might increase it, 3 or 4% as part of our goals and being responsible. What's your reaction to that?
Councillor McKean, I think the City of Edmonton and this council in particular has been a real leader in this space, even without regulation. So I don't think you need just regulation to be able to advance these goals. Yes, it'll absolutely have to be one of the tools. And it's about the right timing and the right timing with the region and the right timing with the market in order to do this. I think regulation is one of the tools, and we are continuing to bring you forward, I think, recommendations in this strategy about the areas where we can continue to do incentives and capacity building in order to be successful in this space.
You do hear a little bit of frustration, I think, in the voice of several of us today who represent citizens who would feel that same amount of frustration that, today is maybe 10 years too late. But I just want to clear that up with you that, and I think we heard it today, there's a lot of Edmontonians champing at the bit to see us do whatever we can, and knowing that there would be a lot of Edmontonians who don't want us to change anything. But is there an answer to my earlier question about DC2s?
Thank you. Sorry, thanks, Councillor McKean. I have checked in with Jamie Johnson, the zoning lawyer, and he has advised me that council can clearly consider environmental impacts when determining zoning. I believe that we do still do that to some respect. We just don't speak to LEED certification any longer, but we can definitely look into options in that. I also know that Kim Petrin is on the line and could potentially answer some more questions about current practice.
Thank you. And Kim, would it be a lot of work to include in our report some evaluation of the LEED certification of especially a tower project where there could be 50, 100 units in it?
Thanks for the question, Councillor McKean. I think you have seen direct controls in the past that make commitments, whether it's for solar panels or geothermal or some type of energy efficiency. Often what is known at the zoning stage, the design of the project needs to further evolve. And so we do, at the development permit stage, require in those instances a report from a professional engineer or architect indicating how they align with maybe a LEED shadow program or any targets that were set in the direct control. So at a rezoning stage, not all of the information may be known on the specifics for a project, but we do get that follow-up information at a development permit stage.
I think that's been a real absence in our reports because it's educational for council and the public to know what the City of Edmonton is requiring, first of all. And maybe those really good developers who are going above and beyond in that project, it would be good to have that in there as well. So we know who's making the effort. And some, I have no doubt, some are probably making a tremendous effort. So that would be also really important. So I don't know if you need Ms. McCabe, would you need a motion for that to include more information and reporting about our climate goals in a DC2 project?
No, Councillor McKean, we don't need a motion. Ms. Petrin and Mr. Schneider and I have been talking about our public hearing reports and how we create that strong tie to city plan. I think there is a refinement there, so that's some good feedback for us today, specifically about DCs. And we're working on that, and we will be thinking about how to embed that into public hearing reports starting in the fall about that stronger link to city plan.
I will miss seeing them, but thank you very much.
Councillor Henderson?
Well, just really quickly to follow up on that, if we can build it into DC2s, we never built in LEED. We said LEED or equivalent, and there was a lot of discussion about how you did those equivalents, but we've done it. It's actually built into the zoning for the corridors, is my memory as well, that you automatically get up zoning zoning points for doing that. Is this not something we could build into our zoning bylaw renewal, so it's not just in direct controls, we can build it into all zones?
It potentially could be, and we're looking at that right now in terms of what's the right level of regulation within this space, within the zoning bylaw, at the same time making sure that the zoning bylaw is being used to be open for business. So it's something that we're currently grappling with. So understand there's absolutely a tie there. There's absolutely an opportunity for us to create some sort of point system through the zoning bylaw, but we need to understand how we'd actually implement that and what the trade-offs are associated with that implementation. Definitely haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, because it just as a final thought to see get your response to it, it strikes me that we're going to need every dime we have to incent the retrofits because we have no regulatory control over the retrofits. You can't force somebody to retrofit. But we do have regulatory control over the new builds. And if we're now going to be using money to incent new builds, that's less money we have to incent the retrofits, where it will be our only tool, correct?
Think of this as similar to neighborhood renewal. There's an optimum point in which to invest, and so we've got to figure out that overall investment portfolio and investment decision-making framework for council, and we're working on that.
Yeah, because using regulation is not going to help us at the retrofit level, correct? It's hard to, there probably isn't a regulation. We can regulate what you do if you retrofit, but we can't regulate you to retrofit.
If you retrofit, I believe that's a correct assessment.
Yeah, because I know, I was just reading some other reports today from wearing my other hat, and I know Vancouver's looking at some standards around retrofit, but that still doesn't obligate the retrofit.
They are, that's correct.
Yeah,
They're
but,
looking.
but that's not true on the new build, and that's why I think, when someone's coming to us and asking this, we have mechanisms there that, that don't cost us money. And that's why I think and given that because money's going to be tight to do this, correct? That's going to be our major challenge. Yeah?
There's limited dollars for all of council's priorities, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I had another question and then I lost it. Well, it's going to come to council and we're going to get another thwack. Oh, yes. To Ben's point, that's what it was. One of the market transformation things that we were talking about 5-10 years ago was energy labeling for buildings. And the voluntary programs have stepped up on that. The incentives to get people to do the baseline measurements are back in place now. The feds have funded those so you can get your audits done. And I think the feds have signaled that they're going to have mandatory labeling coming in. What's the timeline for that? Does anyone know?
It was signaled in the Pan-Canadian framework to already have been in place by now. But
Okay.
I think it might be a jurisdictional challenge too, that maybe the federal governments have to work with provinces and municipalities to actually.
Okay, so 6 or 7 years worth of litigation and then maybe we'll get it. But we've worked with industry to try to advance the voluntary side of it. And again, Mr. Hiltz earlier was talking about the importance of educating the consumer. It still boggles my mind that regulations stipulate that I know the mileage of my car, and something that costs 10 or 20 times as much as my car, the largest purchase any of us will ever make, we don't know the efficiency of, or at least we're not entitled as consumers to that level of protection just yet. But that's coming. It's just a matter of once the regulatory pieces are put in place.
Yeah, and who has that, the power to do that regulation, I think is the piece that still needs to be figured out.
And then joining that in with the financing is still the other missing piece of the puzzle. CEIP gives us an opportunity to do that, to link financing for improvements that improve that energy efficiency to the title and to favorable financing, separate and above from a mortgage. This is maybe a practical CEIP question, but if you have got, would that on-title assessment actually count against your mortgage financing because it's a tax obligation?
Ms. Pearson, are you able to weigh in on this? I know we've worked through this.
I apologize. I'll have to get back to you. We did work through this so that it wouldn't be considered part of, but what we have to do is we have to get the bank to sign off before you can come through. There's some administrative piece that we've got to protect whoever buys the home later on and make sure that we can still collect.
Well, and for retrofit, I think that gives us a way around the 32% cap on mortgages. And a different favorable financing mechanism to help with retrofit that hopefully is scalable. But I know we were working to try to make it eligible for new build as well. So if there's some way that can cover the $4,000 at least of the passive house standard, or 12 if it's solar panels and heat pumps and other things like that, can CEIP be a financing bridge potentially for the incremental costs of reaching that standard?
It's currently not part of the pilot that's going to roll out, but it is something that could be explored if the pilot's successful to expand it to new construction as well.
Which is an artful workaround for the limitations of mortgage finance rules today. But if anybody's listening from the CMHC and the feds, a change, because you're capped at 32% of leverage for your regular mortgage, assuming the other 10% is for credit card debt, student loans, and car payments, up to a maximum of 10%, so total leverage of 42. But if we're building location efficient housing with less parking that people can rely on transit more with, and it's energy efficient, that's going to have lower utility bills. And we were talking about this in the morning with some of the speakers, but that is the financing leverage potential that the private sector, that'd be the ultimate market transformation enabler.
It could be, yes.
Well, I really got to write that white paper and send it to Ottawa then, because I've been thinking about this for years. And I think this really is illustrating the gap there. So, and that can be something we can work with industry on to make that case, because I think that unlocks opportunity for them to get paid to build the better product and spread the benefit over 25 years from the homeowner. So that's not really a question. Thank you for this. I will go to Councillor Walters next. Perhaps he'd be willing to put the recommendation on the floor as one of the councillors leading on this initiative along with Councillor Henderson.
I will be thrilled to do that after I ask one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you for the update on the corporate climate leaders as well in attachment 3, which, we look at that, there's quite an amazing group of companies and businesses and institutions there that are important partners as we implement this, no doubt, and a growing list. Can you just talk in terms of measurements and targets, how we're measuring how they are contributing to the meeting of our targets? And I didn't quite, I know Councillor Henderson asked a lot of questions about this, but how we're able to measure those people making contributions that are outside the direct control of the city.
Mark Brostrom would be best to answer that question.
Yeah, that is a good question on how we do that. Of course, at the highest level, we look at our community greenhouse gas inventory, and that's sort of at the collective level where we'll be getting some good indication on how all areas of the energy ecosystem are performing and moving on this piece. There are other, the building benchmarking work that we do is one way where we actually look at the facility level, and information is provided on energy use, and then in subsequent years it's updated to look at the changes over time. So that's again one way that's done, and so there's some of those pieces. understanding the information on how some industry is working and achieving some of their targets is also a piece that we probably could and should be doing a little bit more work on, and just understanding and maybe even echoing some of those projects and information that's happening in some of the industry reporting that does occur. So not sure if that really answers the entire piece. We don't have that level of sophistication on knowing every organization, but we do try to amplify the good news stories that are happening out there.
Well, I know that, modeling across the whole community in terms of the emissions inventory, and then, measuring what we can measure, extrapolating it, that all that is getting more sophisticated. And for whatever it's worth, I think, a new council, and taking this plan and having implemented some orientation and education around, being able to watch those targets and understand the measuring of our achievements would be pretty useful as well, because it has been a bit of a mystery to all of us as we've repeatedly missed targets, and we don't want to do that in the future. So I think it's easier to measure what we do, and it's less easy to measure what others are doing, even though they're in our community. So we have to close that gap eventually. Anyways, that's all I had, but I will, as the mayor suggested, happily move the recommendation in the report.
Thank you. And did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, well, I can just, I've spoken to this issue a great deal over my time here, and it's been really a lot of fun to work with Councillor Henderson on this initiative, and with the advisory committee that we stood up some years ago as well. They've been such a gift to the city and to our administration, and to the hope contained within this plan. I did want to highlight, when I read this, it's clearly, biting off more than we can chew, but that's the name of the game when it comes to climate action. Everything seems like it's more than we can chew on because it's so immense, and to the recognition that this is really about the need to activate lots and lots and lots and lots of private sector capital. I just wanted to point out how important that recognition is here, because this is not something that one city, even one as ambitious and forward-looking as this one is related to this issue. There's not one city that can do anything meaningful on its own as a municipality or as a corporation. So all the way along, this has been a community energy transition strategy. It's been community. It's all of us, not just the city of Edmonton. And, there's a lot in here, all the way from our original energy transition strategy to the development of our adaptation strategy and policy, to the great stormwater work that EPWR's done, now to this. I think that, I've been proud to be part of this work for the past 8 years, and it means a lot to me, and to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Tamaris and all those, and Mr. Bronstrom, to all those who have worked on this from our administration side, and to all those people from our community who participate. Thank you. And I'll look forward to supporting this and supporting it at council next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, and I don't mean to sound grumpy about this, because I think this is fabulous work, and I think it's a good description of where we know we have to go. I'll think between now and council next. I can't make a motion here anyway, so I'll think between now and next week about the question of how we create rigor around these targets, because the short-term ones, and so that when choices are being made, we understand that we're making choices that are going to get us there rather than we hope are going to get us there. I think that's what I'm trying to work out in my own mind, that and that may be part about the carbon budgeting, but I think there's also this idea of backing your path out is also part of what we need to understand, that we know that if we're going to get there by 2025 or 2030, what we have to do right now with one of these tools, or how many of these tools, to actually track forward and know we're going to get there. And I think that's the kind of rigor we're going to need, so that when the choices are made in the next year or two, there's an understanding that if you say no to certain parts of these things, then you're also saying no to any chance of hitting those targets. I think that's what we need to do. I think we need a tool that will help us get there. And I'm also understanding the hesitations, but we'll continue to push on this question of regulation around the buildings that are yet to be built. because I think that's one of the easy wins that that can save us a lot of grief later on. And it's not saying they need to be net zero today. I understand, you know, that things will change, but you want to at least build them in the way that they're easy to convert. And I'm not convinced we're doing that yet with the buildings we're building right now. I think we're building buildings that we're going to have to go back and fix, and will be just as expensive as the ones we already have to fix. This question, just to share a little bit of an anecdote, you know, because I get this, because of my time with the Green Municipal Fund, I'm getting to see stuff from all across the country. So we're getting applications from parts of the country that already have completely green energy sources. You know, I mean, Quebec, all of their power is, you know, none of it's, so, but they're still focused very much on saving on energy. So this idea that somehow that we can just come up with a new energy source and that's going to solve all our problems doesn't work, because that new energy source is going to be needed for other things that can't do anything else, you know, that can't save energy. You're going to need, ultimately you're going to continue to need energy for your transportation of some sort. It can never come totally off the energy grid. But our housing can, if we do it right, or we can significantly lower our ability to need energy to begin with. And that's why I think it's so important in the building stock that we stay a focus on that. If we think there's going to be a magic wand and we're going to have infinite supplies of low GHG energy in the future, I think we're kidding ourselves. That's going to be needed for manufacturing. It's going to be needed for all sorts of other things. And that's why lowering the energy we need and the energy that we use is so critical. And I'm worried that we're just continuing to dig ourselves into that hole in this hope that there'll be some magic wand solution later on. So thanks, and look forward to this coming to council.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. So I think that, you know, and I've come to think about this in market transformation terms, because for this to work, we have to unleash all of the economic capacity, or actually only a few percentage of our economic capacity, but a sizable portion in terms of a societal effort to make this transition. But if we do that right, and it's not solely up to us, I agree that it is a societal effort. It requires moves from senior orders of government. But we have been consistent along the way that even while those were slow in coming, there were things we needed to do to set the table for this. And I think we have, and there are, you know, there's a good accounting in the report of some of the things that we've done to make the space and to support the innovation and to help builders who want to take a leading edge here and customers who are already at that point to really refine these technologies. And I think back to a tour that I think, you know, fresh Councillor Henderson and I would have taken. It would have been back when it was in your ward in Riverdale. We went down to see, there's a pair of duplexes down there covered in solar panels. That was one of the first net zero houses in the city. And we now have the largest number of net zero houses in the country here. And I remember at that time, you know, the distance between that and the townhouse of Blatchford that I was in yesterday, in terms of the additional cost to get to that goal, we have unlocked, with support from NRCan and grants from other orders of government and regulatory pressure from the province and others over time, that has gone from being like, you know, tens of percents more expensive to get to that to, you know, is it 3,000? Is it 5,000? Is it 12,000? So that is the market doing its thing. But even in that incremental amount, there are jobs. And there are jobs in this region and value that's created and wealth for a family too. Because if you buy a more expensive house for a few thousand extra bucks, then I did the math earlier, you know, if it's going to cost you $17 a month more in mortgage payments for a tight house, if you're not going to save that in gas and electricity bills, then this isn't going to work. But I'm pretty sure you are, and that's before $170 a ton carbon pricing kicks in. So the price signals and the incentives are coming to make this work. Now, whether that's going to move the market fast enough, to Councillor Henderson's point, to actually, you know, the slower we adopt to that, the more space in our carbon budget we're taking up with building new houses that could be tighter. So I think we've got to attack that as fast as possible, but I think we need to attack it in partnership with our region and in industry. And that's going to take a bit of time. Stay tuned, because that motion's coming back for discussion in a couple of months at the regional board. And I do think there are financing gaps in here that just like the report we're going to consider later on this agenda for the electric buses, when the financing is there, you can bring those future benefits forward and come out ahead faster and achieve your GHG reduction targets quicker. That said, you know, the staying within the budget still has a gap in the fourth pathway of how we're going to get there, and that's the real innovation opportunity, and that's where some of the work we've been doing, particularly with Mayor Natu and the other mayors from the industrial heartland around hydrogen, is really exciting. It doesn't solve all our problems. It doesn't give us an excuse to build leakier buildings or leave retrofits undone and jobs uncreated on the building efficiency side, but it is a pathway potentially for us to cover some of those things off. And the story I like to tell is that the last coal plant that the city built in the old Edmonton Power days is now Capital Power's Genesee plant, just converted to gas. And if that's gas for 30 years, that's going to eat into our budget. But those turbines are hydrogen ready. They can take a hydrogen blend today, and they can be converted completely over to hydrogen without too much ado, which means that electricity is kind of future-proofed against a low-carbon source. And it'll be the convergence of all of those things, because we put the right signals in place, that help get us there. So I'm really proud of this work and grateful to everyone who's touched it, and hope that council will look favorably on it next week. Anyone else want to weigh in? Councillor Walters to close.
I'll leave your words to close, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Introduced it sufficiently. Thank you.
Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. And we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay. Next up, and overlapping a little bit, as it should, is the Edmonton Economic Action Plan. We'll let you change out your delegation there. And
Mr. Mayor, is this an opportunity to, because my question on 6.9 relates to something in this plan, essentially, so.
Yeah, no, good flag. Unless anyone wants to keep it separate, I don't think there's an issue with cross-referencing in my mind, with cross-referencing 6.3 and 6.9. Is that okay with administration? Okay. You want to move that, Councillor Walters?
So moved.
Okay. Is there any objection? Then by unanimous consent, we will cross-reference the Edmonton Action Plan with the res-non-res ratio analysis. There's a good case to be made for that. So we'll just give administration a moment to turn over the workstations here. You want to take 2 minutes? No? You're good? Oh, okay. Fire away then.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm here today with Jeff Chase, the branch manager of Economic and Environmental Sustainability, and Leslie Vogie and Tom Gervin, virtually from the local economy team, as well as a number of staff from various departments to share with you Edmonton's Economic Action Plan. Edmonton's Economic Action Plan is our 10-year roadmap to building a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable economy. This plan brings coordination between the city and its partners. It prioritizes equity, and partnership, and focuses on actions that'll make it easier for business to start and for people to be employed in Edmonton. I must start with a thank you to the many businesses and community partners who provided much input and support for this work. Well, moving forward with focus, we'll be strategic, creative, and committed to leveraging emerging economic opportunities. The document consists of tangible and specific actions that advance the direction provided in the city plan and enable conditions that will create jobs. In planning for a city of 2 million, we must set an intentional course that grows economic opportunities and meets the challenges of today's economy. Across the globe, COVID-19 has been devastating local economies. In combination with an unprecedented energy sector, our economy will continue to be vulnerable if we continue to do things as we always have. In building this plan, we worked hard to ensure we could balance the challenges of here and now with the future opportunities. The action plan is not a COVID-19 recovery plan, but it does take into consideration the current economic realities.
The city plan provides strategic direction for growth management through multiple policies, including economic development. The action plan activates the city plan by identifying specific actions aimed to help the city and its partners activate the policies related to supporting our economy and creating jobs. Ultimately, the city plan asks how we facilitate the creation of 500,000 jobs as we grow to 2 million more people. The goal of the action plan is to create the conditions for this job growth and specifically support 121,000 net new jobs over the next 10 years. The city plan enables us to weave our strategies together, ensuring we drive the city's growth forward in coordination. We've been able to align our economic development direction with other key priorities, such as energy transition and the place brand strategy. As companion documents, the action plan, place brand strategy, and community energy transition strategy are aligned to ensure that they bring the city plan to life in a consistent and leveraged way. So how did we get here? You'll likely recall that this work was started with EDC but transitioned to administration in the last year. We analyzed the work previously started by EDC, as well as what we heard through the rigorous engagement undertaken through Connect Edmonton and City Plan. To ensure that we're on the right track and to gather further feedback, we undertook many one-on-one meetings with a range of partners, both our formal economic development partners like Edmonton Global, Explore Edmonton, and Innovate Edmonton, as well as with other partners including post-secondaries and associations supporting newcomers and entrepreneurship within marginalized communities. By incorporating these inputs and from the direction of the city plan, we are able to develop the principles and actions that make up this action plan. The plan consists of 5 principles and 24 actions, and the principles help organize the actions into coherent groups and bring focus to the plan. From the 5 principles are 24 actions. The breadth of the actions within the plan range from green economy to supporting entrepreneurs in marginalized communities and regional collaboration. Other key focuses include supporting speed to market and further supporting the reduction of red tape. They are specific and actionable and designed to support the creation of jobs. All of the actions in the plan are tied to specific city plan policies and will help bring its implementation to life. We've identified over 50 performance measures that will monitor the actions plan's progress. This includes measures found in the city plan and in Connect Edmonton. While the city plays a key part in creating the conditions for success, it will largely be the private sector and our partners who will be employing individuals, investing in new innovations, and expanding their businesses. And so with this in mind, our measures of success reflect both job growth, the holistic indicators of the strength of our economy, and performance metrics tied to city economic development activities. Taken together, we'll be able to chart the progress of job growth and economic strength over time. Building the strongest and most resilient economy possible requires careful attention to who is included and who has been left behind. A gender-based analysis was used in the development of the principles and actions of this plan and will be used in the supplemental implementation actions to account for the disproportionate and systemic barriers and challenges that sub-Edmontonians continue to face. Though the actions address inclusivity in specific ways, it's important to note that an equity lens will be applied to all the actions and associated implementation. The city cannot do this work alone. The challenges before us today require partnership now more than ever. The diagram is just a snapshot of our economic ecosystem. The city is also just one among an array of key stakeholders, including private sector, post-secondaries, other orders of government, nonprofits, and the partners that we fund, as well as community organizations. Partnership and a willingness to work together will be required if we hope to achieve the outcomes we describe here. For some of the actions, implementation is already underway. Others will start to lift off the ground very shortly. The implementation plan in this report is meant to provide the broad strokes of our approach by identifying potential leads, timeframes, and resource requirements. Though we have identified implementation leads and supports in the implementation strategy, they will be further refined in the coming weeks and months in collaboration with our partners. We know in some cases the city will lead, and in many cases the city will support, and we're thankful to our partners for their ongoing work and commitment to this. There's no budget ask associated with the plan. We're focused on reallocating the existing resources to accomplish this work. It will also be integrated into the city's prioritized budgeting process. This is an important plan for our city and will be the cornerstone of our approach to economic growth. It requires a commitment to equity, partnership, and staying nimble to dynamically adapt to changing economic conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 7 speakers registered here. I'm just going to roll call them and make sure that we can hear them all and hopefully see them, but here is most important. Malcolm Bruce, are you there?
I believe that Malcolm has withdrawn their request to speak.
Oh, okay. Has anyone substituted, or have we had any other requests on this item?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Next then is Jeff Bizantz.
I believe that they've withdrawn as well, but understand that Heather Raymond is on the line.
Oh, okay.
In lieu.
That's too bad. I was looking forward to what Jeff would have to say, but perhaps Heather Raymond will clarify that for us. Heather, you're on the line.
Yes, I am, and I hope I do as good a job as Jeff would do.
I'm sure you will. Next, Jean Lehman.
I'm here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Andrew McIsaac.
Yes, I'm here as well.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Maggie Davidson.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Welcome, Maggie. And Richard Skirmer. Are you there?
Greetings from the hamlet of Genesee.
I can see you. Okay. Welcome. I think many of you have presented to council before, but just in case you haven't, and as a refresher, you've each got 5 minutes. Please mute yourselves when you're not presenting. We'll hear from you one after another, and then once we've heard from all 5 of you, I'll open it up for questions from committee members and members of council joined into to dialogue with you. And once we've finished questions of you, then you can stay on the line and observe, but please stay muted as we ask questions of administration and then make deliberations and determinations. So welcome to each of you. My request would be that if you have a clock or a countdown timer on your phone, that you use that just to help manage your 5 minutes. And we'll be running a clock in here too, but it's easiest if you also help me do that and use your time most effectively. So I will now start with Heather. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Heather Raymond, and I'm the coordinator of the Edmonton Council for Early Learning and Care. And I'd like to thank you, Mayor Ivinson, and the council members of the Executive Committee for the opportunity to comment on the Economic Action Plan. I want to begin with saying we're really pleased that the city is adopting a broad and integrated approach to economic development, one that builds on the city plan and that sees the city as active and forward-looking in shaping its future. And thanks to the planning team for this work. I'd now like to speak about the action plan and its connection to early learning and care, and provide you beginning with a background that the Edmonton Council for Early Learning and Care is an offspring of End Poverty Edmonton, And I'd like to acknowledge that Councillor Henderson and Paquette are members of the EPE Secretary Roundtable. And I'd also like to acknowledge that Councillor Essinger has been instrumental in supporting the Council and pushing for improved early learning care. EPE designated early learning and care as a game changer and helped to create the Council for Early Learning and Care. Our council comprises of different levels of government, school boards, 2 foundations, and a number of organizations with expertise and experience in child development and childcare. Our goal is to work towards building a system of high quality and affordable early learning and care in Edmonton. I'd like to share the state of the early learning and care in Edmonton. It's highly fragmented, expensive, and many areas are underserved. And I want to provide a brief overview of the numbers of childcare supports pre-pandemic. There were 372 childcares, 352 out-of-school cares, and 118 preschools plus family day homes. Altogether, that provided 35,000 childcare spaces for our children. I want to emphasize that all of these are businesses, whether not-for-profit or for-profit, and they're all employers. And a large number of the people, mostly women, work in childcare. In spite of the number of options that families have, still families continue to face pervasive problems in finding spaces for young children, spaces that are affordable, and meet the needs of diverse children and families. We're now in a situation with calls for improvement in early learning and care services, and the call is coming from many directions. As I mentioned earlier, EPE sees high quality, affordable, early learning care as a game changer for getting Edmontonians out of poverty. The city plan recognized the importance of accessible childcare throughout the city as the city expands and seeks to build vital communities. And over the past year, COVID has amplified cracks and gaps in our social and economic infrastructure. These cracks and gaps underscore the serious disadvantages faced by many members of our society, particularly women, newcomers, and low-income individuals who want and need to participate in the economy but cannot. One of the many barriers many face is the lack of affordable, high-quality childcare. This problem has become impossible not to recognize, so much so that the federal government has begun serious work and funding to build a national system of early learning and care, and they've signaled that in the federal government budget next week, we will see new and significant commitments to early learning and care. And it's just not the federal government. In recent months, many organizations have argued that if we want to have a strong, sustainable recovery from the pandemic, the early learning and care must be more available and more affordable than we have today. And these groups include the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, the Business Council of Alberta, C.D. Howe Institute, YMC Canada, and Centre for Future Work in Vancouver. Given all these endorsements, it is entirely appropriate and timely for the city in its new economic action plan to confirm Action 17, that is to promote affordable, accessible, high quality, and inclusive early learning and care. Early learning and care must be part of the city plan as we move forward. Making the commitment is important. The next step is to do it. Our group is now preparing to recommend a set of actions the city can take to implement the goals of the city plan and the economic action plan, and we look forward to presenting them to you soon. We want to thank the city planners for their hard work in preparing this far-sighted plan for economic development and for including early learning and care in future planning. We look forward to being partners in working with the city planners and the city council to implement Action 17 and any other parts of the plan where we can help. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks very much, Heather. Next is Jean Lehman. Welcome. You're still muted, I think.
Yeah, I'm staying. I'm okay now. Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Jean Lehman, founder and former chair of Francophonie Albertaine Plurielle. That is the main settlement organization here in Edmonton. I'm also a founder and currently executive director of Black Canadian Women in Action, operating as BCW in Action. So BCW in Action is a bilingual organization, non-profit organization, committed to making a difference in the lives of family in Black Canadian communities living in the Western Canada. Through its business entity, Black Canadian Businesses in Action, Operating and BCB in Action, our organization offers business-related programs and activities to business owners and entrepreneurs in our communities. We offer education, leadership, networking, skill building, economic empowerment. BCB aims to be the leader in building a strong Black business community in Western Canada, and we support and promote Black entrepreneurs to innovate and conquer national and international markets. On behalf of BCW in Action and the community we serve, I thank you for allowing me to come to this illustrious place to present support for the Edmonton Community Action Plan. We support this plan and its 5 principles that lead to action that will be taken to implement the plan. We support the plan because this plan is made by the people and for the people by the people of Edmonton. So we thank Jeff Chase and his team who allowed us to take part in this development. We are not often consulted to this type of activity. We support the plan because it takes into consideration the time we are living in. The city has always been on the forefront when it comes to inclusion and their councillor. During your term, you created an anti-racist advisory committee. I myself sit at Edmonton Heritage Council as a board director, a city entity that whose vision is Edmonton embracing diverse heritage, inclusive of all people, communities, culture. So for us, Edmonton is our home. We support this entity, this entire plan, but even more, its principle 1, an action that will be taken to support building capacity and access to resources for entrepreneurs from marginalized communities, such as racialized entrepreneurs and newcomers. And now, I take this opportunity to point out that the city, province, and Canada is losing the opportunity to include the Black community, especially business owners and entrepreneurs in the economic landscape. Working with the community, we know, given the support, this community will help diversify our economy and boost its growth because the Black community like to do business. Our experience working with these communities shows us that there is more startup and informal business. A lot of these businesses were hit the hardest by the pandemic, but some of them are still operating despite the challenge brought by this pandemic. We know no one saw what was coming with the COVID. However, we noticed that most of Black business owners lack foundations, like tools that could help them to minimize the impact of the pandemic. We also found that there is no data in this business demographic, and we have very limited information on the important entrepreneurial ecosystem. This is why we partner with McEwan and King's University to apply on a federal call of proposal that will create a Black entrepreneurship knowledge hub to address the gap. We think that this plan will allow the city to be more inclusive, and it will also address the gap regarding racialized entrepreneurs and newcomers. I mentioned that we are losing an opportunity if we don't include business owner, Black business owner, entrepreneur. Because this demographic is young, enthusiastic, willing to realize their dream. It is also well-skilled. They don't need help. All they need is support. And at BCW, we advocate on changing the discourse. We want to change the perception of the community of Black people and as the acceptance of the Black community of their status. We know these communities, we are part of this community. We want the Black community to be seen as service providers and not only as service recipients. This plan completely aligns with this vision. This is why we are enthusiastic and really hope that the Council will adopt it. So thank you for listening.
Merci, Madame Lehmann.
Je vous en prie.
Next is Andrew McIsaac.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, and members of the Executive Committee and Council, and other guests of the administration. So my name is Andrew McIsaac, and I'm the CEO of Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation. And I'm speaking today about API and the pharmaceutical life sciences and how they fit into the business retention and expansion priorities of Edmonton and Alberta. So some of you may not have heard about API because we're a heads down not-for-profit that hit the ground running about 4 years ago. And like so many others in the area, we haven't really told our story as well as we could, which is why we're here today. So we're a not-for-profit organization that spun out of the U of A because there was a gap in life sciences commercialization. Researchers in our city make great discoveries, but taking basic research takes a whole list of different fields. Taking basic research requires a whole bunch of different fields of technical expertise that are applied in a different manner than academia. To put it into terms that council might understand, is a researcher is like an architect. They can create a grand vision for a future project, but they're not an electrical engineer, a structural engineer, a land developer, a general contractor, or many of the other fields that make a vision reality. The same is true in drug development, but the fields are scientific. Companies need more than business, marketing, and patent support to grow and succeed here. So that's where API steps in as a capacity builder. With translational capacity and infrastructure to support life science startups. We work with industry and post-secondaries across the province. And with the support of Edmonton Global, we've attracted investment and retained local talent here for the life sciences. In the past few years, we've attracted over $30 million in industry investment and have over 30 staff and have supported 16 spin-off companies. The publicly traded ones are now at a combined market cap of over $400 million. Our board includes local leaders in the area like Nobel laureate Dr. Michael Houghton, Lana Appleset, who runs a global oncology research organization here, Greg Clack, who runs the Gilead pharmaceutical manufacturing plant in the city, and Jason Pincock, who's the CEO of Dynalife. So we're passionate about the work we do, and the economic action plan in front of you is a good step in the evolution of innovation and business retention and expansion in the city. And because we believe the life sciences are extremely important for Edmonton, we want you to know that we want to help, and we can help Edmonton achieve the goals of the action plan because we're already doing some of the work. So for action item number 1, which speaks to the alignment of economic development activities, funding, and reporting in order to identify gaps, eliminate redundancies, and improve collaboration. The performance metrics for this action include job creation. That's a significant area of focus for us. We believe that Edmonton and Alberta are uniquely positioned to translate workers from oil and gas to biomedical manufacturing, and transitioning these workers from one industry to another is a critical step as jobs decline in other industries. For action number 13, about supporting Made in Edmonton technology solutions, we're thrilled with this item, as building capacity for companies is something that we have central to our mission and mandate, but we respectfully ask that you consider the following changes, that it isn't limited only to Silicon Valley style definitions of technology, but to the broader innovation ecosystem, including the life sciences, that there's some clarity about the performance measures for job creation in the innovation corridor, so that the job creation in the life sciences and pharmaceutical manufacturing be included as a part here, because we believe it should be, and that the performance measure for patent creation in Edmonton be kept, but also that we add in commercialization and manufacturing of patents from other places. That's a tremendous opportunity that we feel that Edmonton has a role to play in, because it's not just about the ideas that we create here, it's also about the ability to move ideas to market. And with that, we open ourselves up to not only local innovation, but also being an attracting point for innovation across the province and around the world. And then to action items 18 and 20, API's mandate is business retention and expansion. We work in partnership with post-secondary institutions across the province to ensure that our grads stay here and that life science businesses that they start are successful and stay here, so that the companies that we attract have the local talent that's properly trained to do the work that is needed. We know the pandemic has shed significant light on the importance of the life sciences and the need for collaboration and ensuring resources are not wasted. So we support the city administration and council's undertaking of the economic action plan and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next is Maggie Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Executive Committee members, councillors. My name is Maggie Davidson, Interim CEO at Explore Edmonton, and I'm here today to speak to the action plan process and the work that Stephanie McCabe, Jeff Chase, and Tom Gervin and their teams have undertaken to ensure this action plan is truly a collaborative effort with various community partners. I will keep my comments brief, but just wanted to express my gratitude to the city administration team who have helped to ensure we are all aligned and working together towards the same goal. A tremendous amount of work has gone into ensuring that we are not only aligned, but also well coordinated on our approach, and we have the measures, targets, and ultimately the positive results that meet the expectation of the city and Edmontonians, whether it's in the work done within our funding agreement, validating our Explore Edmonton measures, expected results, and through to the actions each partner is responsible for and how it contributes to the action plan. Explore Edmonton's strategic roadmap and soon to be released tourism master plan fully align and will work in total harmony to stimulate the economic recovery and growth of our city and region. Both of these documents are available on our website at exploreedmonton.com under the industry section. There you will find many examples that support my statement. But in the interest of time, let me just say that in my experience, there has been a real concerted effort to ensure we are all aligned and supported by city administration, who have gone above and beyond to thoroughly understand the visitor economy and how it integrates and supports the plan. This action plan must be a true living document. It must be dust-free, and we will use it within our organization in the execution of Explore Edmonton's plans and in partnership with the city and other partners to make effective, positive business decisions that will drive jobs, prosperity, and social benefit over the coming years. I look forward to continuing to work together with our colleagues within city administration and with all our partners. Thanks to the whole team who have worked tirelessly to bring this action plan alive and for their continued support and commitment to move at the speed of business, to hunt as a pack, to be bold and bring our economy back to life with a sustainable and environmentally focused approach, and to position Edmonton and the region as the best place to live, work, and play in the future. Explore Edmonton fully supports this action plan, and thank you.
Thanks, Maggie. We've got one person to hear from before we shift gears here. We've got a scheduled break at 3:30, but I think we can eat into it just a little bit to make sure we hear from the full panel. Richard, floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Then we'll break and do questions afterwards. So go ahead, Richard.
Well, that's scary you gave me the floor, but thank you very much, your worship, members of City Council, administration, speakers, and visitors. Hopefully you can all hear me. For those of you that know me, I'm sorry, truly. For those of you that don't, I'm Richard Skirman. I'm the current president and CEO of the Edmonton Air Show, which is transitioning to the Alberta International Air Show and Trade Exposition. I want you to know that I support this report overall, but today I'm specifically focused on Principle 5, Actions 22, 23, and 24, Regional Cooperation, Shared Benefit, and Market Attraction. In my opinion, Edmonton needs to live these objectives truly if it wants to succeed. My one critique is that it seems that aerospace and defense industry seems to be underrepresented in the strategy. Aerospace and defense is not just scheduled passenger air service or air cargo, or is it developing lands adjacent for non-aerospace use. I'm not marginalizing the work done to date, But aerospace also includes value chain engineering, manufacturing, research and development, MRO, training, education, autonomous systems, northern sovereignty, etc. 90% of aerospace is on the ground. During the CCA debate, former Mayor Mandel asked me to devise a strategy to help keeping the remaining aerospace industry here, as well as devise a way to attract more, which the result is now the Alberta National Air Show. But this is not an air show. It's a purpose-built capital investment attraction initiative based on similar ventures in Farnborough. And for many of us here, we know the Stampede Investment Forum. In short, it is Action 24 and it's already here. The event alone has done the research to provide a potential $96 to $126 million USD year over year in tourism benefits, let alone the capital investment generation. In both models, this is based on 70+% of the attendees being from outside the local market, and all these attendees being very mobile, diverse, and investment focused. The business and partnership proposals I've created over the past 10 years have been nothing short of amazing. People actually want to be here. Trust me on that one. But once they know that we're here and we're open for business, that's the mandate of what I've created here, to get them here and show them that we're here and so they can take advantage of the opportunity. The AIA is designed to be, quoting directly from the report, a tool to support investment by creating awareness about local opportunities for business and people. With the election of Mayor Nadeau, I finally had a really good advocate for this vision as well, which has resulted in what's called the Villeneuve Landing Network. The province is looking to include this initiative in their aerospace strategy, one of the top 5 strategies for recovery. We've been included in several federal submissions, and I have support from the office to have a Premier's Investment Forum similar to the Stampede Investment Forum in 2022 here. Yet our attempt at a global trade exposition has one massive flaw. We seem to get lots of investment from Calgary, but not much from Edmonton. Well, other jurisdictions have kind of noticed what's going on. They want me to take the opportunity there, but I really don't want to, because Villeneuve and Edmonton is actually geographically placed with all the best attributes to be one of the best facilities to attract this industry to Canada overall. We actually do own aerospace. We have a great history in it, but I can't do it by myself. Right now, people don't seem to want to live 22 and 23 and are running into barriers with jurisdictional boundaries, competing priorities, funding streams that don't align, province versus this, that, and the other thing, EDO competition, reorgs, and committeitis. We got to stop that. This is not to say there hasn't been any Edmonton investment. In 2018, Explore Edmonton stepped up and helped cement our partnership with the Reno National Air Race Association. For that help, Maggie, Katie, and team, I thank you tremendously. That partnership with Sturgeon County, the Air Show, Explore Edmonton, and Government Alberta led to several hot leads. We were invited to be a keynote speaker at the Nevada Institute of Autonomous Systems. Dassault Aircraft was there, and they wanted to make sure they want to come up and talk to us about putting factories in Edmonton. Leonardo Aviation of Italy wants to talk to us about helping build the new Snowbird replacement jets so they be bought and do it here. Reno is one of the greatest spots for global aviation investment on the globe, and as part of our deal, hourly ads showcased Edmonton to Reno, 150,000 spectators plus viewers on NBC and live streams. Through this, we're now part of Oshkosh, which is the holy grail of North American aerospace events. That simple little piece got these results. Imagine what happens if we could get together, get rid of the regional boundaries, and do more. There's much more I'd like to say, and I don't want to monopolize the time, but I really do want to say I support the principles here overall 100%. We just need to make sure we do this collaboration, because globally we are too small to be insular and protectionist. I have other examples, like you mentioned earlier, Genesee, which is just out to my left-hand side here is the power plant. There's a great way you can actually help with using this document to repair a lot of damage that's been done out here and look like you're an environmental and corporate leader. But to succeed, we really do want to work in this together. So I hope you live 22 to 23 to the fullest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skirmer. So let's pause for about 15 minutes. Let's come back at 3:48, let's aim for, and then we'll carry on with questions of our panelists here.
Mr. Mayor, there was someone who joined the meet that I'd just appreciate if we could confirm they don't wish to speak to this item. The name was Tessie Omina.
Tessie, are you there?
Sorry, this is part of BCWO. She was just, she didn't ask to talk.
Okay. Then thank you for confirming that, Jean. So we are done with this panel of speakers at this point. Let's come back now at 3:50 and we'll carry on with questions. So panelists, please come back in 15 minutes and be ready to take questions. Stand by until then. Thanks. Sorry, folks. Thanks for your patience. Let's come back to questions, starting with Councillor McKeen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Andrew, I'm going to pick on you first. I just want to be absolutely clear on what message you wanted committee to hear today. If the plan is off the mark in some way, do you think, or are you here to remind us of an opportunity?
That's a good question. Thank you, Councillor. So it's a little bit of both. We do really support the plan and think it's a good plan. But in looking at some of the implementation plan, a lot of the draft performance measures are still very much focused on a singular sector, and that is tech. And I think one of the challenges is there's a whole bunch of different definitions of what that is. But if you look to number 13, some of the big metrics here are employment in Edmonton's information and communications technology sector. And I think for a Made in Edmonton metric, I think we're missing a little bit in terms of that. So, for us as an organization, we very strongly support the action plan, but we just want to make sure that, people are aware of the work that we do when it comes to the implementation. We're arguably the largest economic development focused organization outside of the post-secondary system here in the city. And so, we obviously really are enthusiastic about developing the economy here, but we want to make sure that it's recognized.
So we focus on digital and not on life sciences. Do I have that right? Or what would be the terminology you would use?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there needs to be a bit of a realization that technology and tech is more than just digital. And that, that everyone's speaking the same language, because based on the documents that we've seen, it seems like there's a couple of different understandings of what technology is. If technology includes life sciences, then that's absolutely perfect for us. If it's something that doesn't, then, that's something that we'd like to have amended.
Thank you. I'll ask those questions of administration at the time. Maggie, are you still on the call? Maggie Davidson?
I think we've lost Maggie.
Okay, fair enough. I'll jump then to, with apologies, Richard Skirmer. Richard, so it's all nice to say that we all need to work together and get along, but what are you really driving at here today? What message did you want this committee and council to get about are we missing an opportunity with the air show? Is that what you're really here to tell us?
That's part of it, because of the fact that it's hard enough to try and get through enough work to do the grant programs of the province and then try to get through the city and various jurisdictions. The one comment I keep hearing as I push this thing forward throughout Calgary and even throughout Rupert's Land or Western Canada is, where's Edmonton? And are they the key sponsor? Or are they not the key sponsor? And I'm like, well, they're supportive in verbal, but that's about as far as it goes. So we start having the conversation, and I'm not trying to be mean to anybody, but everybody's trying to do the best job in their department that they can. So when I start having the conversation with one person, they refer me to another department, refers me to another department, then they do this, and everybody's trying to talk. And by the time we finally get going, it's June, July. We can't do anything. They say come back in October, and the logical loop starts again. Then you integrate the province into it, then integrate the regional municipalities into it, throw these other things, and I haven't been able to get traction. And with this lack of traction, what would solve would be they used to call it the bagman meeting, where you'd sit down in a room with people with checks and investment and ready to go. And you already had a plan to say, we'll pick on you, Scott, because you're such a great plant. You look like Mr. Moneybags right now with the, but you have someone sitting in there and you basically start saying, I'm in for this. What are you in for? And what everybody seems to be waiting for, from the province, the feds on down, is where's Edmonton? Because this was the Edmonton Air Show. Now it has to become the Alberta National Air Show, because they're looking at this being a national event. They're looking to attract national companies. That's why they're pushing Leonardo Aviation out of Italy. They're pushing Dassault, which is out of Toulouse, France. There's a couple other aviation companies that are looking at, and there's also a company out of Africa that wants to come with NAFCAN and study the aviation system we have here. But everybody's looking for Edmonton to take a leadership role because they're the ones that stand to benefit the most. 90% of my spend is in Edmonton.
Okay, and no surprise, you used up most of my time. I might come around again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. So, Mr. McIsaac, so presumably there's a few $100 million at least out there in private capital in the world looking to invest in the biotech space. How should we go after it? And does this plan help us get it?
Yeah, so there is, and I would say that there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that, especially over the next few years, Edmonton could definitely reach out and grab if we ensure that we have a strong strategy in place. I think, economic diversification is always a tough issue where, there's a whole bunch of various interests aligned with various priorities. And, diversity is key to economic diversification. So, in terms of what the city can do in terms of this action plan, I think it's important to ensure that we include the sort of role of organizations like API, which does business expansion and retention. We're not purely on the innovation side. We're not purely on the ECDEV side. We sort of straddle that middle in helping companies expand here. And we've had a great relationship with folks like Edmonton Global as they've, attracted companies. And
let me interject there just to, color in the question a little bit. So say if there's a $50 million opportunity of that many hundreds of million that you can see, you're industry specific, you have the lay of the land, where a lot of that capital is. So what would you do then? So forget it's not what the city can do, it's how the city can help, I think is more, the more appropriate way to say that. But what would you do if you saw an opportunity? Would you go to Edmonton Global and say, let's put together a pitch, a strategy, like the sort of quote unquote first mile strategy to go after and kind of get that, then come back to the city based on what that investor needs? Like maybe talk a little bit about the sort of chain of activity or the kind of activity that would ensue to get it.
Yeah, absolutely. So in many cases, Edmonton Global has been good at attracting. In some cases, they've done a good job in building out the case for the life sciences within the city. If we're to say, we're looking at a company and we know that they're looking to invest in a new manufacturing site, we would generally go after them directly and in concert with Edmonton Global, sort of pulling in their additional expertise. I do think we're starting to get a better sort of ecosystem here where there's an understanding that there needs to be depth of knowledge. At least from my standpoint, Edmonton Global seems to be doing a good job of that. Innovate Edmonton, we're still, waiting for it to be, up to full capacity. But, I would hope that they're also looking to do something similar along those lines as well, so that they can rely on subject matter experts like us to help make sure that we're putting forward the right case. But then, providing that sort of citywide or institutional support along the way. Does that answer your question? I know
I guess I'm trying to understand how this plan, because I'm going to get to this, because I think the plan needs to really be measured by the amount of dollars, deals, jobs, et cetera, come here and are captured here, whether it's new investment or expansion of existing businesses. So, you'll go out, you'll work with Edmonton Global, you have the target, you go make the pitch, you find out what they need, you get a list of 5 things that they'd require to make their investment here. Then you come to the city and say, well, we need this size, we have a piece of land in mind, we need a little help with some transportation infrastructure maybe, or we need a little help with some zoning in this particular case, those kinds of things. And you'd expect the city to be able to fill in and respond expeditiously to landing that deal, right?
Yeah, so Edmonton Global does work well with the city from that regard. For us, we are probably 3 of the 5 things on that list. Access to talent and infrastructure, access to a lot of those components that enable a company to stand up quicker. And I think, when we look at this in terms of how we make it work, the one thing that we do want to ensure is that there isn't too much of that sort of bureaucracy in the way of being, nimble and agile and running after companies. And, going back to the action plan, some of those aspects, the reason that I'm sort of banging my hat on the definitions here is because in the past we've seen, a definition of what an economic vision is, and if we're not part of it, it's harder to get those conversations within the city or other organizations. So I think that's a little bit more to that point.
Okay, thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you. Thanks for everyone's presentations today. I have a couple questions for you as well, Mr. McIsaac, and I guess perhaps building a little bit on what Councillor Walters was talking about. My understanding is that a particular focus of yours is supporting the post-secondary institutions to keep their graduates in Edmonton. Did you want to expand on that a little bit? Just tell us a bit more about how you're doing that or what that means for your operation.
Sure, absolutely. So we're in a very confusing space at the intersection of technological development as well as training and business expansion and retention. And so what we do is previously a lot of the sort of technical skills involved in the life sciences have not been able to be employed in Edmonton. From the Faculty of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences at the U of A, grads go out to great careers in pharma in the States and elsewhere. But the fact of the matter is, because we don't have enough of a seed cluster here within the city, a lot of that talent, for lack of a better pool, moves elsewhere. And so what we've done is we've sort of served as a large sort of pharmaceutical company structure that we can enable our grads to work on industry projects in here locally, both attracting international business and global business to the city, but then at the same time provide them with a framework that if, say, an innovator comes out of the University of Alberta with a company, we've got the team here that's able to translate what they're doing. And so really it's about providing that framework for the jobs to stay here. And arguably we've done a decent job so far, even in the short 3-4 years that we've been around, in terms of the jobs retained here within the city that otherwise these companies would have raised money and spent it in other jurisdictions.
So maybe just expanding on that a little bit, how many jobs have you retained here? Can you put a number to that in the 4 years you've been doing your work?
Yeah, so every single year it's almost doubled. We're getting close to 60 jobs that would have otherwise left the province. And it's just the beginning, because a lot of the companies we've worked with have done raises, and now they're looking to spend that money. And a good example would be Hepion Pharmaceuticals, just raised $200 million US. Thanks to working with us, we've encouraged them to move all of their R&D, except for clinical, to the city, and we're helping them spend those dollars here locally.
So I'm curious about something I have seen a little bit in the media lately, and that is that the government of Alberta is looking at, and you tell me if this is related to your work or not, but is looking at vaccine development and manufacturing proposals, and there seems to be a bit of push-pull at the provincial level about whether we should be looking at large-scale, full-scale manufacturing enterprises, or we should be pursuing more of that R&D, clinical trial, lab work type of work. Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, so we're involved in both. And from the sort of push from both the province and the federal government, we're the key proponent in 2 very large asks that are out there at the moment. Hopefully, in the coming weeks and months, we'll be able to successfully have attracted those build-outs to Edmonton. The area that we think we need to focus on is both the clinical and lab scale, but a lot of the area where Edmonton has strengths is the sort of early stage of the market for production. So late clinical trials, early market, and a good example is the Gilead site here in town. They produce for the clinical trials that Gilead has ongoing, and then for the early stage of the market before they do higher volume production elsewhere. And I think that's a niche that Edmonton's really well suited for. And we're talking about, each plant that pharma sets up here is, $500 million of investment, 400 highly paid jobs as it stays here. It's a big number, and I think a very useful area for economic development. It complements things like the hydrogen initiatives.
and your work is generally in providing that, I guess, human resources supply potentially into that chain of enterprises that might come to Edmonton and might stay in Edmonton.
Yeah, we've had some companies that are in the early stages of clinical trials where we've taken on their manufacturing, built out teams here, and then as they grow their building facilities, that will move those teams here in Edmonton into as they approach the commercial market. So it's really about seeding companies to stay here, giving them a reason to move to the region by reducing the speed of them to get up and running with their research and development.
Thank you. I had one more, but I'm out of time. Thank you for your answers. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you, and I'll start with Ms. Raymond. I really appreciated your comments. I was really excited to see Action 17 in this report. I'm sure you were as well. And I guess I wanted to ask a couple of questions because we know that childcare was not only an answer for women coming out of poverty, but keeping them in the workforce or getting them in the workforce. You talked about 35,000 spaces. How many do we really need? Do you have a sense of that?
That's a really good question, Councillor Essinger. You would be aware that we have worked very hard to try and understand the data of what's going on in the city. And that's one of the problems with childcare. We don't have clarity of what the spots are and what we need in the city. There are reports that talk about deserts in certain parts of the city where we have and other parts don't. But what we lack is that coordinated effect. So it might look like we have enough spots, but it's not unusual to talk to young parents today who talk about being on waiting lists for years to get their children into a certain daycare. And so this is an area that's a concern. And part of our recommendations that we'll be bringing forward to you is that we need our partners to come together so that we can collect that data. And we're in the process right now of developing a survey that we will be sending out to Edmonton's families to understand what their needs are so that we can help inform you in the work that you're doing.
Now, are you looking just at daycare 0 to 6 or are you looking at 0 to 12? Because out of school care is a challenge for some families as well.
I apologize, I'm not able to answer that question because a couple of our team is working on that, but I could get back to you to let you know what are the span in which we are looking at. As you know, most of the work that we've been doing has been 0 to 6, but we recognize the importance also in terms of looking at what out of school care is, because that is an area that is great difficulty, which became very obvious during this pandemic.
We heard a lot about it, and I think affordability is the other factor that we're hearing, that they might be able to find it, but they can't afford it.
That's
and
correct.
That might be where the national plan comes in. It's hard to know at this point, right?
Absolutely. And what we want to do is encourage and work with you in the great advocacy work that you've done in other areas as that money becomes available. What kinds of things do we need in our city, and advocating that the cost is a barrier. And it really is a barrier to middle-class families as well as those that live in poverty. It affects many, many families. And we had a recent presentation that was done that it's as expensive to put your child in 4 years of daycare as it is to send them to the University of Alberta for 4 years. So that's an indication of how expensive it is.
Wow. Well, we'll look forward to those recommendations, but I'm very happy it's part of this report, and we're beginning to track it as an economic indicator. So that's great. Thank you. I want to turn my attention to Ms. Lehman for a moment. And I think you mentioned the importance of capacity building. I don't know if it was for entrepreneurs or for business individuals. Could you just speak to that for a moment?
So yeah, capacity building we mentioned is for a business owner and entrepreneur, and even because as I explained in these communities, what we found is that we had a lot of business owner. A lot of people from the community who does business, but usually is like a startup, and also a business they have is usually like informal. So we just found that with the COVID, because at the beginning we were just giving services like social services, and then we found that these communities wanted to have maybe like a place where they can maybe talk about business, talk about how they can, like, for example, in those communities, they talk more about like cash economy, how to move them from cash economy to credit economy when they come here. So they do business. They say, everyone will say, I'm doing business. I have my little, I can do hair, I can everything, beauty. But the thing is, we want to get them to be able to have like a store, to have to do their business. So I think this, what we are looking for is that, and we mentioned that, is that we don't have data too. We don't have any data, and not just in the city, but even in national level, on how these communities do business. And as you know, we had a lot of, all these years, other communities coming like from the continent. So this is what we are talking about.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm happy you're here to support the report, but that you're going to work together to make those businesses even more successful. Thank you very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up a little bit with Ms. Raymond, and I suspect, my questions may not be more so much about this report than others, but it does seem to me there's an alignment here that's sort of interesting. I'd sort of flagged it. So I'm glad you're here today. Because it strikes me that what isn't in here, we're talking about accessible and affordable child care, but not necessarily quality child care. And I understand why that is probably less part of this focus, but in terms of coming up with an overarching strategy that would meet a number of different objectives, the quality piece probably needs to be in there as well. This is the advantage and the benefit of childcare is not just to the parents, it's to the children as well, correct, in terms of long-term benefit?
That's correct. We know that quality is one of the most important indicators for children's success, and quality comes in a variety of ways, and that has to do with such things as staff training. In daycare, staff can have as little as 50 hours of training to work with children, and so we need to look at the ability in terms of improving the standards of what happens in terms of the educational requirement, and as well, as I pointed out, many women work in this field, and the pay is very low, and it's very hard for retention, and so these are important things. So yes, maybe not in this, but there are other activities that we are doing as a council to raise this and support.
And I really flag it not because what's written here is wrong, but to make sure that we link it into some of those other pieces of the puzzle, which get us other benefits and achieve other ends. So great, thanks. I just wanted to grab that quickly, but so thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Councillor Banga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, my first question is probably going to go towards Ms. Raymond. I know and you did talk about early learning in Edmonton, but my question to you is, a few years back, there was quite a bit of discussion going on between unions and employer-led programs in relation to child care. You know what happened to that program? Where did it ended up?
I apologize, Councillor Banga, but I'm not familiar with that discussion that was there. Maybe I could follow up with you afterwards to get the clarity of what that is and do some background looking on your behalf.
Okay. Yeah, just to let you know, I was with Edmonton Police Association, and there was definitely talks going on to provide quality daycare. Anyway, my next question is for Mr. McIsaac. I know we did talk last week about the same very topic, and in your discussions last week and again today, you mentioned Gilead quite a bit. I am pretty familiar with Gilead company, but at the same time, I want to ask you, are there any other such companies maybe not of that scope and scale, but probably, kind of inching towards that direction in Edmonton?
Yeah, absolutely. And some of them we're actually working with very closely as we try and attract more business to the region. So a good example would be General Intermediates of Canada. That's a company that produces intermediates, so sort of the earlier stage ingredients that you'd use to manufacture at something like the Gilead site. Another good example would be Rain Pharmaceuticals. They do non-GMP, so that's sort of not for human use manufacturing of a whole bunch of wide different compounds used by the pharmaceutical industry. And you can count a lot more on many different hands. A lot of people don't realize this, but the Gilead plant here in town started out actually as Raylo Chemicals, which was a university spin-out that then continued to get more contracts and grow until it eventually was purchased by one of its clients. The big sort of benefit that Edmonton and the region brings is that we're not just good at the sort of initial discovery research, we're also good at this sort of intermediate stages of research and development. So that's really what we see a lot of opportunity here in the region and as well.
Okay, and then again, question for you is what can the city do to attract companies that you mentioned here? What is within our power to do it?
Yeah, so I think having a strong business sort of retention and expansion program definitely makes sense. Working with groups like API on sector-specific areas. I think it's important to ensure that the new innovation entity is broad focused and includes sort of the initial pieces of what we're doing, but also the recognition of the bridge between the work of that type of entity and the type of entity that Edmonton Global is, and sort of the unique role that an organization like API plays, where we're sort of in the middle of it all.
Okay, and I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe just a couple of questions for a few of you. Thank you all for being here. Mr. McIsaac, I think you described your board, and there's a bit of overlap with some of the folks involved in Health City, and just wanted your take on, because you mentioned the new innovation entity and the definition of technology being broad to include you, and I think that goes for Edmonton Global, that goes for Innovate, and it goes for our work here at the city supporting all of it. But Health City was set up to put a special focus in this sector as well, and so one of the recommendations here is continuing to align the ecosystem to support some of these high growth potential areas, and I agree with everything you've said, and I'm impressed with the examples and the depth that you've brought here today. So do you have feedback or advice for us around the role of Health City and specifically supporting what you're trying to do with your organization?
Yeah, so I am, very supportive of the work that Health City's done. And, originally I had thought as well too, as an organization, because we launched around a similar time as they did, maybe a few months before. I had thought that initially their mandate would be very much sort of aligned in what we're doing. But, Reg and the rest of the folks there have done a tremendous job of focusing on digital health and this AI angle. That in many cases it's become a platform to itself in terms of the work they do. We work quite close and hand in hand, and they have in many times reached out to support the work we're doing. But what we are doing is also separate and different. In terms of alignment with city organizations, Edmonton Global has been a pretty sort of active participant in some of the stuff we've been doing. And there are some cases where we've worked alongside Health City, but I think in order to have the depth of expertise to sort of support stuff we're doing, the city would have to fund an exponential number of greater staff towards an initiative like Health City, because health is such a broad area. So I think they've done the right thing by sort of focusing in on that one angle of it. And I think that, I do actually feel that there's beginning to be a decent amount of sort of alignment of who's who within the innovation ecosystem here within the city. So that's kind of long-winded, but does that answer your question?
No, that's great. And I mean, I think there is a niche around the synthetic data and big data and health piece that Health City's really leaned into. And then there's also the goal there, I think, was always to support as that industry ramps up, it becomes, like yourselves, self-sustaining and industry supported, and then part of an ecosystem that the city meshes in with rather than is kind of pulling forward. So as long as it doesn't sound like it's at any cross purposes with you at all, and is complementary and should support some of the strategic other advantages that you're marketing as well. So that's helpful, and I appreciate what you presented here today, and I'm very supportive of the potential of the sector that you represent. So thank you. The other question I had was for Mr. Skirmer, and the Villeneuve Landing project that you mentioned is of interest on a couple of fronts. There's a recommendation in this report about working with our neighbors around shared investment for shared benefit and collaborative approaches to economic development. And I'm just curious from your perspective what you've heard about efforts by, and Mayor Natu's been fantastic on this, I agree with you completely, but to give her some leverage and some partners to do some things, particularly around Villeneuve, aligned with what you're describing, what your perspective is of what you've heard, what your urging would be for us around working with our regional partners, particularly around Villeneuve, but as something that we want to obviously scale potentially to other regional partnerships, from your perspective.
So the biggest thing is that people just need to have an open ear to what's going on there. There is an opportunity because of how Villeneuve is situated, especially next to already existing heavy rail, that it could be a 1-2 punch in aerospace for cargo and also for manufacturers. Manufacturers don't want to be at an international airport. They want to be at a smaller airport. When we talk to Boeing and other folks, that's something that they would like to get into. And as we talk about the Airbus supply chain, as we build it up, the smaller companies would want to go there. So for Edmonton and other regional partners that have been at the Villeneuve Landing Network, the best thing that they could do is really take a look, eyes open at the opportunity, and don't be afraid to jump in and help invest in this one, because it's similar to the arena. That the potential in aerospace is a $2.7 trillion ask. And that's just in the civilian side. That's not even the military side. I didn't have time to go into the Research and Defense Incubation Center that's part of this project. Also the work we're doing with the RCF and the 1st Canadian Air Division. There's a lot larger scale to this thing. So have an open mind, come on in and believe in the art of the possible, and don't be afraid to jump in, because Alana has been, like you said, spectacular, and she's been a great leader on this initiative. She's been a great ally as well.
Well, thanks, Richard, and thanks for your leadership as well. To each of you on this panel, for the role that you're playing. I'm sorry we didn't have questions for all of you, but thank you for your presentations. Thanks for your input into this work up to this point, and thanks for your continued partnership with the city and the system and our business community to do more together. So we'll excuse our panelists. You can all stay on. Please mute yourselves, though, as you're now going to be observing committee ask questions of city administration on what we've just heard here. So I will, the list is started. I think it was Councillor Walters who had selected this, so I'll go there first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report and the work on this, Ms. McCabe and Mr. Chase and team. So I just wanted to start generally with the idea of, how are we, I know that there's sort of ranges from specific to higher level performance measures for each of the action items. But I kind of wanted to know how we are going to measure or how we tie each of these action items to actual investment into the city or expansions within the city. So maybe Ms. McCabe, you can, speak generally about that to begin with.
Measures will be very important, especially because in the city plan, we've articulated about 520,000 jobs in Edmonton as we welcome 1 more million people. So tying all of this together to the measurement process that we're bringing in place for monitoring and evaluation of the city plan, right down to the individual actions and understanding within an individual action, can it create jobs? And if so, how many jobs will it create, as well as many other measures.
Have you heard from our economic development agencies, either specifically or in aggregate, kind of a broad goal about investment growth for the city in terms of whether it be a percentage per year of GDP growth, particular targets and sectors, how we want $200 million in this sector this year, 500 million in that sector next year. Like, has that level of sort of goal sophistication been brought into our city yet?
Not that level of articulation in terms of the amount of investment within each sector, but I do know Edmonton Global has a sector-based approach and areas that they're working on, as well as the City of Edmonton has some foci with Innovate Edmonton, as well as Health City, that's declaring sectors that we are looking to invest in within our city, as well as the green economy.
Right. So those goals will be pretty important, I think, in terms of recognizing what's out there for us to actually hunt after. It's always nice to know what's possible. And there's a lot possible for Edmonton, isn't there?
Absolutely there is. We
Right.
have a great value proposition.
So I'll come back to questions about measures specifically later. On action item 2, one of the performance measures that I think is lacking, and I want you to comment on this, is tying our regulatory processes and sort of speed of business to the pace or the needs of investment timelines. So is there a way that we can kind of align our processes with the pace of investment decisions?
There is, and I want you to know, and every member of council to know, that if there is a large-scale investment being made in our city, we will work with that applicant to use a project management and outcomes-based approach to meet the timelines so that the timelines are not a hindrance to them investing in Edmonton. We have a dedicated team, the Client Liaison Unit, that does exactly that and has had demonstrated success in more than one occasion in this space.
Right, and we had some good stories told to us about that recently, so that's positive for sure. And is there a particular part of our regulatory space that still needs improvement that you're particularly concerned with getting right sooner than later?
Councillor Walters, I think you can always be improving in this space. We're number 2 right now in the country, according to CHBA's national survey in this, but that doesn't mean that the work is done. We're working very much on looking at where we can automate permits. For example, this summer we're looking at automating deck permits. We're also looking at where we can improve some of our smaller permits in terms of commercial retrofits, so that that's not a hindrance to investment in our space. And if you'd like more details, Ms. Petrin, I know, is on the line and would be happy to also speak to what you're doing.
I might come back on details for more details in a second round. The other question I had around the implementation leads. Now, a lot of the leads here, there's a heavy emphasis on city departments, but is there a way for us, I don't know if we could do this before council next week or sometime in the future, depending on your capacity, to maybe rethink, places where it wouldn't be city departments of the city that's the lead, but it's certainly our ECDEV agencies or other organizations that are more of the sort of day-to-day hustlers on attracting investment.
Yeah, that's good feedback for us to consider. When I look back at that list, it is very much city focused, and what was intended by that is it was the City of Edmonton that would facilitate a lot of those actions, but there's probably ones that we could assign to Edmonton Global or Edmonton Innovates, city-led and city-funded organizations. So we could take a look at that between now and council with that lens on city-funded organizations. But The other actions, very much to be successful in those actions, we need to be working in partnership with a lot of those other organizations. So I'd be reluctant to assign full accountability to any one of those organizations before we work on the details of that implementation, Councillor Walters.
Okay, well, I'll have some follow-up questions on that on the second round. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKeon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Mr. McIsaac brought up under 13, Action 13, the lack of reference to, or maybe the focus on technology and innovation in regards to communications and digital and not life sciences. Do you think that's a gap that should be edited in, Ms. McCabe?
Thanks for the question, Councillor McKeon. Definitely, we're not trying to exclude different understandings of the word innovation, and a conversation with Mr. McIsaac and others would be helpful to ensure that we're all singing from the same song sheet with respect to these definitions. Action number 1 speaks specifically to this. We heard it from a number of partners that we need to be aligned in how we use specific definitions, but there was no intention of excluding life sciences from that definition, and we know that it's a very important sector for a future economy.
So is there any need, Mr. Chase, to do any editing here, do you think?
I don't think that edits are required. I think there's a consistent need across the board for the city and its partners to make sure that we're doing the work around shared understandings of what the terms mean.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. Maybe someone else will have questions on that. And as far as Mr. Skirmer describes an event that could lead to further economic development, an event that happens outside the boundaries of the city. And I know in dealing with him in the past, there were jurisdictional headaches. Does the plan, because I think, well, we're here to talk about the plan, not about his event. Do you think it does enough for future councils to recognize the need for shared investment for shared outcomes and working together as a region?
Councillor McKeon, I would say that's a fundamental principle of this plan, is that we can't do anything alone, that we need to work in partnership with private sector, with other orders of government, with post-secondary institutes, as well as with other partners. And so the example brought to us today, the air show, is an example of an event that we would have to work across many jurisdictions in order for that to be successful.
So, okay, let me ask it this way. He has struggled to find success in getting that sort of recognition of this as a regional event that'll impact the economy of the region. Now we would have a plan that says we should cooperate on such things. How does that change the game? We passed this plan. How does that change the game for Mr. Skirmer and his efforts?
I don't think it's going to be a fundamental shift for that individual event, but I think it's a fundamental shift in how we look at things administratively in terms of the economic benefit of working across many different partners. I'd be happy to meet with Mr. Skirmer to see if there's something that we can do to help and follow up with him after today's meeting and take the principles and actions from this plan and see if there's some mapping and perhaps some work that we can do to help him.
Great answer. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. So perhaps building just a little bit on Councillor Walters' questions, I'm wondering about the current relationship between your work, the work of Edmonton Global, the work of Innovate Edmonton. Just has it changed or how it's changed in this space? When we last talked about I suppose those three groups together was 10 months ago and was on the heels of the EY report last May. I'm just wondering where we're at with those interrelationships and sort of the shared responsibilities between those groups. Can you provide a bit of a summary of that?
Yeah, great question, Councillor Cartmel, and I think Mr. McIsaac also spoke to this, that we definitely have got a lot more role clarity in the space. This action plan also is going to set the strategy going forward about how we continue to work together. I think there's an opportunity for all of these the groups to come together and work with some joint advocacy in this space. Right now, we're working with Edmonton Innovates on making sure that we've got the right set of measures and the focus for them as we've worked through their funding agreement, and we've worked through funding agreements for Explore Edmonton. So there's a lot underway, and definitely relationships that are starting to mature in this space.
Does it feel to you, Ms. McCabe, like it's kind of coming together a little bit? It's been a bit of a journey, so.
It feels like it's definitely coming together, yes.
Yeah, okay, so that's reassuring. We hear language around the innovation corridor, and I guess I'm looking for a little bit of clarity on what that means to you, or perhaps what that means now to you and your team, particularly because of the issue that Mr. McIsaac raised, but he's not the first one around, do we have an overemphasis on the digital tech and not necessarily innovation that can be across, essentially all market sectors and across our economy?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Cartmel. One of the interesting things that Catherine Warren at Innovate Edmonton is looking at what that definition is specifically. We know that the innovation piece is an important part of place brand strategy as well. And so I think when we talk about it now, we're talking about leveraging the resources around the technology, but also the work that our partners are doing along a geographical and non-geographical line. And so I know Catherine is working on an understanding of what that is and how we best work together to support it.
Okay, thank you. I'm interested to hear what the product of her work is on that. Maybe one more question, and sorry to jump around a little bit. With respect to the Villeneuve Airport, something that was mentioned, I'm sorry, I've lost the fellow's name, about the Villeneuve Airport was that there's a heavy rail line that's in close proximity, and that made me wonder about that whole logistics market, and if there's, is there something to be exploited there or leveraged there, or is that spreading ourselves a bit too thin? We should concentrate on our own big airport first. Thoughts?
Would pass that to Mr. Gervin, who's online virtually.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, Action 16 actually identifies the opportunity to build on Edmonton's competitive advantage as an international logistics hub. This is work that will be undertaken with Edmonton International Airport. So we've identified that as a action specific to the plan.
Does the Villeneuve Airport play into that at all? I'm sorry. I'm just picking up on the comments that were made just towards the end of our speakers' conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't identify Villeneuve as part of that plan, but that's something that we can definitely discuss more internally.
There was just a mention that there might be a preference or a predisposition to a smaller airport, perhaps, less complicated movements. I don't know. I'm not sure why that is, but I'd be interested in knowing what that's about.
Councillor Cartmel, the Edmonton International Airport for sure is one of the major partners, and the Edmonton International Airport is extremely important for our long-term economic sustainability as a city. We'll explore, as Mr. Gervin has suggested, the Villeneuve Airport and see if there's opportunities there. I know on the regional front there is work in this space, and to support the Villeneuve Airport from a regional point of view.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the airport authority is the regional airport authority. They're at the VLN table too, right? Because there are complementary advantages, I think, to the two different airports. So recommendation or action item 1 is around aligning the ecosystem, which still feels like unfinished business, even though we've made a ton of progress. But I was talking about this a bit with Councillor Walters. I think as an internal document, yes, that's top priority for us, but to the extent that these documents are also sometimes referenced by investors and partners and so on and so forth, I'm wondering about an emphasis shift, and I think it's in the preamble, but an emphasis shift that, you know, Action 2 is something that we are doubling down on in lockstep with what the government of Alberta is sending as an investment signal and building on some of the work that's been discussed. So if there was going to be not a, you know, referral and redraft, but a couple of tweaks in emphasis, what would your response be to leading with Action 2 as Action 1, and then, you know, somewhere between Action 2 and 5 is our continuing to work with the ecosystem? Because I think, you know, it's a very, I won't use an adjective to describe it, but it's typical government for us to talk that way. And I think this is potentially an investor-facing document. So your thoughts about just that shift?
That's good feedback, and that's a simple shift that we could make between now and council in terms of the reordering.
Great. I mean, I think it's just one of those opportunities to show the common priority with the government, and it's a theme that's also very regularly expressed in all of the Edmonton Global conversations and the shared investment for shared benefit, collaborative economic development. Like, how can we meet the speed of business? So, okay, well, I may suggest procedurally that we not refer to come back to this committee later, but refer to admin to make a few tweaks to the document before it comes to council, just so that a couple of I think they're issues of emphasis, not issues of strategy. So the other one I would have, and I think others have alluded to this, is you know, I think the most glaring example of this is in the tourism goal. Again, it's also sort of written from the city perspective, but my assessment is, and maybe I'm conflicted because I sit on the Explore Edmonton board too, but like, they are the lead on tourism and we support, not we're the lead on tourism in association with them. But is there an opportunity for us to clarify the implementation leads to really empower, whether it's Explore or whether it's Innovate or whether it's Global or whether it's industry partners or the Airport Authority or others, to really put them front and center as the leaders where we've delegated that authority?
Thanks for the comment, Mr. Mayor. Definitely that's doable between now and council. The intent was never to suggest that partners would be supporting. It's a simple language change. Explore Edmonton, as an example, did support and draft this action, and so we definitely, I think that's an easy change for us to make on a number of actions.
And it's not a criticism. It's simply, I think, an opportunity for us to hold up the ecosystem, which we have very deliberately recrafted and empowered and enabled and resourced to try to go do this work at the speed of business on our behalf. So it's really recognizing, I think, our philosophy and our practice in the language that we use here. That might be all my questions for now. I might have one more. I've got to dig into the document, into my notes here, but I'll yield my time here now and go to Councillor Walters on the second round.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with that swapping of 1 and 2. That's a great suggestion. In terms of the need to cross-reference 6.9 with this, I'll ask my question about that, Ms. McCabe. So in 6.9, we talk about the challenges over 10 years or 20 years to achieve that kind of idea or sweet spot of res and non-res, the ratio. And, 6.9 says it's, essentially impossible, which I want to push back on in a couple ways. Number one is we haven't fully planned the annexation area yet. Like, I know there's at the high level in the city plan, we've now kind of overlaid, sort of our targets over the sort of next, 50 years or so. But we haven't really dug into the res, non-res ratio and our targets inside that area. So we're going to have an opportunity, or a future council will have an opportunity to do that, presumably.
Yes, they will, in terms of looking at the more detailed development plan for that area. The city plan sets the high-level direction in terms of it being majority non-residential in that space,
right,
in order to meet.
So it says the majority. We don't know if it's 60-40, 70-30, where we start to sort of flip the ratio a little bit and achieve that balance. So So I know we have there's an action item in here that talks about, you know, kind of compelling industrial development around the airport. So that's one opportunity that I think is worth noting. The second is, do we have an industrial infill action plan of any sort?
We don't at this time, but we do have a number of actions in terms of a number of things that we do. If somebody is developing within Edmonton, if you're in an industrial space, most likely you're going through the client liaison unit. You've got access to the revolving industrial servicing fund, so we very much work with industrial developers who are developing areas that are already under development.
So if we had as part of Action 7, you know, a sort of maybe an additional action or, you know, a sub-bullet there that talked about, you know, how we as a city can work with industrial landowners and even land that we own in the industrial space. Because when we went through that whole, should we sell or keep our own land, we decided to keep most of our industrial land because there was a good, you know, economic return for us there. Is there a way for us to be intentional about, you know, kind of gussying up from some of those sites through, you know, better zoning or, you know, there's another action item which talks about, you know, our capital budget being more directly connected to this plan and strategic about this plan. Is there a way for us to, I guess, add an action item that is really about industrial infill and getting more out of the land that we currently have in play in the city?
That's good feedback for us, Councillor Walters. I would suggest that we could look at, between now and council, we could look at Action 7 and potentially broaden that action to include your suggestion.
So if we were to do all that and really press more towards the non-res side in the annexation area, our potential to get to that 70-30 ratio improves.
It will. I hesitate a bit because it is really challenging to move that ratio, and also as your city begins to develop and has more commercial and infill development, the long-term city building proposition isn't going to be necessarily focused on sustaining that ratio. I'd say the long-term city building proposition is about how we densify the city overall and the financial impacts of that, and then the financial impacts of being able to deliver services in a more efficient manner.
The growth management framework, which is underpinning all that as well. So it is quite a puzzle, but I will continue to endure on those questions as long as I'm here. The last question is attracting investment to our nodes. Is there a way for us to do a pilot project potentially around an auto approve of permits or a deemed approved? So essentially in certain areas where we really want to attract investment that align with our city plan, we could say that, you know, after a certain period of time elapses, your permit is approved. And so the onus is on us if the application is in fact complete from the outset.
I know Ms. Petrin and team are exploring the use of this, and it's on the books. We're looking at it. For certain types of development or certain types of investment when they're to land here, not geographic would be my suggestion, but perhaps it's for certain types of development that you're deemed approved, and then we work through the details of it. But lots to figure out there. Definitely risk that we want to balance for the city at the same time as being open for business, but we're exploring it, Councillor Walters.
Okay, thanks. I'll have a couple more questions, Mr. Mayor, after others.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a really quick question, just it's a minor one, but I noticed that we're still talking about contracts under $75,000 for local procurement. I'm just wondering, I thought I heard something about a federal government change to that. Do you know anything about that?
Would pass that to Ms. Kitts, who's on the line.
Yeah, no changes communicated as of yet, Councillor Paquette. But we're always watching what other orders of government are planning to do.
Okay, I'll just maybe urge you to put a little flag on that, because I believe that may be the case. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. found my other question, which was around Action 9 and the airport. It was Councillor Walters' questions triggered it. And one of the things that Edmonton Global's been looking at is the idea of special economic zones, using some of the tools that we've talked about in the sort of Winterburn infill context, which can be part of Action 7 and the industrial thing, but specific to both potentially. Are we having good discussion with Edmonton Global about what special economic zones and the work that we're doing around incentives could look like, and bringing that together, both on the expedited permitting side as well as on the judicious use of incentive side?
We've had very good conversations with Edmonton Global.
Okay. And hopefully that'll line up with these shared investment for shared benefit conversations, because much as it would give us leverage around the international airport, it may bring more partners to the table around a Villeneuve as well, to make things possible that none of us could do on our own, even the big city.
Agreed.
Okay, that's really encouraging. The other process question I have actually is, this is received for information, and it feels like something that we might want to give more oomph to without making it inflexible either. So I would like to approve it or do something more compelling to it than receive it for information, but there's probably a governance reason why it's here for receipt of information. So curious your thoughts on that.
We really see this as a work plan to implement the city plan. And as we work through the city plan, we want to make sure that we take our policies and strategies and action plans and we simplify that landscape overall. And really what's really critically important as we work to implement the city plan is that we embed it into our budget processes. And so we see that this is really a reshifting of the money that we have in this space, and to create that focus and to embed it into everybody's work plan across the organization as we go forward. So that's from a governance perspective, the way that we view this plan as administration.
As guidance to how you will bring forward recommendations for policy change, but mostly resource change going forward.
That's correct. If it was the will of committee, we could look at an annual reporting on this plan so that it stays top of mind and so that you can see our progress as we go forward on it.
Well, let's think about the reporting cycle and touch points so that council can stay connected to this work and monitor it, and monitor the measures in particular, which I understand are still under development. So, and maybe rather than prescribing that today, if we're going to refer it today so that it can come back to council next week with some recommendation around the touch points, one on the metrics and targets, and then subsequently when I guess the next council will see it again. So if we did, rather than a receipt of information today, if we referred the Edmonton Economic Action Plan back to admin to make emphasis changes as discussed at committee, and further advice on reporting and measurement, and bring to council next week, you'd be able to make those adjustments?
We could make those adjustments.
Great. Okay. Well, that would be my suggested course. My only other question, and it kind of overlaps a bit to Place Brand and flows from our thorough discussion about the economic opportunities around the energy transition, is how we weave in our level of ambition on, and I appreciate that this plan also includes inclusive procurement and women's participation in the workforce, and all things that I was going to say tick the boxes, but very meaningfully deliver commitment around ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And those are going to be, those are already major factors in the competitive landscape for the attraction of capital and talent. And so maybe it's a Place Brand question. It's obviously linked very strongly to our climate leadership at this point. This includes that and takes a wider look. But I guess where are we at with our partners on ESG differentiation in our storytelling across this whole suite of business, from health to clean tech to aviation to logistics to tech?
I don't know if Ms. Owen's on the line to speak to that, but what I would say is that the conversation is shifting, but there also is that need for that continued emphasis on the social side and the environmental side, and those are two fundamentally important things for attracting and retaining talent and capital to our city, that people are looking to invest where there is a focus on the long term and the type of people that you are including within your economy, and that is important for our long-term value proposition as a city.
And I don't think Ms. Owen is on the line today, but I would just add that I think we're all over the place, Your Worship, on this. I think our heads are all there, but we've got to catch up now with communications and talk and branding and all that, which we will do.
Well, we can come back to that in the place brand conversation. I'll pick up the conversation there, but I think it's inextricably linked to this too. So I'm way out of time. Councillor Walters.
So just a question about targets, and then I'll have a process question about your suggestion, Mr. Mayor. But so is there, if speaking sort of to the annual reporting idea, we could get annual reporting on, and I had a subsequent motion sort of drafted to this effect, which I make today or maybe at council next week, depending on the mayor's answer to my next question. But we could do annual reporting on sort of how capital's been mobilized and captured here in Edmonton across a variety of sectors. And could we not, Ms. McCabe, with the help of our dev agencies?
We could absolutely do that with the help of our other agencies, as well as tell the stories of who we have invested or who we have attracted here.
So case studies and the amount of investment we've captured in what sectors, kind of, a bit of a look at some of the game tapes, if you will, on what we won and what we lost and what we learned, et cetera.
I think that would be really meaningful, not just from a storytelling point of view, but also from a process point of view about how we work with Edmonton Global and how we make sure that we've got the right process in place with working with any investment group in Edmonton.
Right. And the other stories that are interesting to capture in this space, I think it's true that, we spend a lot of time talking about this. I'm grateful that, our council spent a lot of time talking about this and getting to the role clarity that many have alluded to earlier. And that we have these, up and coming ECDEV agencies that are going to do a lot of this hunting and sort of lead generation and pursuit for us. But it's true, isn't it, that the business community itself does most of this work, right? And often without us even being aware of the details, right? There, businesses that are trying to expand are often out there doing this, and we don't know about it until, and we kind of measure it in, per value of permits, those kinds of things. But what if there's a way for us to kind of, in this document or in future iterations of this, kind of, put some recognition there that we do have a pretty active business community that's already doing a lot of this, and we can learn from them in terms of what they're doing. Maybe just a thought on that, Ms. McCabe, if you can.
That's a great observation, Councillor Walters, and we can take a look at that even between now and council to make sure that we got the right message in the plan, that the business community needs to come to the table. And we know that it's not just that they've come to the table, they have a very active role in this space. That we are an enabler of that investment, but it's really the people who are out there going to get the deals, going to get the capital to invest in our city, and in addition to Edmonton Global. And then when they do show up, that we make sure that we can get their permits in a business-friendly manner.
They're the ones who are sweating the details.
Yes, they are.
Sure.
Yes,
right.
they are. Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, just on process, then, if we refer this to admin to make some changes around those things you mentioned, plus a little bit of a refresh on some of the leads, implementation leads, would it be more appropriate to make this subsequent that I shared or talked about at council?
Yeah, Potentially, yeah, and I think if you've shared some of that feedback today and offline, perhaps some of it is incorporated between now and then, or will be addressed in the follow-up reporting. So, or it could be built into the referral motion, but some of it's deeper work that I think you were expecting to hear back later on. So either way, I think, I mean, strictly speaking, if we refer it, it's hard to do a subsequent on the referral, but it's a very quick referral, so the subsequent's very welcome.
Yeah, I think I'll just hang on. You know, the subsequent, the only thing that wouldn't be in the referral that's in the subsequent is the case studies and mobilization, this measuring the investment that's been mobilized, you know, after a certain point, whether it be a year or whatever. So I can hang on to that till next week for sure. Okay, thanks.
Well, I have, from a respectful distance, observed a lot of note taking as we've asked questions. So did you want to move the referral?
Sure. And should we probably see it up on the screen so we know what we've referred, what we're referring?
It's coming up. Go ahead.
So I'm just going to read it here. The thing I would add to that is implementation leads after comma reporting cycle, or reporting cycle comma implementation leads. Because Ms. McCabe did say they could kind of shift those around a little bit to emphasize the external partners that would likely be the leads on some of the actions before next week.
So is the wording satisfactory? Or they're just tweaking it. Okay. Now it's coming back up with those adjustments.
Yeah, that's good.
You want to read
and
that
then
in?
My subsequent, I'll make subsequent to.
Can you read this in just because it's new?
Okay. I move that the April 12, 2021 Urban Forum and Corporate Strategic Development Report, UFC SD 00208, be referred to administration to make emphasis changes based on discussion at the April 12, 2021 Executive Committee meeting and clarify measurement, targets, reporting cycle, and implementation needs, and return to the April 19th, 2021 City Council meeting.
Great, thank you. Good discussion today. Did you want to speak any further on it?
If there's no one else, I can.
I just want to make maybe a couple quick points, and then I'll give you the last word. So I really appreciate the work that's gone into us and the spirit of it. I think very consistent with the city plan. I appreciate that point that it flows from the city plan. I see it nesting in a regional context, which is continuing to evolve, and I think it represents the greatest possibility for doing things differently in and around the city, not as winners and losers and either ors and zero sums, but really multiplying what we can do with the regional assets that are in the city that our neighbors are interested in and that are in the counties that we're interested in. And, you know, where we've done that historically through Alberta's Industrial Heartland, for example, has created an interesting platform for things like the hydrogen hub. Which is going to be really helpful if we can pull it together to help us achieve some of those Pathway 4 things we were talking about earlier, but also create employment and a tax base and relevance, and not just to meet our domestic energy needs, but export driven and, you know, tens of billions of dollars worth of investment. I was talking to some investors who have a fairly significant stake in our downtown and are debating right now if they're going to put a few $100 more million in. And as we got to talking about some of our short-term challenges and focusing on the long-term value proposition of this city and this region, and I was talking to them a little bit about hydrogen, I said, you know, you should book your trades now because there might be another big energy boom, and it might be a clean zero carbon energy boom here in this region, and you might want your trades locked in before that, and you might want your facilities open just in time for that boom to happen if we get it right. So this is not fiddling around the edges, whether it's hepatitis C vaccines, which I don't, are the IPs here, but to our speaker's point earlier, Mr. McIsaac, like, I want to see that manufactured here. And I want to see the jobs associated with that and the shareholders and investors from this region make a return on the public's investment in creating that historic research capacity so that we can turn around and make the case for public and private investment in R&D, which has driven so much of our prosperity here, from the energy business to green buildings to pharma to AI and machine learning. And it really all comes together here. And there's so many other neat things with food and ag and that are relevant for this city and this region and this province into the future if we play them even partially right, because there's no perfect in this, as I've learned after many years. You do your best with these things in a sometimes messy space, but I think the space is resolving. The partners are coming together. Industry's hungry. I think the city is demonstrating our commitment to working with business on the permitting side and to help them find the right place in the region. And I want to get to a point where the city of Edmonton is really excited when there's a plant opening in one of the counties, and that the mayors around us and business community leaders are just as excited when something like that lands in the city, because it all adds to the strength of this system. And I think we're getting there, and I think this plan's consistent with that. And the other point I wanted to make was that ESG is certainly a brand consideration, and it's how we talk about it in a more consistent way and integrated into what I think has been the story of this place for a long time. It's our ethic. It's a stewardship ethic. So how we talk about it and how we talk about it consistently, whether it's talking about, Stantec's deep commitments to sustainability and their practice around water and around energy efficiency, that is a global practice that we can be very proud of in our city, or whether it's the example from Capital Power and the hydrogen retooling of the coal plant that I talked about earlier. There's marvelous private sector examples, myriad public sector examples, and so many examples of citizen-led initiative that we heard about this morning too, that add up to that. And I think, it's not just about the environmental and sustainability pieces that are top of mind from today, but contributions from Ms. Raymond and Ms. Lehman earlier too, about making sure that this economy is inclusive for everyone. And those are also values of this community. And so it's not just that we need to talk about it better, yes, but we also need to reinforce those values, which I think are in the city plan, and I think are in this document, and I think run through this discussion, and will be a differentiator for this city, certainly within this provincial context, but also broadly in a national context. So I'll stop there and go to Councillor Walters.
Thanks. So just quickly, I thank admin and all the people who were engaged in bringing this forward. I think there's, don't take offense when I say that this is the start and we have a long way to go, because that's the nature of this stuff. And I think it's a good first crack. Well, it's not our first crack for sure as a city, but this is our contemporary first crack. So I think it's generally moving in a positive direction. And I actually am choosing to feel very hopeful about our economic future here in Edmonton. It's such a great place, and there's so much activity that's already happening. And we're not dissimilar from other cities that have our own variety of struggles and challenge. But there's so much to be hopeful about here. And one thing I am grateful for is that it really does feel like we're getting our act together on the ECDEV front. I think, Edmonton Global has come a long ways in the last number of years. Really excited about Catherine Warren and Innovate Edmonton and the board over there is a group of very talented people. And I think, our ability to really get focused and to really develop an identity around hustle and, winning some of these big investments and capturing some of these big investment opportunities. We don't have to look very far to read or hear about, all the capital in the world that's just waiting to go somewhere. I think the city's, has the potential to attract as much of it and as anybody in our sort of a tier of city. So I'm feeling pretty hopeful about that, and I think that if this gives us the opportunity as a city to become a little less humble and a little more boastful, still in our very usual unpretentious Edmonton way, we can be a lot more boastful about the opportunities that are here. And I think, we have talked a lot about role clarity over the years, last few years in particular, and I feel like we've really landed there. Like we have good role clarity between our various active organizations, sector-specific industry associations, and the city itself. And I think our next level of sophistication is the term that Maggie used when she was on the call earlier, was that we can hunt as a pack. And when we hunt in a pack, we don't always need the same lead dog, so to speak, that, whether it be Edmonton Global on one investment lead, or whether it's Innovate on another, or whether it's Health City. I think that, all the organizations in the space can be leaders and supporters at different times, as long as we're operating as a team and we're committed to really hustling and making sure that we are doing everything we can to get to the thing which I think we should measure most of all, which is the actual investment and the amount of private sector dollars that are coming into our city. So I think look forward to some of the changes that will be made between here and council next week, and look forward to supporting it then. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote on referral.
And we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. So we have just enough time to...
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, would you like to deal with item 6.9 as well?
Oh, right.
That's if you'd like to receive it for information.
You want to move receipt of information on 6.9, Councillor Walters?
Moved.
Thank you. Please vote on receipt of information of 6.9. And while you vote on that, I'm going to pitch that we at least hear from speakers on 6.6. We have 3, and we would have just enough time to hear from them. So something to think about, if we can stay a few minutes longer to hear speakers on 6.6.
Mr. Mayor, we do have all the votes. Also, the speakers are not on the line. We would need a moment to get them.
Okay.
We didn't initiate calling when it was so close.
Okay.
In case we didn't get to their item.
That's okay. Understand. Display the vote on receipt of information.
Just a moment, please.
Yes, I think I hit no accidentally or subconsciously.
Thank you. We have all the votes again, Mr. Mayor, but Councillor Walters may appear as a no. We will record it as a yes in the minutes.
Okay, so that I think passed unanimously. All right, then with 10 minutes left and without speakers on the line, then we probably should stop there. What we have left, just as a reminder, is 6.6 would be our next item of business, which we may wish to cross-reference with 7.1. And then we have the place brand strategy, which has no speakers on it at this point, so we should be able to deal with that. I think we should be able to finish both of those tomorrow morning, but we do need a motion to extend or change orders to continue at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow in order to accommodate that.
I would move that, Mr. Mayor, but I do have a question on scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondered, so if we were to finish, say at 11, can we move into our council stuff immediately, or would that wait till 1:30?
No, unfortunately, that's got to start at 1:30 sharp because the motion of council designated the start time. So we can't start early because we can't countermand council's previous direction on that.
Okay.
And I suspect we'll need a good chunk of the morning, but at this point, I'm suggesting only that we take the morning to continue these items. I do see that we've got a couple of speakers on. We don't happen to have all three of them, do we? No, looks like no, just one. Okay, well, let's stick to continuing at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. That's Councillor McKean's motion. Questions on that? Councillor Hamilton?
I just want to note that I will not be able to join for all of tomorrow. I have a pre-existing medical appointment, so I just need to put that on the record.
Noted, thank you. And all right, so Councillor Walters, did you have anything further?
Oh, I emailed you that I'm
Yeah.
also away tomorrow, unfortunately. I apologize, but I had the same kind of deal.
Understood. So maybe I'll just do a quick quorum check. Councillor McKean and Councillor Cartmel, you're able to join tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so the motion before us, I think we've now got two speakers potentially for item 6.6. But I think we're running tight on time at this point. So to those of you who've joined us for item 6.6, we're going to hear that at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, subject to the passage of this motion. That's our overflow time. So we're a little tight to hear from you tonight. So you'll get the floor first thing tomorrow morning. But we need to vote on the actual change to the orders of the day.
Just be a moment, Mr. Mayor.
There it is.
And Councillor Hamilton, oh, there we go. Thanks, we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. All right. So let's pause there for today, and we'll come back to item 6.6 at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. And I think the order's extension went till noon, so we'll give ourselves 2.5 hours, which hopefully should be enough to finish. So we're in recess until then. Thanks, folks.